All right, we are live.
Welcome back, everyone. And today it is day 2 of the tournament. The first day was definitely a fun one, and we're going to see some other fun teams today. The first one being Team Brain Damage. Lovely name, with Fayglow and Undusk playing. And then later on today, it'll be me and Suffering Burb as the defending champions Lee. And that's it. Hopefully today is going to be another fun one. We saw a lot of, I would say, interesting things happen last night, and I'm guessing we're going to see some other interesting things happen again today, if that is any sign.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I thought it'd be hilarious to have Gabby will introduce her own team.
Yeah, I noticed that's why you had me do that.
Well, I mean, you definitely weren't gonna forget what team is gonna happen second today, right? But yeah, it was a crazy kickoff day. We saw a complete Bird Knights clear of D15, which Zai told me was a 2% chance that she would make it to floor 5, but ended up actually winning that run. So, anything could
Knocking
happen.
it out of the park.
Yeah. Yeah. Our first team is Team Brain Damage, and we've got Undusk and Fayglow today. Undusk is playing Medic Sniper, and Glow, I believe, is actually starting with the Leader Squad. I did see Leader Squad yesterday. It is a painful, difficult squad, but you could get a big bonus from playing it, so we'll have to see how that goes for Glow. And I think our players are ready to go, so without any further ado, let's get started. Wearing my official Team Brain Damage t-shirt. Wow. Huge fans of Team Brain Damage here today. Let's go Brain Damage! Happy getting ran over day. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Undusk has a Hibiscus Altar, Velarkvid, and Midnight Start, which is actually pure sarcasm and also doesn't include any 6-stars so far. Glow and Undusk are both big Niche Knights players, so it's going to be interesting seeing how they play their respective versions of IS4. We're heading right into Hands on Lost, which is a pretty chill stage.
This is the one that everyone enjoys getting. Unless you've never played it before, then maybe you don't enjoy it as much. But we're assuming most of you have played it and enjoy it.
I'm hoping that your first run ever of IS4 isn't D15.
That would be jumping way into the deep end.
Is Velarkvid Sarkaz, yes. Yeah, and Business of a Purifier is an incantation medic, so she heals by attacking or dealing damage. I'm hoping your first run of IS4 ever isn't D15. It's the principle of birds eating their kids out of the nest to help them fly. Yeah, but what if it turns out you're not a bird? But you're a sarcasm.
Well, that's a bad time
so
to
you
discover
fall.
you're a bird.
Alright, but yeah, Hands on Lost cleared with no incident. There's not much to say about some of these for floor 1 stages. Even with a specific niche start, a lot of these stages are solved. Ooh, I'm starting the caster voucher. 6 hope. Oh, taking lava?
Yep.
Staying within the sarcasm for now.
We'll see how long that happens, or if we're going to see a full Sarkaz attempt here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Ooh, index and shield at the start. Getting some index at the start means you get to, well, you could spend 1 more earlier, or you can wait till floor 3 and spend even more, so it's like pretty impactful sometimes.
But also, if you're worried, the shields are always just kind of nice to have.
Ooh, Ghosts of the Resort. Emergency or normal? Now, players are allowed a chance to restart before the end of the 3rd floor if they desire. But they can't do it if they're in the middle of a combat. So if you're taking a combat, you better make sure that you're actually going to survive it. So there's a little bit of decision making here about, or maybe just a little bit of recalling how to do it.
Fair. Oh. And looks like we are playing it safe, which is fair.
TBL's healing enough? Not sure. That would not be my area of expertise. This is an interesting one for me because it's not a niche that I play, and not a niche that I actually see too frequently either.
It is a fun one. They do have a lot of fun operating. Oh, kind of forgot she'd wake them up.
Yep, right at the start, but she deals with the
handled
first,
it pretty well.
yeah, very quickly. And now the second one's gonna wake up. It is normal Ghost to Resort, so these enemies aren't too scary, and Hibiscus's healing definitely keeps up with the normal version. On the emergency, that the caster hits pretty hard. Sometimes it's a problem.
That caster can do a number on you. I love look at what lava can do as she blows up all of the slugs.
She does do that. She does do that. This caster hits harder than Isekai. Interesting comparison. Not what I would have gone with first, but sure.
But you know what? I see it.
Alright, a sniper with a promoted Typhon. This is
Typhon.
definitely what you want to see if you're playing Medic Sniper right now. That's going to be the first 6-star pickup. Tree and Arch. Oh, Tree is... I think I speak for a lot of people and say Tree is like not a fun one to see. It's conditional and it's only one. Okay, Medic in the shop. 1 hope right now, so it's not much you can actually pick up. I would say this is kind of a painful first shop. But you will notice that Undusk has 500 ingots, which means that all the shop slots are unlocked right now. That's gonna help out a lot.
Up and ready to go.
Yeah, one extra item option can be very impactful. It's hard to measure how much that helps. It's also only 20 ingots, so you kind of have to be a little frugal with what you're gonna buy here. Oh, that's a promoted Gavial, but that Gavial is only E1, so not really.
I hate to see it.
You love to see Toolbox though.
That is something we do love.
3 hope, 4 ingots. That's the best value you can get. Shop slots do not go away if you drop below 500. And yeah, Undusk does have the option here to actually withdraw up to 5 ingots. But if they choose not to do that, then they will earn 30 points for it. Every shop, that's an option. Okay, consolidation's pretty interesting. This is a really defender heavy shop. You know, Gavi's probably looking at this one like, man, why can't I get this shop?
I would love to see something similar later today. I'll say that much.
All right, we're taking Screaming Cherry and moving on to floor 2. Oh, the Scout and the Bosky are so far apart here.
Ooh.
That's a total of 3 index spin, but you do get 1 back once you go inside the Bosky, so it's a bit tricky. On the other hand, you could take the combat, go straight into the Bosky. You did pick up an extra index earlier, so it's sort of like not seeing either Scout or Bosky on this floor. Hard to say. Yeah, low altitude maneuvering.
Show me your spirit,
with 22, so probably no bonus. It looks like there's a little thinking going on here. You can see the mouse movement to be like, oh, this tile and facing this direction.
The mouse movement of how do I do where do you need to go?
Please deliver my visions to the masses.
Yeah, how do you think this one's shaping up so far right now?
Well, I mean, obviously the Typhon is really good, I will say that much, and Hibiscus Altar seems to be holding her own in terms of healing so far, but I don't know how that's going to ramp up later. obviously what we need to see is more ground units, because right now it is Midnight versus everything on the ground.
Yeah,
And then just hoping they can all die before any major issues get blocked on Midnight.
yeah, I gotta agree. If you do play pure Sarkaz, just the ground operators are, I think, very guard heavy. You get access to Mudrock as well, but they are also very expensive.
Yeah.
I think a lot of
And
the
Mudrock
operators
is
in
one that
Sarkaz.
can't be healed by others too, which could hurt in some things.
Yeah, since Sarkaz gets access to like Nightingale and Warfarin and Shining, like there's a lot of good healing options, and then not necessarily as many good targets to actually heal.
That
But
was
yeah,
a
Midnight's able to
well-timed
hold that.
Hibby to prevent
Yeah,
a leak.
nicely done. Alright, we'll see if we get any draft here. It was 1 hope, so unfortunately it's... Oh, it's actually at 9 because of the toolbox. And that is a defender
Ooh,
pickup,
and a defender.
so... Are we seeing Mudrock here? Could be Hoshi as well, if we're not talking about the Sarkaz.
And Hoshi is always a safe bet.
Yep, strong defender, immediately solving that big problem that was there before. Alright, and we are taking Hoshi.
We are doing the Bosky.
She is a TCAS, that is true. It's now a TCAS Knights run. That's gonna open Undusk up to picking Yato as well. Yato Alter. Okay, so there was Screaming Cherry earlier, so it's gonna add 2 squad size already. At this point, if you just let the rest of the run play out, I think you end up with 12 squad size, so you don't really need it. Another 3 squad size means you're going to cap. It is also pretty expensive for 16. Does TCAS have any DP generating vanguards? I'm unfortunately not the best person.
I know that when I did a run on Undusk's account, no, not on Undusk's account, but when we had me do a run with this type of character, I think all I had was Vigna, but that could just be that I don't have anything built. But I don't think there's a lot of options.
Vigna's the only Sarkaz vanguard, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And I don't know how that expands when you hit
Nasa's just
TCAS.
Tieyun. Oni is like Yato, Norcorn. Oh, do Sancta have Plume? Wait, no, Plume's not Sancta. Oh my god. I keep thinking
is a
that
word.
Laterano. I keep thinking Laterano is Sancta. Oh, Empty Fell Piece. Plume is fine. Okay, Rockhorn. You love to see it. And Spectrum Analyzer is pretty good too. And then there's the Medic Sniper book for... Is that attack speed? Yes. And you are playing Medic Sniper. And you already have, I want to say it's 3 Medics and Snipers at this point.
Yeah, so that could definitely be helpful.
We're in Artica? Okay, sure. This is not my my field. Rockhorn. Celestial Dust makes a second appearance here. Celestial Dust is one of the very funny relics. If you're not doing Ending 2, it's not a big deal to take it, I think. If you are doing Ending 2, hopefully you're not doing like Cunny Levitation Shred. Okay. And so far, Undus hasn't actually withdrawn a single ingot in this run, right?
Nope.
Good for points for now. We'll see if it adds any pressure later. And yeah, out of the shopping Bosky. If you go for the scout, you have to send someone away. You end up with 0 index on this floor. And then you get 1 on the next floor, which I think is a little bit low. There is one thing to promote. The Larkvin does need a promotion. I think Hoshi might eat as well. Yeah.
다녀올게. 어머 잘해줘.
Okay. How do you open this stage with this set? Apparently Hibiscus does it.
I'll make sure everyone's safe. I'll make sure everything happens out more harmless way. I'll stand my ground.
Oh,
Well, it
yeah,
worked.
look at that. It does. Oh, well, it'll probably die on the other side.
Yeah. Even at E1, Hoshi should be fine.
Yep, very, very tanky.
Dags att välja vårt byte.
A Typhon tile.
Yep, facing. That's facing right.
Get out of my home.
Yeah, that has really good coverage on the right side. And since it's normal Shadows with Ghost, you don't have to worry about the second enemy from the top box. You just have the one in the bottom left to worry about.
And I'm guessing Hibiscus is just gonna be able to kill him again.
I see no reason why it wouldn't work a second time. Even if it doesn't, I mean, Typhon's right there. Oh, we're using Midnight now.
Well, Midnight.
Oh, okay. Hibiscus gets a little distracted. There's a lot of enemies there.
That's fair.
But doesn't look like it's a problem at all.
그래.
Alrighty, another very clean one.
Yeah, so far looking really good.
I see you managed to complete a mission without causing any unnecessary pain to the
Two
party.
hope means maybe the Valarkman's getting promoted here.
Not bad. Icke dåligt. Sip a hot drink and get some rest.
Oh, you official. Interesting.
We considered something for a moment.
I mean, you official is a good pick. Unironically, she helps with a lot of things. And she doesn't have deploy limit, so
That's true.
that can be very valuable sometimes. Valarkman is also Valarkman though, so. Okay, yeah, we're going with the
We're going
official.
with the official.
Ooh, is that trinkets? And Hand of Pulverization. Hand of Pulverization, what does Sarkaz have that uses it? I guess W. We actually did see that yesterday with, I believe it was Lurky's run that had the Hand of Pulverization.
Now looks like we might be going for a W later on.
We are
or
also
someone
taking
else.
it. And now we're on to
Now we're on to
4-3.
4-3.
Oh, getting a hunt after this. That is one of the 6-fold Ardles.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, I should do this while we're ramping up. There we go. For anybody who wants to follow along with the rule sets for bonus points, you can check them out over there. Okay, Rational Fracture and Shady Frozen Sea. Shady Frozen Sea, of course, being that one stage everybody's scared of here.
B stage.
The stage, yeah. The March of the Dead of floor 3. Yeah, so far it also still remains to be seen what ending this is going to be.
Well, since this is a dream anyway, I will mop up all the enemies for you.
Stay calm, cowards. Break the silence first.
Yeah, do you think anything here is a risk? I think the champions might be kind of hard to kill, but I'm not
Deliver
sure.
my visions
It might be okay.
I think once you're able to get down Hoshi and then some healing, you'll be fine. And also, they loop.
from
Yeah, that Hoshi is E1 though, so it's a little bit scary.
Fair.
Oh, it's gonna be close.
Ooh.
Is that enough damage? It's about to walk. It's taking that top box right
It's-
now. Might be enough. Oh, it's
Oh.
just enough.
Just barely.
Very nice.
That's nice.
Now you gotta worry about that caster though.
Yeah. I don't know. There it
Okay.
goes, Hoshi.
We send Hoshi to take care of it. No
Hoshi
more
goes into
deployment
battle.
now. We'll see if the Now that Typhon has skill up, I guess the second champion might be easier to get.
I'll make sure I can do more than just heal.
Yeah, look at that.
I am. May the lightning tear chaos apart.
Okay, Hoshi's just chopping away.
It's just
It's
Hoshi
not-
hanging on for dear life in the corner.
It's not quick, but oh,
Oh,
whoa,
What do you need of me?
I was
whoa,
scary
it's-
close.
Yeah, getting really close. What's going on?
I'll make sure
I
everyone's
think
빨리 망령적
with any luck, Lava will be able to help with this.
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah,
it's
there
gonna
we
be
go.
fine. Yeah, and no leaks. Rational fracture, nicely done.
점괘 결과가 나왔어. 완승이네.
7 hope. You know what that means? Another chance at a.
Get a 6-star.
That's right. Water and Shaman, these are both really, they're okay. I mean, Water's much preferable to Canopy, right? You don't want to have the encounter condition. Ooh,
That's
Defender
true.
and Caster. So, like, Defender could be a promotion on Hoshi here. Having that E2 Defender might be
Very
kind
nice.
of good.
Especially
On
depending
the-
on what mid boss it is.
Yeah, on the other hand, after seeing what happened there, Caster's not a terrible pick, but we are going to take Hoshi. Oh, lost and found its scout. You know, if you index up twice right here, you actually just have both endings. You're also blind on
Wild
4-4,
way to do the double ending.
so... Oh, Conceiver!
Ooh,
Conceiver is
that's
huge.
nice.
Yeah, just having options here is going to be massive.
Choices do have to be made here now.
That is true. I think they might be having a bit of discussion about maybe ending 2 viability. Hoshi's an amazing tank for ending 2. You would want to see a dedicated healer, something that's not Hibiscus. You
Yeah,
really don't want them to be
but-
incantation. You don't want to be dealing damage.
We do have time to get that. It just depends on. Oh,
We are
the
not.
anti-interference index would be nice.
Yeah, indexing up, and then we don't. Yeah, we're not taking those scout. We're not taking the lost and found. We're just going to press forward. And is that emergency pretense?
Yes, it is.
That Hoshi promotion timing is really good for this. So close and yet so far is also easily doable. The question is, do you want to spend 1 index to just do 2 regular combats, or do you want to just do an emergency? Now that you have the transceiver, it's sort of hard to say. I think 2 combats is going to give you access to like 7 or 8 voucher choices. 6 or 8. 6 through 8.
Either way, it's a lot of choices.
Yeah, whereas if you do 1 combat, you'll get maybe like 3 or 4. Which still could be good, but if you're looking
And
for
we are
specific
passing up.
operators or promotions, yeah, you really want more combats right now.
あの私が留守の間はくれぐれも身の安全にお気をつけください。
Alright, it looks like we're waiting
Oh.
for Typhon.
Hold on a second. I didn't catch this earlier. I think Undusk has convergence. That is convergence consumption, isn't it? Look at the 5 life points. There's been no leaks. No leaks, but somehow
Yep.
we're going down to 5.
And that is why convergence is a scary one
Yeah,
sometimes.
we hate convergence. Everyone hates convergence. It's really terrible. Alright, leaving a space in the middle of Typhon and Lava, I'm assuming maybe to put a medic down? There is a rock horn right now, so making sure that ops are adjacent to each other will help a lot with damage.
구해주지 못할 거다.
Oh, well,
Oh,
Ooh.
that's a little bit
that's
off.
rough.
Yeah, the damage from Typhon and Lava is just not quite enough, but now that the Larkvin's there, getting a 40% boost, and Typhon and Lava also have a, you know, nice 20%, that should be enough. After you have a Larkvin skill, it's no longer that scary, but you do have to get
Yeah.
there first. She's a pretty long charge time. But hey, we got Hibiscus devoted to heal Hoshi. We got Hibiscus Altar to continue providing the... Oh, not to provide healing on this side. I think Hibiscus,
This
Hibiscus
is a
Altar
pure
bait.
attack Hibiscus Altar.
Yeah, that is helping with the drones a ton, and Typhon just kills them now, since they're kept in range.
This is a pretty convincing argument to build Hibiscus Altar right now, especially if you don't have Reed.
Yeah, she's fun. They do very different things.
Oh yeah.
And Hibiscus Altar being a 5-star means that you can pick her up very cheaply. That said, IS-4, that hope curve, pretty tough.
Oh, those 2 leaks were unfortunate, but it could have been much more.
We are picking up injury trigger as a
Injury
result.
trigger.
We're also down to 3 life points, despite those being the first 2 leaks of this entire run. But we're getting 4 voucher options. Oh!
Oh.
There's a Reed, there's a Altar, there's a Nightingale Shining, and Kaltzit's also here, I guess. Kaltzit's good. Kaltzit's good. Especially as an emergency block, right? Sometimes you really just need that ground presence. Right now, the only thing is Hoshiguma and Midnight. You can see Midnight's
It looks
not
like
quite holding up
we're
right now.
we're just banking on the heals, it looks
Yeah.
like.
It looks like we're taking a Altar. That should help quite a bit with the healing. Okay, we have Shaman and Recite. Shaman and Recite could be thrown right now. It gives you 2 life points immediately. Brings you up to 5, right? And if you accidentally leak anything in the next few combats, you're sure to actually get that life back. And you might even drop a Collapse.
Which would be nice right now.
Yeah, if it's Convergence, you really want to lose that now. They are 1 away. Yep. And it's going to be a 50-50 which one gets lost too. Remember yesterday's runs, I believe it's Kami who had Barometric Disorder, Baro 2, as well as 2 other collapses. Lost 2 collapses by doing a full dartle, and it was the other 2, so just only Baro 2. It was brutal to see. 29 enemies, that's going to be normal.
I forget what it was, but I saw a video that was showcasing, I forget who the character was it was supposed to be showcasing, and it was just different ones that they did really well on in IS4. And the video for this one had a Reed Altar in it. And I was like, you just used Reed skill. I don't think that you're actually using this to showcase the character that you were trying to showcase when you're hitting Reed Altar skill. I was like, something's wrong. I was like, something's off here.
That happens sometimes. You see a showcase and you're like, well, okay, but like, I see the other characters. You're not fooling anyone.
Yeah, I was like, this isn't the best example of a showcase we're seeing.
Doctor, more harmless way.
Did you learn anything from it?
I learned that person liked bringing Reed Altar to stages, and I was like, this wasn't super productive.
Frankly, the only good conclusion to draw from it, I suppose.
It's a good conclusion if you have a Reed Altar. If you don't, you're kind of like, well, this is good to remember if I ever get a free Reed Altar, I guess.
Yeah, but look at this. This Rockhorn usage is really good, right? Typhon and Aya Altar sitting next to each other means Aya's 20%. That goes a long way. Aya Altar, I think most of us here are aware, just insanely good healing. Really, really powerful.
She is the blessed healer.
Yeah, even like as someone who, you know, I pick Reed all the time. I have to admit that once you try Aya Altar's healing, you sort of understand like, oh, this is like, it is a little different. You really don't have to think about healing a lot of the time. Whereas you're playing any other healer, you still have to like give it some thought.
Leaveless.
Yeah, Leakless.
And we're gonna get those life points back.
Yeah, back up to 7. It's looking a little healthier now. We still have convergence, so we would have to take another hit if we want to do that next combat. Oh, and there's the Enos pickup. Okay. I believe that's the third 6-star we've seen. Oh, also Aya,
Yep.
actually.
Oh yeah, I can't forget her actually. She's very important.
Yes, that is a 6-star.
And it's new tribe.
Oh yeah, and Shady
Now this is
Frozen
where the
Sea.
decision comes in. Is it? Do we want to stick with this run, or are we gonna try something else? It looks like we're going to go for it.
Getting this crew together
Okay.
wasn't easy. You better make them
Typhon is good for this one though, so she will definitely help.
Yeah, sounds like could have been a Virtuoso plus Reed Alter showcase. A lot of these showcases have a little bit of a problem where they're like, we want to bring the operator count as low as possible, so we use specific other ops, but a lot of the time that op ends up being Reed Alter. Roll compression, just super important in IS. So when you have an operator who just does that much, you sort of like, you're like, oh, well, I can make it like a 2-op or 3-op. But you forget that you're supposed to be showing what that other operator can do in the first place. Ooh, this is running very fast. It does a lot of damage too, plus 100.
Oh.
Yeah, I've seen this a couple times. It's really unfortunate. The Midnight's not quite able to do it. When the boss here buffs the enemy, it's I think 100 attack and 100 attack speed, so it's just brutal. Think about it as 4 times. Think about it as 4 times as much damage. And so that explains why Midnight just, exploded so fast. Alright, Enos has been undeployed. Enos generated some DP from the start, but it is an E1 Enos and it's gonna have a little bit more trouble keeping those enemies. That tile, it's really good. It's really good at E2. At E1, it's still alright if you have ground options to actually deal with the enemies not fully dying, or if you have a lot of DPS coming from the range tiles. But yeah, not quite enough there.
But right now our range DPS is focused on the boss.
Yep. But once the boss is dead, yeah, right now this enemy that's approaching is really tough. Hoshi is not the best tank for it, right? Since it's arts damage, I believe.
I think so.
Yep.
All I know is these guys hurt.
Not only is it arts, it's 1200 damage per hit.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And that's the kind of thing where you're like, Hoshi's amazing until you hit her with arts attacks, and it's like, well, the defense just doesn't count for anything. He has no res. Whereas if you're like Saria, you're like, enjoying that, was it 15 res? Gavial's a defender
but I know
player.
she had. Doesn't mean I remember all these numbers.
Hoshi does have some dodge, yeah.
She does. That's what I think everyone who uses Hoshi banks on, is being like, please tell me you're gonna dodge as many of these shots as possible.
Yep. And the only one who can dodge true damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
A huge claim to fame for Londinium Cannon stages.
Oh, yes.
Alright, Hibiscus Altar just takes care of the car for now, so we're not going to have any last minute struggles with the car anymore. Typhon's also got skill back up. So yeah, Typhon, amazing for killing most of the bosses. I think Nature's Wrath is a little bit harder. It's 10
That's
res,
fair.
I see. But on New Tribe specifically, she takes a little bit of time to do it. And in that meantime, you really do need to have some other solution set up. Which, yeah, as you saw, it can be a little bit tricky. But once you're past that scariness, it's pretty smooth sailing for the rest of it. I mean, there's 2 shots from Typhon left, there's 2 enemies left, Hoshi's there, Velarkvin's there, Hibiscus Altar is there, it's gonna be just a cakewalk. And so yeah, we're gonna survive that with a -3. Not bad at all. And right now, if you're looking at that squad, I think it's pretty healthy. It looks like there's only 4 6-stars, and it's like, oh no, how do we only have 4 6-stars? But at the same time, there's, Hibiscus Altar and Velarkvin aren't being taken into account there. And 5 stars are still pretty significant amounts of damage. Oh my god, that's Avenger.
Ooh.
Avenger
Avenger is great. Avenger is so fun.
Yeah, this is one of those game changers. Stat buffing ramps really well in Ice 4. When you see something like Emperor's Arts Collection, you see something like Carriage Driver's Whip, those are the ones you see more commonly. that can be huge. Not taking condensed suppressant to make one stage easier. Hey, condensed suppressant works on a total of like 3 stages, right? There's the ending 2 boss. There's long slot compensation, the one where you fight the 2 enemies, Frostbug and Snowdoe from Ice 2. And there's also Don't Turn Around Sluggies. Oh shit, no, there's a 4th one. There's also Nature's Wrath. Of course, at this point, there are only 2 stages that you could see, and one of them is an encounter fight, so it doesn't really make sense to draft it. But yeah, Avenger's just one of those relics that you see it's so good, you can't not take it.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that's real hard to pass up. And that is floor 3 done and done. Ooh, non-linear. That's gonna be fun to see later.
Yeah, you got non-linear. And yeah, so some of these, the mid-boss relics are all, they come from a pool that's considered good. But yeah, that means that Undusk is going to pause now, and Glow is about to get ready to play their F1 through 3.
Cool. And Glow has a fun-looking team setup.
Yeah, we've got Dorothy start. This is exciting for me. I like this one.
I've been hearing a lot about the Dorothy start, and it's gonna be fun to actually be able to watch it.
Yeah, starting with a 6-star too. Glow is a well-known Clutter Knights player, which is I'm terrible at defining this, but it's something like things that have summons that show up in the deploy bar but don't take up a deployment slot when you actually put them down. And the idea is like it just fills the stage with random stuff, and it fills your deploy bar with random stuff. It's like really fun to watch, and it's surprisingly powerful. Lots of really strong operators. Like you got Neil Size, you got Dorothy, Jessica Alter, Nightingale for healing actually, which I believe is like the only thing that Sarkaz have in common with Clutter. Not the only one.
Can't
not the
think
only
of
one.
anything else.
It's definitely. I'm not gonna lie. I do think of it as Glow's niche, but I tried it once. It was really cool. Really fun, right, Gabriel?
It's fun to watch. I think I would have a terrible time with it, but it is very fun to watch.
Yeah. It's coming soon. There's a decent number of people who do different flavors of Clutter, so yeah. It's definitely really fun niche to try. Like if I don't know if you see this and you're like, hey, I should try this. Like totally should. All right, Dorothy has a little claim to fame here, which is that she can place binds below these enemies before they actually spawn. And you have to do pause deploy in order to get these consistently, but of course Glow is going to be doing that. I can also see there's that little bit of a mine glitch. 2 tiles below Dorothy, that mine looked like an enemy walks right across it, but because of the way the enemy split walks into that block, it's not going to trigger because it's stuck. It's locked on that specific enemy dying. But yeah, the Dorothy start I've heard and I've seen it is really strong. Only reason
Smooth.
It maybe not mine is that it is high APM. It's one of those skill-based things you really have to execute perfectly every time. And I'm a little lazy. I'm a little lazy about my star. It's what it is. But yeah, leader squad, which means that there's no real bonuses. If Glow doesn't leak a bunch, there's not really much benefits. Oh, and we are maybe thinking about taking TRC. Yeah, this is
We got the cats.
It's a big 1-star pick, because you could see a lot of stages. Again, it's just like the U official pickup, 0 deploy cost, and TRC does a surprising amount of damage and occasionally CC as well, actually. Oh. Let me switch this over real quick. There we go. Yep, and Gaviel is, of course, taking notes on the scoring. Gaviel's become our official scorer, actually, and I am managing the UI, so it's fun. It's just the two of us right now, and we're having a lot of fun doing this.
It is quite fun. And also this, I'm gonna be honest, being the scorekeeper makes me have to like stay absolutely locked in at all times. Because I'm like, if I miss anything, no, I can't.
I've said it before. Gabriel is actually really good at the scoring part. Like, and I'm getting better at managing the UI myself, huh? It's better than my own notes. Okay, we got EM Beast. EM Beast is a fascinating floor 1 stage. Can very quickly explode, and
I do wonder how Dorothy would do on it, and I genuinely have no idea about how any of these are played with Dorothy, so I'm gonna be curious to see if we consider going for it.
yeah, I gotta be completely honest. I don't remember if EM Beast is actually leakless with the Dorothy start. Especially if your second pickup is TRC. You know, if your second pickup was something like Spot, maybe? I think
Yeah,
it's
something
pretty
where you have
comfortable.
a little bit more blocking going on.
Yeah, having like a Gummy, right? After I've seen like Gabriel start with Gummy, and I used to be like, oh, that's really silly. But then I saw like Gummy handles EM Beasts like significantly better than the Spot start.
Oh yeah.
And that's one of those things. It's like once you see it, you're like, oh, okay. You know, as much as it is like that is still kind of a hope spin if you're not playing Defender Supporter.
The battlefield.
It does secure your first floor.
We have a
You
vine
don't die.
chest.
All right, we are actually indexing up on floor 1 to take the Ghost of the Resort. That vine chest is a tricky one because you need to deploy something very far forward to actually commit to it. At the same time, you have the left side spawn for the 2 strong enemies. It's a little scary, a little bit scary. Not too many save tiles on this stage. You don't want to trigger those too early before you can deal with it, but it's not emergency, so I believe that there's not. It should be okay.
Makes it much easier.
Dorothy is a shocking amount of damage. Like, I think a lot of specialist players jokingly say Akka is their best sniper or Dorothy is their best sniper, but like it's got some truth in it. The amount of damage that Dorothy puts out, especially once you start sacking her mines, kind of crazy. Yeah, one of them is already dead.
And the other one's about to
And
be.
the other one's already dead. That's how fast it is. That's how fast it is with the Dorothy start. Very clean, very chill. That does mean that after this, no matter what, Glow does not have any option but to take emergency beasts. So
Yep.
this might be one of those, you know, indexing up on floor 1's a little bit unorthodox sometimes.
The sand will
Might be doing it to try to grab another operator that'll secure the win for beasts. Maybe looking for a defender, maybe looking for any 3 block.
Yeah, it does seem to be that we are banking on getting something here to make that a bit more survivable.
Yeah, I've got someone in chat saying that E1 Dorothy can't do emergency beasts well. So yeah, maybe that emergency pickup is necessary, but we'll have to see. I was also thinking about trying to get this chest actually. Yeah, the AoE on that mine.
And we're going for the chest.
Yeah, it's gonna wake it up. Let's see how this goes. It is 2 life points if you mess it up, and there's a chance at a restart, but ideally you really want to restart.
The panic's
Floor
little
3.
mouse.
Ooh, that's not a lot. It's a long bind though, so you can even undeploy Fang in order to get another spot for the mine, so that might be something that Glow is thinking about right now. That's a little bit under half. Ooh, Fang is just almost dead. Fang is dead, actually. Was that mine placed? That mine was in time. It doesn't look like it's gonna kill, though. Unfortunately, that is going to be -2. It's a good attempt. It's a good attempt, but that chest is still kind of strong, and you don't have a lot of time.
70% of my experiments don't turn out the way I want them to. The end
Guard.
lies in
Is there any guard here that can
Alright.
actually solve? So, okay. There's no medic, right? There's no medic in this specific start, which means that the Deegan... Normally the Deegan start can actually handle emergency beasts with, I think, maybe a little bit of RNG. I've seen it's definitely consistent if you have 2 medics, right? I think... I don't know, if I'm in this situation, I might even be thinking about a restart right now. It's a little scary.
Yeah,
think?
I would be a little worried, but also maybe there's something to Dorothy we don't know, but yeah. It's either that or, well, I was gonna say like maybe Blaze or something for the block, but even then, that's not gonna be an improvement at E1.
Yeah. Got somebody asking, yeah, which ops have the most res? I'm pretty sure a long time ago we looked this up and it was Thermex. Not really the first
So-
thing that would come to mind, but yeah. I think it's 50. Alright, this is a difficult
Thermex is
pick.
the true tank.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
And
something
honestly,
tells me there's a heavy discussion going on about what they're gonna pick here.
yeah, and honestly, like personally speaking, you know, I hope they both take their time on this. This is a kind of a critical moment. If a run dies on floor 1, well, you really don't want that to happen. You really
Yeah.
want to think about, in the absolute worst case.
We want success here.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to see some of the coolest runs, some of the craziest runs. Dying on floor 1 is, yes, in some definitions, a crazy
Dying
run,
on
but it's
floor
not
one
mine.
is my job. You can't take my job. I'm doing that later.
Nightingale on floor 1?
No, I'm not. Oh,
Huh? Sorry, what? Gabriel? And
What?
and
Nothing.
Nightingale?
I don't.
Who did you? What?
I don't.
Did you think that was Hoshi?
What are you talking about? I didn't say anything about Nightingale.
Dying on floor 1's your job. Oh no! You better not do that either.
I said dying on floor 1 is my job. Nightingale on floor 1 would be the opposite of dying. Unless
well,
it's mine.
if you pick
That is
Nightingale on
so
floor 1, you
probably
might die. You might die.
Yeah, that's true.
Being proactive, preparing for ending 3. I don't know about that. I think ending 3. You gotta get there. You gotta get to ending 3 before you beat ending 3. Fortunately, as last night we did see squad exploded on the floor 6 shop rob, but which means you don't get to do the ending, even if you have a preparation.
What an
for it.
explosion it was.
That's brutal. That was hard to see. Okay, we're picking up Tilbai. Tilbai, you know, I'm thinking about it. I remember with the typical Tilbai start that Beast's emergency isn't leafless.
Where are we
Alright,
going?
if you go in here, you better not leak 6. You really need to think carefully about this one. Actually, your teammate is playing sarcasm. You really gotta draft all the other ops. You know, the non-meta, or no, really the meta stuff, right? Pick up a lot of the meta stuff, like A Alter's taken, Ina's taken. To an extent, some people think Typhon is pretty meta. Oh, we've got a bot here, which I'm gonna explode real quick. One sec.
Oh, heal.
Love that. Love that. Just a fun part of things on Twitch, huh? Yeah, Dorothy. I wonder if Dorothy also has the ability to pre-deploy mines on beats. I'm actually not sure. I can remember if the beats show up on frame 1. Something I just like don't really think about, you know. On the other hand, I'm always like searching for where that pugilist shows up on Prisoner, so I do remember. I'm like, oh yeah, they don't spawn instantly. You have to like wait a second. They don't. That might be part of the solution then. That'd be interesting to see.
That definitely would help with some of what might happen.
Yep. And we are committed to Tilbad pickups, so let me just mark that in.
I mean, we kind of have to be. She is there in our hands. No taking it back.
It's kind of tense. You just really need a hard carry. I think with Leader Squad, the scariest thing is if you do a start that isn't 100% consistent on all stages. Because that could just kill you. That said, I'm like, I'm thinking, I'm curious if anybody else who, you know, big Dorothy fan, might know exactly how many leaks this might be. Oh, I think we're gonna see for ourselves in a second. Wasn't expecting it to be this tense on floor 1, honestly. Okay, opening with Fang. Got the classic, all of the extra sheep. According to the player, 2 to 8 leaks. Interesting.
Oh. Well,
2 to 8 is
we're
kind
gonna
of
need
a
to
wide
bank on
range.
being closer to the 2 than the 8 in this situation.
Yeah. Chilbai's defense is not amazing either. I'm really thinking, like, what is the strategy here? What's the idea? You have a tiny HP pool that you need to preserve on Fang. If Fang dies, you're in huge trouble. You're committing Fang as the #1 blocker, and you've also committed your other block down. So you're banking that maybe the combination of Chilbai and Mines will just kill. Maybe Dorothy as well. Ooh,
Yeah.
okay, we could throw we could throw Cruz down for more damage as well. Yeah, just look at Fang's HP. It's just like that one hit did that much.
Did
It's really
quite
scary.
a number.
Okay, waiting for both of them to be in range. And yeah, Fang's already at half. This kind of management, you have to add more. I think maybe Mines is going to be the key here. Is Undusk Sarkaz gaming? Yeah, well, somewhat. Undusk is certainly playing a Sarkaz core with a little bit of additional help from, like, you know, Aya, Inez, some other like Hoshi picks, but
Oh yeah, there's a lot of thinking going on.
yeah, we like Cyrethan's run is one of those things where it's like unbelievable pop off, but you still do need to, you know, play consistently. You really need to make sure that what you're doing is going to work, and I don't see anything wrong with, you know, picking up the Enos and the Aya to really secure it. It's a team event, you know, you gotta let do your teammate proud, and I think those drafts are really good in order to survive the mid boss there.
Yeah.
Now, if Glow does continue at this pace, we might be looking at Gaviel playing somewhere in, you know, 3 a.m. for Gaviel. Gaviel, hopefully you've got a lot of energy drinks prepared.
I have one.
That's
I have
enough.
a singular energy drink for later and a prayer.
I'll send you something later or something. I don't know.
That's why I have a whole box. I could just sit down next to me and be like, "Let's go."
Yeah, if Red Bull wants to sponsor this tournament, I'm not gonna say no.
Ready for action.
Okay, but Fang is on deploy now. We're actually gonna just use mines to hold everything. This is
Oh,
scary. I really have to say it's scary.
scary.
And one of the key things here about the sheep is that I think every other sheep gets stopped on Chilbai's top.
Oh.
Oh, that's gonna be -1.
Oh,
It's so close too. I think a little bit more mines getting stacks for Dorothy means that we're going to then be able to kill more consistently.
Slightest vibration.
oh.
But I think,
Yeah.
oh, did TRC sleep?
TRC sleeps. Yeah, TRC.
That's
give him a little-
terrible. Yeah, TRC might not actually be helping here. Negative value right now. Okay.
Man, if only we had an Aerito on the team.
Yeah, we need Blemmy on the team too.
Reshape the
Yeah, that's all you need.
Blemmy's
Just
actually
do
a
a
solve
full
here.
sleep team. That's true. Well, yes.
Now, the other thing to
That-
call out here,
that would help.
if you throw mines on cooldown, you are going to run out of mines, and Glow is obviously aware of this. So one of the keys here is you want to try to make it so that you only explode mines on enemies who aren't going to get blocked on Chilbai, so that you can maximize Chilbai's HP pool and the mine value without running out. Because yeah, you're burning through these mines right now. Look at this. Just have E2 Deacon. All right, not everybody can have E2 Deacon, especially not with a leader squad start. Remember, I consider this the hardest squad. This is I think many people do. It's almost pretty uncontroversially. This is the hardest squad. And yeah, look at that.
Alrighty.
Chilbai actually does
There we
kill
go.
the Basura Beast, and that's one of the
And
toughest
now
parts
Fang
of this.
is back with all of her health. Which,
Yeah. it was a
Makes
really
this a bit less scary.
yeah, it was a really tough call, I think, to have to underplay Fang in the middle there, and it ended up being a leak, especially with the unlucky TRC. But right now, it's looking like that might have been the right
It looks.
choice.
Oh yeah.
And Dorothy's got stacks. Cruz has been placed. Okay, that's gonna be 2 blocks on Fang. It's a little scary right now.
Okay, that's one sheep down. So yeah, we're just gonna have to keep banking on those mines being able to lessen the block load.
Yeah, and for people who are wondering what leader squad is, it's when you lose a life point, you do automatically gain 1 back at the end of a run. And it's just leak 1. Really nicely done. Really
Alrighty.
scary, tense moment, but pulled through, not dying off floor 1 with leader squad. Oh god, you get hit with convergence though.
Oh.
You do not want to see convergence this early. That's a terrible thing.
Oh.
Shobai and Flamebringer. Wrong
Well-
account. That's not the Sarkaz player.
Well, the temporary Flamebringer is extra points.
Yeah, I guess Undusk is just collapsing Glow into playing Sarkaz right now. I think that's a pretty decent pick. Right now you want to save 4 hope for the shop. There's a lot of items that will take you from 4 to 8. And any one of those you sort of want to have it so that you can then have a 6-star. But yeah, we're picking up the Flamebringer now. That is a fascinating temporary operator, and it is going to be bonus points. Players who pick up a temporary operator are going to get 30 points. Okay, regional action plan is going to give you a +2. Ben Spear's Deathmatch is one of those relics that can be very run defining. In both positively and negatively. If you had a low defense in the first place, you don't really care. If you had a high defense before, suddenly you're just not hitting breakpoints. But usually it's very good. Guards don't tend to have that much defense anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
It's an interesting one. We're not seeing a specials promotion. That's pretty uncommon anyway. The only 3 vouchers you can see are Caster, Medic, and Vanguard. Of which Glow does not have any of those. Able to promote at least. Now, Deathmatch and
forget that those are the
Chillby.
only 3 you can get.
Yeah, Deathmatch and Chillby is pretty good. Is it completely run solving? No.
No.
Especially not at E1, especially not for the first 2 floors. What you want is healing. You really wanted to see a medic voucher right now. It's looking like this is about to shape up into a struggle run. And that's not me putting the caster's curse on this run. That is just, sometimes you see this. Sometimes you see one player just have an absolute god run where everything goes right, all the vouchers are perfect, and they just cruise on through. And sometimes
Then you're gonna see a run where everything goes wrong.
Yep, you hit every unlucky branch on the way down. That said, Glow has an eject button, I guess. You can still reset before the end of floor 3, which means that right now you could definitely, you want to take your run seriously, right? Something could change. Any bad run could turn into a great run. Something like an HR letter, maybe an old fan right now, that would be huge. Any run can always turn around, so you can never really throw a run. But you could also be gunning for get to floor 3, reset immediately, and let's try this again. Maybe not with leader squad, maybe still with leader squad, we'll have to see.
Collection complete.
We talked with the players before their runs, so I believe that Glow's plan is if this doesn't go well, it's going to be a cast spec start with something like maybe, I'm not sure if it's Yato. That would be pretty reasonable. Could be something else.
Yeah.
Could be Dorothy again, actually. Flamebringer has a katana, so he's a Musha. Fortunately,
I love the enthusiasm. I don't think that's how it works.
correct me if I'm wrong, isn't he a Dreadnought?
Down, and you won't get hurt anymore.
I have no idea. He's one of those characters that I think I have, but I'm also not 100% sure if I even have them because I never pay attention to
I
them.
don't even know if he's a welfare.
Something's not right. In position.
No, I won't
Like, in my mind, I think he is, and I hope that, like, Undusk isn't out here, like, absolutely raging that I know this little about Flamebringer, because surely, like, there are many people who don't know anything about Flamebringer, right? It's fine, right? He is a welfare. Okay, cool.
Ah,
Alright, yeah, look at Tilvi and Flamebringer actually putting in quite a lot of work here.
yeah. So far, this one's looking a lot safer than the last one we saw.
Yeah, we've got an 18 enemy version, which also means no senior caster, and I think this is just this stage. If you get the 18 version, I think it's quite easy. It's yeah, really chill, nicely done, no leaks at all. Damn, see that forgettable? Unfortunate. Alright, not getting any hope here, so it's going to be 4 hope for a supporter voucher, which often is going to be U official, but could be Quirkus actually. This squad
The help
has
would be nice.
not a lot of healing. There's a Heidi if you want to lean into that direction. There's Orchid is interesting. Not sure that's like you necessarily need Orchid, but it is free, it is damage, it is a 3-star. We're gonna take Orchid. Alright,
Already we have
we
a Scout
have
or a Bosky.
the classic Scout and Bosky are just not connected. And for players who don't know this, or I guess viewers who don't know this, the Bosky on 4-2 guarantees that there was also Scout. It doesn't guarantee anything other than that. Scout doesn't guarantee Bosky, and Scout and Bosky don't have to be connected, and they don't have to show up in the correct order. When I say correct, I mean Scout first.
Scout.
And yep, right now taking the Bosky means going to 0 index and being blind. If you get an emergency right after that and you don't get a combat Bosky, it could be incredibly bad for you. But we're gonna skip that. We're gonna Scout.
Rusted Razor.
And Rusted Razor's pretty good. That's physical damage. Oh, Dominion. This is not a good set of collapses so far. Convergence is really awful right now.
These are some mean ones.
Dorothy is back. What is that dreadful foe? It is Nature's Wrath.
Nature's Wrath.
We haven't seen that one yet. We have not. We've seen New Tribe 3 times. We've seen Blade Signifier, right? We've seen Blade Sig.
Yeah.
We've seen
Blade
New
Sig.
Tribe. We've seen Tree Snatcher, which was really exciting. And we've seen we haven't seen Nature's Wrath. Okay, now with an E2 Dorothy, I guess you're probably gonna be a lot more comfortable. Yeah, we haven't seen Breathing and we haven't seen Earthquakes. Breathing and Earthquakes, 2 of the alt bosses, also worth bonus points too. They're... I wouldn't necessarily say they're harder. You know, they're sort of gimmicky. But because you just never see them, sometimes your ability to actually practice these stages is really low. And a lot of the time that means that when you finally hit them, if it's in tournament, you have to just reactively play. There is a Vine Creep chest. I think Glow has definitely spotted it.
Is it the Vine Creep Revenge? Are we going to be able to beat this one?
We have a lot more time. It is coming from the bottom lane, which I actually think is not good. It's a little bit harder, right? You have your Dorothy committed to the right side, and that's it's a much safer place to put Dorothy. But it means that you're not getting any damage from Dorothy herself for the Vine Creep chest if you do bring it all the way up to the top. I'll have to see. You have all the way until the end of the stage to actually pop it. You can always use something like TRC at the last second. Alright, you see this mine placement right now?
Purposefully avoiding vines.
Yeah, making very sure not to accidentally trigger this chest, because dealing with it at the end is one thing, trying to grab it right now is like potential suicide.
That would be very rough to watch, I think.
The sand will reshape the land.
Ansel as your only medic still. It's not the most comfortable, but it's getting the job done for now. In a little bit, we're going to get we're gonna get a crocodile from the left side. We're also going to get a caster in the middle. Actually, Gabriel, is it gator or is it croc?
A great question. Don't know.
I feel like this would be your thing to know. If you don't know, who's gonna know?
I don't know.
Okay, apparently
I don't know the names of any of them.
Okay, the professional name for it is Tiaka Ritualist. There we go. Oh no, now you're getting called out for being a fake crocodile.
Boo-hoo.
Okay. You can see the mines are doing good work getting rid of that crocodile. They're also both crit. It's pretty lucky. And here comes the caster in the bottom lane, the one in the middle's already been dealt with. These are the last few enemies too, which means that if you want to actually proc the chest, now might be the time. Probably want to let... Yeah, one of the ideas here is you probably want to just get this caster now so that you can also trigger the chest at the same time. You don't want the runner to accidentally just pop all of the mines that you've spent so long placing. That next mine is definitely going to kill the caster. And looking at the top lane, it's pretty safe right now. Kilby is actually not being devoted to dealing damage on the left side, which hopefully it's not necessary. We'll have to see. And still a little bit of HP left on that croc, which means you can't quite set up yet. And alright, now is the time we have to decide, do I want to start redeploying things? For example, Cruz isn't doing anything, Bang probably isn't the best thing here. If you redeploy them, you might not really get them back in time, but a few seconds earlier might have had some value. The other thing that Glow can do, which would be really funny to see right now, is to roll some crit mines and just undeploy the mine, put a mine back, hope that it's a crit one, because that damage difference is significant. Very significant. That said, it looks like it might be close. Might actually just be enough. Oh yeah, look at that damage.
There we go.
Yeah, and that is a Vine Creep chest on floor 3. That's also going to be points. Okay. Yep. You see Canopy, you see any other green fold, you're going to take the other green fold. Gonna be so restrictive. Guard and Medic, this could be a Reed pickup, this could also be a Teal by promotion, or a Deegan pickup maybe? Maybe even Weiner. Although, right now what do you need? Your only healing is Ansel, so it sort of feels like skipping a Medic right now might be a little bit hard.
You either definitely need more healing, or you're going to want to try and... Yeah, there we go. Get some type of upgrades going on.
Alright, we are upgrading the Teal by. We're right that there's only 2 6-stars so far.
Yeah, I think so. And we're going into the Bosky.
Ooh, hope with every step forward. You want to see 3 nodes on this, but unfortunately we are only seeing 2. Oh! Okay, this is a pretty big deal. The floor 4 emergencies are... There's a couple exceptions, but they're generally worth 80 points. But there is an additional rule that we have, which is if you see it early, and you do take it, it's actually worth double if it's 1 floor early and triple if it's 2. Fortunately, Glow did skip it. It is kind of a scary thing to force yourself into immediately.
I'm not fucking with that right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of stages that could kill you. It really hurts though. So right now you could take Crafty, which means that that's your last combat before facing the boss, or you could take Rational Fracture, and it'll give you an emergency, but it is a forced emergency. That said, still with the reset on the table, it means that you could take a little bit of risk here and see what that emergency is.
If only we had a Dorothy expert here who could tell us what emergencies on these floors Dorothy's able to clear easily, and what she can't.
I can
Instead,
take a
we're
guess.
just gonna have to see.
Crafty Beast is a no-go.
Oh yeah.
Shady Frozen Sea, it helps a lot actually. Rational Fracture should be fine too. Did Glow reset? No, this is actually the first one.
No, still going.
No any too big. Yeah, it's Leader Squad. The most important thing if you're looking at Leader Squad is probably picking up an ending 3 since you're already getting 1.2. Like, my personal opinion, that ending 3 multiplier is hard to pass up, really significant. And even if you die, you still get it if you just make it past the first one. Alright, Rational Fracture though. We are going down to look at what that emergency is.
Dew falls heavy. Grass bends low. Something's not right. In position.
Oh. Oh no. Bang right into Dominion, losing her organs immediately.
Do you need the traps activated?
And these are S3 mines.
Thrust! Please hold on.
And S3 mines do arts damage, I believe. They also play slow. The thought here might be that arts damage is just going to do better on these enemies.
Stay down.
So we're giving up the bind in exchange for a little bit more damage from Dorothy.
Which may help.
No. I won't let you take another step.
Yeah, look at this mine placement. And also the difference between E1 and E2 in terms of just having mines. Not running out of mines so quick in the beginning.
Is huge.
Yeah, okay, that the champion's already half dead. You are down to 6 mines, you're down to 5 mines now. And the second champion's here because you're able to stall that for just so long. Okay.
I won't let you take another step.
Yeah, both these mines are going to explode here. That's extra value on the mob clear too. This is looking like a bit of a masterclass on how to use the mine, huh? S3 mines. Personal experience, I think I've only ever seen like S2 usage on most of these stages. And it's kind of cool to see just why you might want to use some of the other skills too.
Oh, the medication is here. Take it.
Yeah, fake load that law.
Be off no blade is mercy. Brace yourself.
Alright. Dorothy at this point's also gotten a ton of stacks, so just look at her own damage, it's really high now. And that champion's dead as well. This is definitely going to be leakless. Yeah, this last guy has like no res, but tons of defense. Only reason Yato actually even does something to these sometimes is just that little bit of arts that she has. But Dorothy can just decide to switch her main damage over to arts. She is out of mines. But this guy does another lap before walking into the top loot box, so it's not going to be a problem at all. At this point, you can add more damage, you can add a little bit of cruise, it's going to be chip, but it doesn't, you don't even need it. And dropping a crit mine on the field just flex on the enemy. Really nice Rational Fracture.
We've accomplished our objective as planned.
Okay, index pickup is absolutely massive, and another 2 hope. Total 14 right now. Patrol is huge, Originium is okay, not bad. You're already getting tree next floor. Oh, Vanguard and Medic. So that could be a meal size, could be a read as well. And not be Enos though. Yeah, it's gonna be meal size, so that is actually gonna be a 6-star pickup.
So close and yet so far.
Emergency. This is it's one of those stages where I don't think Dorothy helps a ton, but I might be wrong. No more Dominion.
That's nice.
Yeah, Dominion's a really good one to get rid of here because there's Snow Closing Yet So Far doesn't have that many tiles in the first place. What is it, like 13 tiles? Something pretty low anyway, so there is usually a good chance that you're gonna lose some important tiles when you have Dominion. Yeah, your Ansel as your healer on emergency Snow Closing Yet So Far is somewhat iffy. We have Deathmatch, which means that Chobai can help with air damage a little bit, but it also means that she's a little bit squishy too. Ooh, I'm going for S3. We also have Meal Size. So one of the nice things about Meal Size is if you can just have clones down, they can soak up a ton of damage. And the output's also not bad. On this stage, you really can't have Dorothy die. I think if you can just keep Dorothy alive the whole time and use the mines effectively, yeah, the melee enemies might not be the problem, but I still think the drones are a little tough, especially since Chobai has arts. Yeah, that is true. Ansel pointing down is a classic. One of the few medics that can actually reach all the way down there. And cheap. And cheap. It's one of those things that makes Ansel my favorite 3-star medic pickup.
That's true. He is a nice medic.
Yeah.
He's good early on at least, and I think
this and Shady
that's
Force and
what
C
matters.
too. Oh, okay, no, we're going for a reset actually.
Oh?
Decided not to
Looks
take
like
the
we're doing
risk
a
on this
reset.
one, so we are gonna go back to floor 1. And let's see what the squad is this time. Are we going with cast spec? Got it queued up, ready to go the moment it's picked. Ah, there it is! Cast spec! And we also do get to keep the kettle start because we made it to floor 3. It's a little bit lucky. It's nice to see. Maybe Globe might have wanted the 2 hope start, but I think it's still pretty good to have a kettle. You can sometimes have neither, and that really is not great. Okay.
Getting neither is not fun.
Yep, and if you're playing cast spec, you gotta take a spec or you gotta take a caster, and let's see who it's gonna be. Unless this is a 3-star squad. No way, is this a 3-star squad?
Oh?
As your heart desires, instant E to Dorothy. It can happen. After you reset, there's no restrictions on what squads you can take. Oh, Lynn start.
Ooh, a Lynn.
Okay, Lynn start. I know that Glow's been practicing this one. So, it is E1. It is an E1 start. And the E1 Lynn start is definitely a lot harder than the E2. Some stages actually really demand you to just have a specific pickup. For example, Ghost of the Resort. If your first pickup is not Malantha, you can't do it. Yeah, as I was saying, like, reset as your heart desires, see how lucky you can get. I think ultimately, really good decision not to do that. Alright, Lynn's just gonna completely annihilate this.
Look
Kinda
at her
nice when
go.
when your first up has just really good AoE. You're definitely happy about it.
Makes one of the trickier stages this easy.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it performs at emergency though.
Maybe we'll find out.
Oh, we've got Lynn on the Cantonese voice too. That's pretty cool. Alright. First stage, no incident. No more resets. This is it. Anything that happens here has to stay. Means that you might not be able to take quite as much risk as before.
No one will ever find their remains.
Guard voucher, but unfortunately you only have 6 hope. That is the difference between the kettle and the 2 hope start. I'm gonna take Popcar. Oh, goes to the resort. Again. On normal, this is pretty comfortable. Oh, do you see it, Gaviel?
Oh, the extra enemy?
Yeah, there it is.
Yay.
32.
Let's see which one it is.
Which ones can go get here? So I think if it's the duck, it's sort of a lost cause, unfortunately. But if we get the dog, I think it's possible. If we get the bear, I'm not so sure. Might still be possible. I think we're hoping to see the dog right now.
Yeah.
Okay, popping that first enemy. Popping both enemies at the same time, actually. That's a little bit scary. But Spot is healing, and Spot's
Looks like
healing is
we're
actually
fine.
quite enough on the normal. I think everyone hopes to see dog. I think that's true. Yeah, no, I think that's true, yeah.
Yeah.
There's like maybe minor exceptions for if you're playing Reed, there's some points where you actually literally just can't get the dog.
Oh. It is Gopnik.
It's Gopnik. That's a lot of HP and res and just mega stats.
He is the tank.
Oh, okay, let's see how this damage looks. And if... Oh, it's a one-shot. That's scary. That's also
Oh.
one... Oh, it's not enough. It's a good attempt. I think maybe E2 lane actually does have it. But that's what happens. Sometimes when you reset, you don't get to have your E2 guarantee anymore.
Hard work. Even an idiot can get the job done.
Yeah. Leader squad was difficult, but after reset we were playing cast spec, so I'm hoping to see some good easy luck, and that's Beast Awaiting Slaughter emergency. Again, this time we have Spot in the squad.
That's at least more block than what we were working with last time.
That is true, and Leader's gimmick is actually to restore 1 life after each combat. And I believe start with more life in the first place. I think you get +3. It's just considered one of the worst squads because if you're not leaking and if you're playing well, you're really hoping that you're not leaking. You don't really get anything out of it. Leader does not have better relic chances, no. I'm not sure there actually is a squad that offers better relic chances. Okay. Got Spot in a very classic position. And the main thing right here is just having the absolute correct timings for Spot to actually keep him alive. If you mess up the
Not want him
timings
dying
here,
here.
it can get pretty bad pretty fast. Oh, that is going to be -1. But right now, I'm not sure the Glow's looking to just, leakless it. As much as like leaklessing a emergency stage would be nice for points. You're gonna get half points if you leak, but the #1 objective is to survive. You really have to live before you can win. Texalt says emergency beasts. Wow, yeah, Texalt would be pretty good for emergency beasts, huh?
It's true.
Yes, the consequences collapse, and that's also why, as like the meta thing, you can't leak. If you're getting life back, it doesn't negate that problem. In IS4, like that's also why Eternal Hunting Squad is like a big preferred squad for a lot of people. It's very consistent because you just don't have to work with collapses. Pretty sure, like Relicless, you always play Eternal Hunting, right? That is 2 enemies on
Just
Popcorn, 1 enemy
barely.
3 enemies on Spot. It's just enough, but Spot's almost
Oh,
dead.
but Spot's gonna.
It's not. Oh! Cruz was
Oh.
able to kill. Cruz was able to kill, but these last 3 enemies, that might. I think one of them's on Popcorn, this one's not. Yeah, it's
There
gonna
he
be
goes.
-3.
Skirt right by.
Night Lance Pro. And a free Swire! This is a really tricky moment. Swire is a very cool pickup, but can very quickly become a problem if you have Barrow. Also, it's E1 that can be some dead weight, and imagine having to spend another voucher promoting later. It's a little risky. On the other hand, it is
like we're going
free,
back
it
to
is
Dorothy.
points. You do have a shop coming up, but we are going to have to pick Dorothy for consistency, huh? And we also have Glass Bird and Heavy Music, so we could actually negate some of the collapse here. Escape Crane. What does that do? Escape Crane? Is Escape Crane any good for this squad? I'm not so sure. Could be interesting though. And we're picking up Meal Size instantly. So leaning into some of these Clutter Knight picks, right? Meal Size, Dorothy, definitely in that niche. And we have to
Gotta pick
mark
what
that
you
down,
know.
of course. So Arknights, actually one of the interesting things, the game does perform differently between 1 and 2x for some things. It's not, yeah, like as I said, it's not actually relevant here. The main thing is these early floors, you just cannot be making mistakes. You have to get everything right.
That's true.
And later on, there might be a little bit of time pressure in order to, you know, we're trying to keep all the runs within a 4-hour limit, which means 2 hours per player. If you play runs yourself, you know 2 hours is, I would say, on the higher end of how long runs usually take. But in the interest of not exploding early, you know, we want players to absolutely give it their best shot. You don't want to accidentally die on floor 1. Are we taking the torch? That's pretty exciting. Torch early on can definitely help out. Yep, and if players do start, you know, breaking way past the 4-hour mark, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what to do about that. But I'm hoping that, you know,
We're hoping that's not going
Everyone's-
to be a concern.
yeah, everyone's going to try to, you know, you gotta be respectful to your other competitors as well. We've got 16 teams in this tournament for the playoffs, and that means that some of these days got 2 runs back to back. Actually, like Gabriel's playing after this. And gotta respect your fellow competitors, right? Don't want to make sure that they play too late. Unless that's your strategy, in which case,
Drive them slightly sleep deprived and insane. You know what? That's fair. I
I don't
respect the
support.
strategy.
No, I don't respect that strategy. Gabriel, Gabriel, why are you you play dirty? What the hell? Okay, well we're going to Valsky though. I'll have to talk about this later. And it is I missed the condition.
I also missed it.
Torch does count operators and not summons, I believe that's correct. It's move speed Bosky. Okay, tanky Bosky. That is a scary one. Oh, Torch counts summons? Really? Did not know that actually. Okay, yeah, people asking the format. This is a bit of an outstanding question for me. Right now, the plan is actually playoffs is going to determine the scores, and just the top 2 are going to come back for a final. If the expansion is announced to be a certain day and it's pretty far out, I would love to do 4-2-1 instead of just 2-1, but we'll have to see if that's possible. Gotta make sure that this fits before the expansion. Especially the playoff section. It would be hilarious if some people had to play post-expansion and some people only had pre-expansion.
Oh, that hilarious, but also terrible.
Oh yeah, yeah. For the gameplay experience, it would be nice if everybody had an equal level playing field. If you let birds get to playoffs, something terrible has happened. That means you did a good run.
Terrain data collection complete.
Yeah, jetpack
That
guys never
means
take off.
The birds popped off.
Yeah, we're going to low altitude. Gabby, was this emergency?
No, it was not. The
All
other
right.
two were emergency. This was the only regular.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair.
물결을 따라 흘러가거라.
Yeah, fine.
14 teams must lose for content. I cannot overstate just how much Zai hedged when talking to me about how there was going to be floor 1 explosions from both of them, and that they weren't practicing, and that she was going to like die so fast. And I was like, oh god, the second player is not going to be ready 3 hours ahead of their time slot. And
You all
then
need
want to
to
run
stay
so far, the only completed run in the tournament out of the 4 runs that we've seen, 2 pairs. Alright, we do have a -1 here, unfortunately. Opening was a little bit rough, but it looks a little stable now.
Yeah.
And since these guys never actually build up the attack speed to fly, it's not too scary. Look at that attack speed stacking. Spot is very fast right now.
아직 인사하기엔 이른데. 관시대動かないで. The slightest vibration can change the result.
Alright, there's a giant cluster right now, and I actually really can't tell what's happening, but
You say.
fingers crossed it's stable and safe.
It looks like we're gonna make it out with just that one early leak.
Yeah, I wonder what their comms are like right now. I believe that actually one of them might be streaming their POV, so that's something you're interested in seeing as well. Like, you should go take a look. Interesting.
The sand will
On our side, we're going to be continuing that analysis, and it's
We get to
looking-
sit
it's
there and
looking
guess
okay.
what they're thinking.
Yeah, which is really fun, actually.
Okay, unable to get that chest. Not that it's worth any extra points, but also ingots
It's
are
ingots.
ingots.
And there's Nightlands Pro, which means that chest's actually worth 5.
don't turn out the way I
Oh
want.
yeah. Ooh, emotional.
The answer lies
Not a terrible, not a great one.
Emergency.
Okay,
Oh, wow.
Cardigan pickup is really nice here. Spot is kind of a squishy defender. Good healing, but not good surviving. Cardigan has a massive HP pool. Sometimes you can make good use of that. That is E Unwell though. Emergency Unwell 48. We love that stage. I love that stage. It's a really funny stage. On tanky, it's kind of a threat. And Lin is a difficult operator to use sometimes on this. I think if you're on S3, you're pretty limited in your positioning, or you're committing to actually breaking a box. Neither of which is great. Does Nightlands Pro increase ticket chest spawn rate? No. Just the drops. I believe it's 2.5x. E2 Lin can take S1? Yes. I usually have seen S1 on this stage, and I think Glow's been practicing this quite a bit, so I'm gonna assume that Glow might know that as well. Maybe there are some details in the execution too. I see some competitors in the chat talking about, are they here for a good time or are they here to explode? And I think it's both. I think that's always the goal. Have a good
It's a
time
little bit of
exploding.
both, and that's enjoyable.
Enjoy exploding. Alright, think about that comp right now. Now, EM Well is not worth any extra bonus points, but it's going to be 40 if you're able to clear it without leaks. And it's 20 if you still leak, so little bit scary of a stage. You know, sometimes you don't have much practice with the tanky Bosky especially. I actually think it's like moments like these where sometimes if you just have really good, how to put it, like knowledge of your operators and you can sort of react to these situations, you might actually have a better time than usual.
That's true.
Like a lot of players, I'd say myself included, are like figure out strategies and then a lot of times stick to them, like iterate on them a little bit, but a lot of time just stick to things. And when you really throw a wrench in the works, like this is something you have to really work around now. You don't get to practice this all the time. Okay, think about where to put Dorothy. The main difference between normal and emergency for this stage is, of course, there's going to be an instigator that makes these civilians unblockable. It's going to spawn along with the tyrant that always does. And you need a way to sort of deal with it quickly, or if you can just reveal everything before, then it's not a problem. And I believe that Lynn, I'm pretty sure, Lynn is not a, like, not a Clutter Knights op, but it's also Zalak op, which is Glow's other niche. So far these 6 stars are just completely within, you know, the ops that Glow's very familiar with. In terms of being able to react to this and just knowing what the ops are going to do, I think it's pretty comfortable. But then there's still a little thing like game knowledge, and right now, like Milsice's clone could actually be attacking that box. I don't think it's going to, there's a lot of other targets. Oh no, it is actually. There's an enemy leaking through. Yeah, they're not dying. I'm a little bit worried about this now.
It's scary.
Lynn's skill isn't up yet, and I don't think that's skill 1 either. That is skill 3, right? That is definitely S3. We're committing to breaking that block. That's very interesting. Also very scary.
Oh, and the Popcar's dead.
Yeah, Popcar has died. That enemy is invisible again. Unfortunately, there aren't any blocks, so there's nothing you can really do about that. We're already down to 2 lives left once this guy walks, and they're going to take their time. How is the cycling going to look in terms of getting Lynn back up to actually kill these 2 enemies on the left? Oh, and is that emotional entity? It's really hard to tell with this guy. He always has a bit of a red effect.
I think that might be emotional.
I am not sure.
It's hard to tell you how.
But yeah, you're 3 lives down. I think you need to press that cardigan like now.
Yeah, the cardigan
It does you no good to hold on to
heal
it.
herself.
Yeah, I think but Glow's a little bit preoccupied with. Oh, nope. Saw it immediately. Okay, we're still fighting. Spot is back, so at this point, think very carefully. Do you want to put Spot forward or do you want to put Spot back? I think back might actually not be bad here. You're not really in a rush to block things in Dorothy's range specifically. There is a mine stuck there, taking up one of the nicer tiles for Spot. What you need to make sure is that enemies aren't going to leave Lynn's range. Lynn is going to be doing a ton right now. It's so mandatory. And you can only leak one more thing. If you don't have a block ready to deal with these spies, you're in trouble. Yeah, Spot just died. And I think Glow's gonna try to reveal the enemy. Yeah, 1 to the left, and then that immediately will trigger the mine. It's gonna help out tons here. But it looks like the Instigator's not dying, and neither is the Tyrant. And Tyrant is... well, Cardigan has 3 block.
Yeah.
If Tyrant goes through, Cardigan doesn't live. And the Tyrant looks a little unstoppable right now. It's a little bit scary. Oh no, Popcar's dead.
First hit is gonna... Oh.
I think the Tyrant is like the only thing you can leak here. There's 40 seconds left. Is there anything that can be done? You have to kill the Tyrant now.
You have to, yeah.
Oh, Cardigan is not dead from one hit, but it's really bad. Oh no.
Oh.
I think that might be it.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, you hate to see it. That is a really tough fight. Emergency on well and a tanky Bosque on floor 2. And you don't get to have your E2 start either. Well, 07. 07 for Glow. But that does mean we are going to move over after we see the score to Undusk, who is waiting on floor 4.
181.
181. Alright. And that does mean, yeah, we're switching back now. Man, this is really tough. I wonder if that Bosque was the thing that like did it, you know?
Yeah,
Some
that
Bosques with the squad.
That Bosque is not what you want to see.
Yep. Wait, Bosque. And it's like, it's the tough thing is that you're on your second run and you know you have to ramp up a little bit, and it's really tempting to take one of these, especially if in Glow's mind maybe this was the only Bosque that wasn't doable. Maybe deploy limit I think would have also been kind of hard, but maybe it was only this one, right? And you're like, well, as long as I don't get this one as well as the emergency layout,
then maybe it'll be fine.
Yeah, but in the end that risk is still too much. And I think that Lynn is not the best user of the torch. I wonder if maybe a different Dorothy could have done something with it. Because Dorothy is a lot of attack. A lot of attack, and with a little bit of attack soon, maybe it would have helped. But even then, it is an E1 Dorothy. It's tough to say.
And there's only so much you can do when you have that. I mean, still overall, I would say put up a good fight. Like, and that Lynn, she did do enough damage. I do think it was just, yeah, a really tricky stage to get with this setup.
Yeah, if that Tyrant was also an emotional entity, that was like the most brutal of situations. It's not...
I'm pretty
it's
sure
hard to plan for that.
Emotional.
It's really hard to plan for that, yeah. It's hard to tell because like it has these red effects anyway, but if it was, yeah, that was super bad.
Yeah, that's honestly, yeah, with this team setup, I think it was kind of a you did the best you could.
Oh, actually, did Glow have emotional entity already? I can't remember. Actually, I don't think, yeah, I think I would have been 0 actually. Maybe it wasn't emotional. I think emotional might have been the first run. Well, one of the tougher things is keeping track of what collapses you need to forget the collapses.
Yeah, and that's not something that's really easy to keep track of, especially considering the fact
Yeah,
that you
so-
can get rid of a collapse at any time.
I guess it wasn't emotional. I think it was really the just the tanky Bosque is just that bad. That enemy always has the red, yeah. So it's really hard to tell when it is emotional. Oh, the leak and low altitude did have emotional? Okay, no, maybe it was then. Either way, it's just tough. Unless this is running into a little bit of an emulator issue, so I'm gonna hold for a second. No big deal. Should be okay.
Yeah, we can just.
Yeah, still 07. I think that Glow really, you know, with the 2 emergency beasts handling and just like staying cool under pressure for those, I think there's still some like really good moments there.
Oh yeah.
Because
Overall,
it has a hood. Okay. Yeah. Overall.
I don't know, I just got distracted by that. I was really just gonna say, overall, I think it was still interesting, and I can see where if having some of those characters maybe getting E2'd earlier or something would have helped.
Yeah, I mean, you can think about it
And
a
also
little bit.
just
If that
avoiding
Lin,
that boss key.
yeah, if that Lin
Oh.
was E2 from the start, right? Then that means that when you go
Yeah.
inside, you're gonna have another promotion. So looking at that squad, I think your next pick would definitely be Dorothy. E2 Dorothy with torch damage. I think that wouldn't be a lost cause, right?
Oh no, I think that would have been able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, one of the things also to keep in mind is with this, because you're in the tanky basket and the enemies move slowly, you don't need quite as much commitment to actually revealing the enemies. Maybe something like Cruz revealing, and then Dorothy doesn't need to quite be there and can just sit at a different tile. But yeah, it's hard to speculate. The tanky basket is just a tough one.
The tanky Bosky is, I'd say, one of the worst Boskies. Especially early on if you're not prepared to handle it.
Later on it's really nice because you're usually ramping damage very hard. And then early on,
Early on, it can insta-kill you.
yeah, I put it right up there with the debating burning sing before entering the stage. That, you know, I think the thing is the attack speed would help, but the attack just isn't there, right?
Yeah, and
At the end of the
characters
day,
are still so squishy.
if your ops don't do damage, making them not do damage faster doesn't really make them do damage. So it's just a tough spot to be in.
It was a rough one. You did do well, I would say, in it, all things considered. Like, there did seem a moment where there was just I give up, I'm out.
Yeah, and so what I will say is it's very brave to take the leader squad as your first run.
Yeah.
It's scary, and it's in a way it is sort of throwing away your reset. You know, you're taking a big risk. Sometimes it pays off, and sometimes it unfortunately doesn't quite.
Sometimes it ends with an emergency unwell in the Bosky, and you just have to go, this is my life. But no, it looks like we may soon be getting Undusk back. But on the bright side, this means Undusk has a wide array of operators to pick from, as long as it's not Lynn, Dorothy, or Milsize.
And I gotta be honest, I don't think I've ever seen Undusk use any of those.
Yeah, so
Like,
I don't
ever.
think Undusk is too worried about the missing ops.
Yeah, but now, you know, the thing is, even with this, you know, even with the floor 2 death, it's not over for this team because
Nope.
there's a really high potential to score when you go further into the floors. There's a bunch of ways it can happen. And Glow is not, you know, Glow can still communicate with Undusk, and so as a team, they can still keep working on the remaining stages. They're gonna be putting their heads together to try to solve, even if their team name is Team Brain Damage. What ending is Undusk going for? Yeah, so this is a time that I can talk about my UI, right? I can show it off a little bit. But yeah, so this row that I'm flashing, it is a marker for the different things that you need for the different endings. So as you can see right now, Undusk actually doesn't have any of the ending relics, but that doesn't mean that she's necessarily, that they're necessarily not going for an ending. Just means that hasn't picked one up yet. They haven't picked one up yet, so it's TBD. Right now,
That team has a setup
they might,
with just a little bit more, be able to do the second boss.
yeah, and they might be thinking about if they want to pivot into a different ending now. From behind the scenes, I want to guess that the idea with this team was that Glow would actually be taking a lot of these ops and trying to like rush maybe a double ending, maybe at least an ending 3. And then Undusk would play like very tightly in the niche and maybe take ending 1 a little bit more comfortable for Sarkaz, I think. Yes, if you are joining us, Faglo has unfortunately died on F2. It wasn't a tanky Bosky. Not a typical F2 death, I would say.
Yeah, not Not a death where you're looking at it and you're like, damn, you fool. This is more of a, oh, you hate to see that happen type of death. If that makes any sense at all.
Okay, no, there aren't any deaths where we look at it and go, "Oh, you fool! You absolute buffoon! How could you have done?"
I feel like we need to go back to some clips of me specifically dying very early on some of these, and you'll actually see moments where we're like, oh boy, oh god. Like, there's definitely times where it can just be like a simple.
Yeah, but that's where
a
you
lot
use the
of
secret
mistakes.
power if you keep it to yourself, you know. I keep it to yourself. You fool! You just ran over. Okay, actually, no. There are some times. Wait. Why would Gabriel say that if Gabriel's the one running over Cruz?
I mean, there's no guarantee I'm the one running over Cruz.
Evidence says otherwise. Anyway, well, we are back with Undusk Throne now. And they are continuing on floor 4 with the Medic Sniper squad. And to refresh, they have Typhon, Hoshi, Ea Alter, and Inez. So it's looking pretty promising. And there's also some 5 stars on the squad that aren't going to be listed since they are not part of the Disjoint challenge. Oh, but we are playing with 5 collapses already. Or was that was 4 collapses, sorry. 15 collapse level. Okay, noise disturbance. Yesterday we did see noise disturbance emergency, unfortunately take out our players. But this...
Noise disturbance regular is a little less merciless.
It's got much more forgiving stats. The emergency stats are really hard. And one of the worst things about noise disturbance is if you don't have an Enos, and you don't have, you know, decent low cost stops, opening the stage is really bad. If you have Enos, opening the stage is pretty chill actually, but we will have to see. There's also Avenger. I think that's always worth pointing out. 35% physical.
Is going to ease the pain a little.
A little? It's gonna trivialize a lot of enemies. That's a Typhon. Yeah. Typhon scales with that a lot. It's also multiplicative, which means that the Rockhorn buff and the Avenger buff are kind of working with each other nicely. Alright, we have our skill set and we're gonna go in. Normal noise disturbance. What hand is that? That is the artillery hand. Pulverization. So flingers, artillery, and somebody else. Oops, I forgot who. Heavy shooters?
There's a lot of hands.
No, heavy shooters are outburst. What is it? Deadeye?
I don't know.
Deadeye's also outburst.
Yeah.
Splashcasters?
I wish this to be the last time.
I think that sounds right. Splashcasters.
I'm here.
It's a really good hand,
ready
and
for the skill to be up.
Yeah, this is a no CN spoilers channel, but yeah, currently I feel like there's not too many amazing users of this hand. Definitely like W exists right now. Osmanthus and Grey Alter are also pretty good users of it. But one of the tougher things is that these operators either really expensive or have really high restrictions on how you can use them. Grey and Osmanthus not being able to hit air makes them really tough to draft. We're talking about the hand of pulverization right now. So here comes that drone summoner. This is a nasty enemy, and if you let them actually summon the drone onto the tile, then you are in trouble. But you actually see that Typhon was able to just kill it. That's the first skill activation up, and it's gonna save you from having a really nasty opening.
Oh
Right?
yeah.
Keeping Enos alive with the Hibiscus Altar skill, it's really nice. It might actually kill the enemy. No, not quite. Not quite. But it is definitely getting there. And having Hibiscus just constantly heal off of this enemy means that you can keep Enos pretty aggressively forward. Alright. Got heavy enemies coming up as well. Those heavy enemies actually I think just disappeared because Typhon happened. 35% physical. Again, it's really, really big.
And Typhon is relishing in that right now.
Alright, and we also have Aya for healing. Aya Altar's healing is definitely big. It's gonna let you out heal through a lot of stuff right now, including this caster that's being really annoying. Now the question is, what are we doing for Typhon's off skill, right? We've got a little bit of time before Typhon's gonna get the second skill activation, so Undusk is actually choosing to throw you official. Throwing you official means that this
official distraction.
yeah, the sniper already used the drone summon, so it's not a problem, and you're solved until the next one shows up, which is actually right now. And maybe Typhon will just get it. Ooh, that's close to the damage. That's almost. Yep.
There we go.
That gets it. That gets it, and that's super good here. Now that Typhon's set up, the stage is not scary at all. As long as you don't let any drones actually hit your position, you're in a really good state.
Yeah, as no one slips by in the larger waves,
It's just
we should be looking good.
It's just that one drone summoner is really bad. And okay, Midnight's being deployed for Rockborn buff. This is pretty good. Doesn't take it to a one-shot, but it's... Well, okay, one-shot's that. And that, actually, that's the first hit. Both hits land. And yeah, nice noise disturbance. No problem at all. Really leaning into Avenger right now. So big for Typhon. 6 hope. 6 hope, supporter, sniper, caster. Oh yeah, and it is this medic sniper, which means that we can get W right now. Speaking of W,
is also
right?
going to benefit from that hand.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, we picked up a hand user. Picked up the hand on floor 2 actually, and it took another whole like floor and a half, but we got there. W is also going to scale with Avenger as well, so it's just looking somewhat synergistic right now. Yeah, that is an M9W, of course. I mean, what would you expect? Undusk is playing right now.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
Alright, this is emergency big migration, which it's not a completely simple stage. There's no route weave right now, which means that you actually have just one of the hard beasts in the center. And it's going to have its spiky back facing towards you. And one of the things you can actually do is to just manually turn it around by dropping an operator on it. Then you don't have to deal with it anymore. One of the other big things I think is knowing you gotta check which side the weakness is on, right? You deploy a little bit later. Yeah, it's gonna take a little more time to get your skills up and running, especially using Typhon. But the payoff is huge. You don't really want to attack from the wrong side. And I think that is the discussion that they might be having right now. Look at that mouse. They're talking about the beast placement right now.
That mouse is...
They're talking about, oh, Enos can go right in
absolutely.
front of the blue box and facing left. If you press the skill, it's actually going to hit the Harvey. I'm guessing.
What's the
speculating.
spacing here?
But it just looks like that's exactly like...
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be that, right? And I mean, Enos is going on the tile in front of the blue box for sure. I'm willing to stake so much on this right now. It's an E1 Enos, but it's just such a good opener for this. And I think with W, Hand of Pulverization, you actually kind of just explode tons of this stage. It might not even be that bad.
I'm listening. I know.
All right, and there's that Enos place there, and see that with the mouse move 3 to the left, that is where the roach is, of course. Not the roach, sorry. I'm thinking about W right now. That is where the hard beast is.
Stay calm.
Thinking about
Should not be
a Midnight could be an option to just turn that around. Or you could be thinking about potentially not turning it around, but not deploying anything within range of its spikes, which is, I think it's a little risky, but it could work. Could work. Yeah, I've already committed Typhon to hoping that there's a right side weakness, so maybe you put something else on the left side. W, I think, could do it. Although you're a little short on the DP, and Enos is going to either leak or die. Maybe both.
Yeah, we're definitely going to want someone being thrown down soon. I say someone as if the ground operators aren't limited to
Midnight
Hoshi
and
and Midnight.
Hoshi. Yep.
There goes that mouse again.
Yeah, at this point, you're probably wondering a little bit, like, is Typhon going to kill things in time in order for that to not leak? The opening is kind of sensitive here. Oh, you official stun? That could hold things for a while, actually.
That's true.
It also has a bit of a wind up, so it's a little late,
Just have to hope-
unfortunately.
Ooh.
Our streamer is in perfect condition and ready to go live.
Yeah, just a little bit of time for you official to actually get the stun. It's just not in time. But now there's a DP, and this is undeployed, and you could put down Hoshi. You could put down W as well. There's... And stabilize this. Let's see how much damage this is on the Dino, though. Dino's already down to half. Maybe this is fine. Oh, yeah, we're dropping Midnight to turn it around. This is a classic bit of tech here. It's really nice to see. I think Gundusk and Glow, I think they know what they're doing. Alright, the Dino has picked up a shell. That is going to make killing it much harder, but maybe if a Larkfin can do it? I wonder what the idea is here. In a second, we are also about to find out what this weakness site is. What are these first enemies? I'm betting it's right. I'm hoping it's right. Right would be way better to deal with right now.
Oh yeah.
If you're on this, you really don't want to see left side weakness after you set up Typhon there.
No.
No Basoro beasts, only claw beasts. Come on.
Gotta hope for the best here.
Oh yeah, it's right side weakness. Okay, that's pretty lucky. It's like winning a 50-50 right there. Your Typhon is probably going to just cover most of it. Now the question is, can you prevent some of these extra leaks, and how do you get set up? Because if you rely on just Typhon, that Hardybeast is probably not going to die. Not anytime soon, anyway. The big clump of enemies right now in Hoshi, I think they are probably going to let that one go. Dino is kind of not a big concern right now. If W gets placed, I think the pressure is just going to alleviate so quickly. And now that the Hardybeast is dead, that tile is safe.
Who knows?
And above it as well. Yeah, those are always the same. Below does help. Yeah, below does help with the Dire Swine, but above means that you're focusing on the wave clear. Maybe that's the idea here. That said, there is no... Hoshi is not going to block the Dire Swine right now. It's making me a little bit worried, but...
But if Typhon can drop some more stuns, that will definitely help at least slow down the Dire Swine.
That is true, and the Enos Bind is also there to maybe help. Oh, wait, right. WS3 means you can just explode the enemy. It's not enough to kill, but get another good explosion down, maybe that's just gonna do it. Yep, that's the second one with that half HP. It's gonna pass in front of W one more time, but she's not gonna have skill yet. Maybe the idea is to try to apply one when the Dire Swine's at the top lane. It's gonna be kind of tight here. Of course, W, unfortunately, is attacking from the wrong side. There's not much you can do about this. There's only so many good range styles on this map, and Typhon's taking one, Aya Alter's taking another. The Hoshi deployment's really far back, which means that Aya can only get Hoshi from this tile. Yeah, holding on with a -2 so far. Enos isn't dead. Enos did survive all of that. Hey, we're thinking about playing Necrosis. The targeting priority for this is not great, yeah. Since the Claw Beasts are actually considered closer to the blue box, the Dire Swine walk all the way across the top row. they're not getting hit.
I've arrived. What's up?
I think that midnight might have been to try to catch it, but it wasn't. That wasn't the path.
Not enough.
It just, yeah, it just turned. It just turned. It vented turning.
Oh,
Ah, that's -3. Might be -4 now. I don't see any solution for the next one either. You're definitely not dead though.
yeah.
At least you're not dead.
We would rather not have just one life left.
More than just heal.
Yeah. Fortunately, with Hoshi and Midnight as your only 2 ground units, it adds a lot of pressure, especially if you commit Hoshi to a tile that doesn't help with Dire Swine. Not out of the woods yet either. This claw beast doesn't get taken, but the next one is, that last one on the left. Hibiscus didn't hit the right targets. Again, because of the targeting priority, this dino is actually one of the last things to ever get targeted.
But right now, that is the opposite of what we want to see
I know what
happening.
to do. Don't order me around.
Yeah,
You
like-
better watch your step.
Oh, okay, we've delayed it long enough that it doesn't get to pick anything up though.
Okay,
That's kind of
well,
an
that
interesting
definitely
idea.
makes it easier. I didn't even think you could do that.
I wasn't sure that you would have enough to actually achieve it because that claw beast waits a really long time, which means that there must have been stuff from Hibiscus slowing me. No, Hibiscus didn't target it. Might have been from Typhon attacking. And of course the Eden's Bind came out.
I have received enlightenment.
I'll make sure everyone's safe.
Alright, moment of truth. Let's see if W can get this. I think if you let W get as many hits as possible before popping that skill, it might be the best.
Who's gonna hit the jackpot today?
Okay.
Ooh, using Rockhorn right now. You gotta add all the damage you can.
Oh.
Unfortunately, it's not enough yet, but W's still stacking attack speed. It's not over. Yeah, you can see the HP going down. That is a lot of
Okay,
damage.
it looks.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, -4.
Just barely.
-4. Big migration emergency. Survived it. Lost half your health, but it could be
But
worse.
we made it
Could
out
be
in one
worse.
piece.
Let's see what it is. Oh, 20% arts damage. Okay.
Okay.
This is not super synergistic with what's in the squad, but it's not terrible. Oh, mixed damage comp now. Yeah, that moment was really close. I was kind of worried. Yep. So now that you've lost your life, you could kind of try to get it back. Cast spec. Will you be seeing Yato here? No, we cannot because of just one hope.
But we can be seeing the Thermi X.
Yep, that might help a little. Oh, EM noise disturbance.
Oh, gosh.
So, no Bosky Passage. Oh, the Bosky Passage is there. That means that node on the top there, that is going to be Scout. I think they probably picked up on this as well. And so now there's a bit of a question. Are we taking inning 3? Well, there's also an even more pressing question, which is can we actually beat Noise Disturbance on Emergency? But
Can
I
we
think,
get to ending 3?
I think it's possible. I think it's possible. Oh, we throwing Sing on it. It is definitely an option. I think that with the lack of an FRD, you still have to play pretty careful. And I think some of the stuff that we got away with previously with the Hibiscus Altar healing Enos, that stuff is probably not going to work. Yep, key decision moment.
This is going to be one of the make or break decisions, probably.
Yes, I personally speaking, I would love to never see another noise disturbance in the run again.
Yeah, I think we've seen enough of noise disturbance.
Okay. Oh, That, if anything signals commitment, it's that I think we are going to do noise disturbance. Also think about the recite. So I'm not usually applying the sing on floor 4, so I'm actually not sure how impactful the drones are going to be for the noise disturbance stage. If it's not super impactful, that's not a big deal because there's not much. That was the only fold I believe that you could actually use to apply it anyway. Unless I missed one.
Think so?
And if that's the
I can't think of
case,
any.
if that's the case, then I mean, it's not really a question of like, did you want to concord it? Did you want to save your concord for recite? It's more a question of like, do you want to sing or do you want to not sing? And I guess you want to sing. X. Well, we were talking about highest res in the game, and they are here now. I'm wondering what enemy is the Therm X target here? Is it one of the defenders? Is it... Maybe it's a Centurion? Maybe it's like, secure 1 kill on one of the snipers? There's, maybe early on it's super valuable, so we'll have to see. I'm actually really curious about this.
Yeah. Okay. So, definitely looks like they're gonna try and get Inez out.
Doubt your bait yet?
Oh yeah, going for that drone immediately. Now the prop, I mean, I guess she can just stun. Yeah, now it would have been really bad if she had binded the drone, which I don't think is possible, but I did for a second there have a moment of panic where it's like, what if she did? Luckily, Typhon was able to get the boost from that drone though. And it looks like we're going to be running a pretty similar strategy, just Inez is in a different spot right now. And yeah, they're watching that little sprinter in the bottom, like, please do not run right now. Oh, Inez is being targeted. Oh? Are we doing... Hibiscus Altar. I don't know if she's going to be able to kill one of these guys, but the shields are going to help keep her at least alive a bit longer, and it will at least stall them. Oh, are we busting out the Thermi X? We're busting out the Thermi X. Okay, we've at least dealt with the drone, and it looks like Hibiscus will be able to kill this guy, so that's on me for doubting her power. Okay. Are we undeploying Inez? Yes,
Yep.
we are.
Yep. Yeah, there is you official in Rockhorn right now, actually. Yeah, I'm also kind of curious what this idea behind Therm was. My guess was the Centuria, but it looked like an early panic button here. Okay, we are definitely throwing Valarkfin here just to get bait. It's necessary.
Which, yeah.
Typhon skill isn't up yet, and again, you have to get it. Yeah, you just have to get it. And now you have a Sing and Typhon, and I actually think that's not a problem after that.
Yeah, that's going to help boost her a lot.
Yep, and previously mentioned that, you know, Hibiscus strats weren't going to quite work out if you didn't emergency. But of course, if you apply Sing, that's like 50% more healing. That is going to work. Yeah, you need that attack speed in order to heal faster. And that scales really nicely too. Alright, getting a little bit screwed there by the surge cycles on the enemy. This is, I think, the most annoying thing here. You want them to trigger their drone summoning attack instantly, right? the earlier that you can get it to happen, like once you get it happen, then you can undeploy the operator. But sometimes they continue their normal attack, and it just depends on what frame you drop them on. You can see there how I think it was Enos who was dropped a bait, but it didn't actually bait the attack, and they actually tried to do the attack on Hibiscus regular, but then died. Oh my god, that was a big W hit. Yeah, and that's Surge Cycles.
Just death.
We don't love Surge Cycles here. Or I
Nope.
certainly don't love Surge Cycles here.
But we made it
That
through.
is Emergency Noise Disturbance done. I think it's scary to throw the
Yep.
Sing, but made it worth it, right? And that is a leakless Noise Disturbance too, so it's gonna be some points. And a promotion on Inez. That is a really nice
It's gonna
thing
be
to see
really
here.
helpful.
You gotta decide now to combat in a scout or 2 combats spending an index, or just 1 combat and I guess commit to the ending 1, maybe ending 2.
I
Yeah,
mean,
and I
points
do
are
believe, yeah,
points.
the noise disturbance, whether the enemy attacks or not, it's independent of anything else. It's just Surge Cycle when you block on them. Now, if you don't block on the enemy, I believe that I don't think you can get the normal attack to trigger without blocking. But I'm not 100% sure of this. What I am sure about is that they're definitely breathing a sigh of relief after that stage.
Oh yeah. Considering the start of that was a lot of panicked pausing and flailing the mouse around.
Yeah, and also, let's make a good point here. You would still take Scout no matter what, since if you want ending 3, you gotta take Scout. If you don't want ending 3, the Scout pays for itself. You could always index into Scout and be happy about it.
Att välja vårt byte.
Unless you have Convergence, I suppose, but...
Stay continue to your shadow.
Oh, they do have Convergence, don't they? I can't remember if it was lost or not.
Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay, 34 enemies on a normal defense substituting offense. Normally, this is one of those stages that I think is pretty low stress. You either sort of have the management or you don't. In this case, you have W, so I think you have it. Iphon's also really classic here. It's just 2 difficult mobs, and then the rest is really chill.
Nice, nice. I'll take a power nap over here.
Don't let a sacred corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
Alright, does Inez actually handle this in time?
Oh, it's getting close.
Pressing W isn't gonna save her. Oh no, is this canonical? Oh, a W let Inez die!
W, no.
Yeah, I kind of imagine that's some of what their relationship is like. Well, Inez killing aside.
What do you need?
Yeah, EMMO and tank was really brutal. It's just extremely hard. Inez is back, which means that now you can decide, do you want to use Inez for some Rockhorn? Do you want to move her tile down or 2 tiles to the right? A lot of good options here. But you do need to make sure... Oh, same tile. Same tile facing left. Interesting.
May the lightning tear chaos apart.
But luckily this time, Inez will not be a sacrifice.
Yep. And we are waiting for that next wave now. There it is.
I know what to do.
And as long as this is solved, I think the stage is pretty
I know
fine.
what to do. Don't order nothing to mask the scent of despair.
Step right up. Plenty of surprises for everyone.
Ooh, okay, another Thermex usage. And that's dealt with. This is the end, and there's no bonus enemy you can see from the last 6. Yeah, pretty clean. Out of all of the floor 4 stages, I'd say regular defense substituting offense exploding a run would be the most surprising.
Oh, yeah. And luckily, it did not explode the run.
No, absolutely not. Okay, no level up, which means 4 hope. That could be some promotion going on. Not sure what operators actually need promotion right now. Vanguard Specialist Caster. Maybe a flag bearer pickup? Oh, Elysium for that sniper synergy. That could be interesting. It's not a bad idea.
Oh. We're looking at that route weave.
We are really thinking about it. This is... Oh, we're doing ending 3! Okay, and that is gonna be a pickup actually, so... Here we go. Also floor 5. Oh, okay, crisis trigger soon. This is this is double ending possible. Not really, of course, because you don't have lost and found, but double prophecy. Oh man, I wonder what that's going to be. Yeah, we're wouldn't say we're in amazing shape. We are sort of limping in with 2 life points, no index, level 7 and only 5 6 stars. But on the other hand, there are some pretty impactful relics here. Avenger and Pulverization, Hand of Pulverization are just really massive. Then yeah, you have to contend with Injury Trigger. If you leak, that's gonna be your next collapse. Crisis Trigger, not fun to play with.
No.
Crisis Trigger is okay if you use Aya Alter. It's one of the really nice usages. Is Heli dropping is the worst when you have Crisis Trigger, but you have Aya Alter running that skill 3 and you drop something, they immediately just get heals. Somewhat safer. It helps out a little. Ooh, requested enemies obtained. This one cannot be emergency since it's the first one. And yeah, we have 45 because those are the route weave enemies.
Picked out your bait yet? I know what. I will sink your corpse in the shadow. No one will find it.
Alright, this first Venus deployment is really nice. Sometimes she just stays there for the rest. There's gonna be invisible enemies.
I got your back.
And even if she gets undeployed or dies here, you get to leave the field, and that'll keep invisible stuff revealed for the rest of the run.
Volcanic soot contains lots of originium particles. Let's not stay too long.
You can't hide your fear.
Okay, Elysium down to generate DP as well as give the horn buff to Inez. That can help somewhat. Typhon also has a horn buff right now, which is going to help. Does look like that's not a lot of damage though, so I'd be looking to drop Hoshi soon.
Don't keep me waiting.
Yeah. There we go.
We are looking to drop
Bye.
Hoshi soon. We're actually looking to drop Hoshi now. And again, yeah, this squad still
As
doesn't
soon as
have any
can be.
faster deploys.
I wish this could be the last time.
The casters that come from that right side, Typhon is going to deal with a lot of that pretty cleanly. but it's still a bit of a threat if there's a lot of other enemies to deal with.
Doctor, if you prevent more harm this way, I'll stand my ground. Nice, nice. I'll take a power nap over here.
Okay, W with pulverization is down, and I think that's the biggest damage source on this squad right now. With 2 stacks of
Oh,
horn.
yeah.
I'm not sure if those are going to stack additively though, so I believe they do. Which, in a weird, funny way, I think Rockhorn actually might be one of the least impactful things to worry about when it comes to using W with pulverization, but it's still something, you know. You want to have all the damage you can get.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
look at that. Look at those
Especially
hits.
right now.
Look at those hits. Like, it's still taking a bit, but that guy is dead before the block reducing guys come up, so it's
Which
just
is
in time.
nice.
It's also worth pointing out there have been no shops since the first floor, right?
No, there was the floor 2 Boskies.
Oh yeah, there was. Yeah, unfortunately, the spacing on that's not great, right?
Yeah, no. I mean, there was nothing that could be bought in half of that
Yeah.
Bosky.
One of the highest value things you can do is like get a floor 4 shop or get a surprise. Or even an early floor 5 shop can do it. Not if you're doing ending 3 and grab route weep on 4. But you can see like the squad has not a lot of relics right now. And you're also struggling through on only 6 deployment limit. That's the
It
bare minimum
is-
right now.
It's rough out here.
Yeah, but I think Undusk is doing a really good job leaning into using W as much as possible, because pulverization, again, that's just so much damage. It's absolutely huge when you get a user for it, and just like, yeah, look at this. Enos's invis field is just there, and requested enemies obtained, no leaks.
We made it through.
With route weave, that double pressure on that last wave right there. No problem. You gotta be feeling pretty good about that clear. And it leaves you with 7 hope.
Oh, yeah.
So, what are we getting here?
Which hopefully means something real good. Oh,
Yato altar?
there we go.
Yato altar.
Yep.
Now, at E1, Yato is actually a little tough, a little bit sad. Right now you have to make another decision, right? You have taken route weave, and usually that means a commitment to ending 3. You still have the chance right now to say, actually I don't want to do it. But you've already incurred the big penalty, which is route weave adds stuff to all the stages.
Yeah.
That said, blind floor 5 emergency. Nobody ever wants to see this. Nobody ever wants to do this.
No.
11 collectibles. And one of them is this like sprouted steak, which just there's no Boskis to get anything out of it. The
Yeah.
folds have already been used. In order to beat noise disturbance emergency, throwing Sing means that, yeah, now you don't have Sing to try to get a guarantee on this. Route Weave is plus 5 points, that's not wrong. The in-game score collectibles are worth 5. That's not even any of the tournament scoring rules, that is just how the game works.
That is true.
But if you pass up on that, unless that node right above the prophecy, if that is lost and found, you actually could still do it. Either of those two. You could still do ending 2. You can pivot. Is it reasonable to with this squad? I don't think so.
Don't be afraid. I've got your backs.
Okay, and Where Be No Mounts and Seas is another one
Oh.
that took out someone.
Yeah, this
Yesterday.
one ended up killing Asa on floor 5. And that was,
Yeah.
I believe, normal Mounts and Seas, right? In a Bosky?
I think so.
Not sure 100% if it was in a Bosky, but I do remember, I think it was normal.
I think so.
This one is brutal. But I will say that the silver lining is that you have an Enos right now.
That's true, and her reveal is really nice on this map.
Yes, there are a couple ways that you can use the residual field as well as herself in order to try to reveal as much as possible. There is an E1 Yato altar. I think if we were looking at E2, it would be pretty chill. But yeah, I will say the biggest building block of solving this is already here. We have Enos, and as long as we have Enos...
Oh,
That is unfortunately going to one-shot. Now, since the enemy is within Enos's range, the enemy's not going to have another big attack like that again. But the normal hits, I think, are still kind of big. Yeah, it's like 3,000 even then. Yeah, leaking the first Secret Keeper is sort of... It was on the table, and, well, unfortunately now it's become necessary. And with 3 life points, it's really tough to make decisions like that. But yeah, this is a very difficult one to contest. There's a, there are ways you can do it. For example, with Enos and Yato, E2. Not sure about how that works at E1. But yeah, so these two are going to leak. But we still have 1 life point, and we need to play the rest of the stage perfectly. One of the things that might need to happen here is... I was gonna say pulverization might save this. I see a way in which W can perform like all the damage on both sides as long as Enos is around to actually hold the enemies in place.
in that case, we need to live a little over 30 seconds more.
That's right. But right now the question is, what are they gonna go with, right? I'm just theorizing here. Yeah, and it's not over till it's over. That's right.
Yeah. And honestly, there's plenty of time here. They can sit here and just
That's
whip
right.
out
Yeah.
all of the little PRTS maps they need to and be like, what can we
Yeah,
do?
get out the Tamimi.dev, get out your calculator, get out your PRTS,
Get
start
out the MS
calculating now.
Paint. We need
Immediately.
everything.
Yeah. Alright, W is going down, and this is a placement that will allow her to deal damage to both lanes. It's not what I was guessing, but maybe this is gonna do it. We'll have to see. I'm like, I'm tense right now, and you know, if
This
I'm tense,
is-
imagine how tense they are right now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm also excited to see it, because gotta be a way to pull through, right?
Okay. I was able to at least get that dog.
Yeah. There's no DP right now. Where's the rest of the setup? Not getting any of the devices killed either yet. The Oracle still has a little bit before they show up. There's nothing left. I
No,
think that not
it's...
putting Enos, sacrificing Enos early. Unless W just does this much damage. Surely you can't sacrifice Elysium. This is
I mean, this is a sacrifice that's needing to be made a moment, I think.
Yeah, but if you sacrifice Elysium, you're just not going to be able to set up the rest of
That's
this in
true.
time. It can't be a sacrifice. I'm in full blown panic now.
This is this is so stressful to watch. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, that's not enough.
No. Oh.
Oh, and that does it.
Damn.
All right. Well, first, what we need to do is hold for the for the score and any temporary operators. I don't think so.
I think there was one. Wasn't there? I mean, I can always
Was-
just go back and look.
Mhm.
Let me watch on the slightly slower stream.
Yeah, but 07 for Undusk as well.
Stream. Oh, nope, I guess I am mentioned that.
Alright, in a second
Oh,
we're going to
announcement
get
was-
the players on for a little bit of a post-game interview to talk about their run. And I'll probably get started on calculating that score as well.
I already have the math down for it.
Oh, you already do? Wow. Above
Yeah.
and beyond. Incredible.
There were a lot
Well-
of pauses there.
In
I had
that
time to think.
case, you already have the numbers?
I just need to actually calculate it.
Alright, well, I'm gonna bring Undusk and Glow on Team Brain Damage to have a little bit of an interview about their run. And alright, you're live on air.
Hello.
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 I don't know what I'm supposed to say here. I hate where we know Mountain Sea. What if I exploded?
That's fair. It's a horrifying stage. Especially going in blind. Not being able to like know.
There was a lot of deliberation on like the Hail Mary route weave, maybe not my best decision. It might have been safer to just get the scout there, but there wasn't what operators did I have with the option? I didn't have Yato at that point. There would have been no E2s like out of that. I guess Elysium, but I don't know if I would have lived regardless. I didn't have a lot to get out of any stages I didn't want. Not great.
Understandable.
Hated it. Kinda hated it.
Understandable. Well, yeah. I mean, Glow, you want to talk about your runs?
I've never regretted not burning Thing more. Because I know for a fact that Thing S1 on Lin there does that. Like, Panky Bosky, E2 Lin, S1. If you get your reveals down, we'll handle it. Like, we'll do enough damage that you can handle it fairly cleanly. Obviously not like solo, but like that works if then that leader squad run having to end right at the boss did not feel great. That I was scared that entire run.
Oh yeah, it was tough. I think you both definitely ran into like some pretty tough luck.
I was forced to take combats when I was 6, and I hated it the whole way through. I shan't lie. I will say, the only thing that I am happy about is noise disturbance and Glow being like, I'm scared of this map, and me being like, no, this is so fucking free.
Yeah, I mean, it was good clears of noise disturbance each time.
Noise disturbance is like one of my, I'd say most, if I have like, that's doable with like Sarkaz like base. Like Sarkaz could just do that map. So I was like, you know, if Sarkaz can do it, surely I can do it when I'm taking fucking whatever is left on my roster to take. I'm really mad about the Wervina Mountain Sea. That is like actually, I would have taken Emergency March over normal Wervina mounts, genuinely.
Oh,
I feel
yeah.
like Emergency March of the Dead, I could have possibly survived. But Wervina mounts, I think, was just death regardless. And it was like, when we were sitting on that node before, like, looking whether or not we're gonna even take the prophecy, it was like, there was another combat afterwards. This is guaranteed emergency. Almost every emergency, save for like maybe 2, kill me. Like musical I immediately had a flashback to musical disaster, and I'm like, if I get musical disaster, I think I'm gonna want to fucking run into a wall.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think the psychology, just like going in blind, is so much scarier. It makes all
Yeah.
the stages worse.
It was, I mean, like, it was fine until it wasn't. It was fine until it was Wervina Mountains.
was
Because
fine
no,
until
that-
it went horribly wrong.
That first stage was fine. It went
Yeah.
well. Like it was. I don't even remember what it was. That's how fine it was.
Just mountains and seas was that scary
It
sometimes.
was, yeah. I immediately forgot half of what happened in my run. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't really have a lot of operators on my account that are built to handle whirlwind events and sea in general. So
That's
it's
fair.
like I either luck into just having like even there I had probably just the raw damage if I could get W and Typhon out, but that was if I got W and Typhon out, and they're kind of expensive and no DP.
Yeah, I think one
Yeah.
of the toughest parts of these runs was that getting convergence, both players getting convergence just repeatedly
Yeah.
is just, even when you play well, you just feel so punished for it.
Yeah. Well, see, I was happy that I had convergence and not something else, because easily there are other. Barrow would have killed my run on floor 3, for example. Like Barrow would have taken me out immediately. Like convergence, while it like punishes you for spending anti-interference, like that is still something you can play around and doesn't impact your stage play. It more so impacts your like decision making, which I think is a lot more manageable for me than impacting how I have to handle a stage. Because like something like even Barrow 1, because I don't really run anything that's very cheap. Like all of my hard carries are 20 to 30 DP, right, on average.
right.
So, and Ina's was a like floor 4 pickup, so Barrow 1 would have killed me, if not on floor 3, first stage floor 4, almost certainly. So, I am happy that it was convergence over something else. I'm happy that it was injury trigger over something else, but not happy about the stages on floor 5.
Yeah,
And
that's
by
fair.
stages, I mean stage on
Mounts and
floor 5.
seas, mounts and seas, yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
that was a terrifying one to watch.
Yep, I have a feeling.
And we were all very tense.
Oh yeah, yeah. I have a feeling I know the answer to this one, but yeah, how did y'all feel about each other's like drafting? Was it tough? Was it easy?
It
We
was actually
don't
the
use-
worst thing ever. Glow took all of my operators, and I got no 6 stars, and it was terrible.
Damn, I didn't know Dorothy was actually the basis of your entire plan.
Yeah.
Famous Dorothy
actually,
Lynn Mealsize.
Yeah, they by taking those 3 operators, like what was I supposed to do? Like no, I'm our roster overlap is very minimal. The only operator that was ever really kind of up for contention at all was Ina's. Because like it was like the big ones are like, I would imagine both teams are vying for like their hard carries, and their hard carries usually being meta picks, like the Inez I would assume most people talk about, but there's like like Wynar and like Dijon and like stuff like Ray.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any of those built.
Right.
I don't use any of those operators. I literally am 6th read just to potentially use her in this tournament. And then in the week leading up to this tournament, it was like, I don't want to do this. I fucking hate using her. It does not feel right for me to use her. Nothing works the way I want it to. So I just kind of mostly played my niche. Glow played Clutter, and it worked out.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What about you, Glow?
Oh, I don't think I've been more scared playing this game than that E-Beast.
I was fishing in Final Fantasy XIV, like almost all of Glow's run, by the way. For those who are watching like my stream who came with the raid, they were watching me fish. I stopped fishing when Glow was in that map. That's how serious it was.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
I want to say, like, even though Glow ended up dying on 4-2, just both emergency beasts I thought were like really good staying calm under pressure, although it sounds like maybe not calm, but you executed.
I played calm. I also have never been more betrayed by a cat.
Oh yeah, the TRC. It would have been
think I could
leafless
have
too.
The TRC sleep.
I think I could have kept that run going if I hadn't been like so hope constrained or like constrained by having to take record over like heavy music over Glassbird in the shop. And then the restart was painful because it was like, here's a voucher you could have done if you had 2 hope, and also Lynn is not E2. But
Right.
that's the reroll. That's the fun of reroll.
Yep. All right. Well, one last thing. Anything you want to say to the players coming up?
Yeah, you guys should all M9 your W right now, immediately. If you don't have W, I expect you on the next limited banner that she's up. You're dropping 300 pulls. You are getting W. You are getting a W off of the Spark, if not 2 Ws. And then you are going to M9 her. You're going to specifically focus on getting M3 skill 1, M3 skill 3 then, and then you also want mod Y specifically. Mod Y is better than mod X. And then once you've done that, then you can then you should actually just start building the rest of the Sarcasm. You should actually play Sarcasnights.
All right. You heard it here. Convert to sarcasm. What about you, Glow?
Don't tell on Dusk, but my W is M7.
I already knew this. This is actually why W didn't kill that dog on Warping Nomads and Seas. She sensed the non-believer of the M7, and that's why he died. Yeah.
Well, still,
It's okay.
congratulations. GG's.
I'm the reason why Zooey, noted W hater, has a M3W, even though this was a sheer series of accidents. And it should not have happened, but it is extremely funny. He hates it.
Amazing.
I'm just glad I got to show off putting mines under guys before they spawn.
That was fun.
Yeah.
That was fun to see.
I got to play TCAS only, like, fucking, until floor 3? Like...
That is true. That is true. Well,
But, you know, unlike birds, I don't really have operators.
oh yeah,
So,
definitely.
We exploded.
And yeah, by the way, the final scores. So the total score for Team Brain Damage is 14-16. 1195 from Undusk and 221 from Glow.
Are we in last place?
You're
You
in
want the
third
answer to
place.
We're in third place. Okay, but you know, well, no. So here's the thing.
It's a podium
If
finish right now.
If we weren't gonna win, if we lose the hardest, that's also funny.
That's fair.
So,
True that,
so,
folks.
no,
Either
so
you
in my
aim to win or
books,
lose.
in my books right now, either we're losing the hardest, which is fine because we're, you know, it's Team Brain Damage. We did our best, but you know,
It's iconic.
it's in the name. But now, if someone does worse than us, they have to live with that. They have to. If someone does worse than us, they have to live with the fact that they lost to someone who played like an extremely off-meta gameplay and then someone who died on like floor 2. So just keep
Wow.
that in mind when you're playing. The pressure
Well,
is now on.
With that challenge issued, I think it's time to say, GG's to our competitors, Team Brain Damage and 07. And
Zephyrs like, get out of here. Stop
Nah,
threatening
nah,
the
nah,
other
nah.
players.
Yeah, GG's again.
All right.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Good job, Team Brain Damage.
Oh my God!
Oh God,
you're
that's you're loud
Jesus.
again.
Oh, you keep on jump
Oh,
scaring
whoa!
them
They don't
all.
even know. They don't even know. They just think a ghost invade. Anyway, Elysium's here. And
Elysium
speaking
jump
of,
scare.
not just Elysium, but after this, we're gonna go set up real quick, and we're going to have the defending champions LEE after this.
Yep, that's the next team.
All right, see y'all in a bit.
See y'all in a bit. Hope you enjoyed the tournament so far.
And all right, we are back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back.
Oh. And yeah, as we mentioned right before that quick break, it is the defending champions LEE.
That's right.
Suffering Burb and our very own Gavial has been put inside the box and thrown into the ice field.
Gavial. Now, what does this LEE stand for in the defending champions LEE? Do you know?
Yes, I actually do know. LEE stands for leaking every emergency, so we're going to see if that happens a lot today.
Let's go. Leaking every emergency. You heard that, folks. Now,
Right.
we'll see if they actually hold true to that.
Gavial, you need to win your soul back from the card. But yeah, we're going to get started right now, and Burb is ready to start whenever.
That's right. So we can see here, Burb is starting with Ray in the sniper medic squad, and that Ray is going to be E2 right off the bat, which is going to be a huge tempo gain at the start.
Yeah,
taking the caster, not Steward, but Lava instead, because you do want that AoE, right?
Yeah.
Ray is also going to target damage.
Yeah, now I've seen a couple of these Suffering Burb runs, and Suffering plays fast, so just get ready for that. Elysium's actually the one helping with the scoring now.
Yeah.
And I, as always, will be controlling the UI, so...
Be a lot of 2xing here. So,
Yes.
15 enemies in prisoners, that is a normal amount. Ooh, looks like we have some Korean voices as well.
Oh, very cool.
Alright, so the Ray skill activated, she's gonna reload. And after she reloads, she's going to deal a lot of damage. 6.7 per shot. And then lava will take care of that upper left corner. So you can tell that lava allows you to kill this map quite a bit faster than if you were to take Steward.
Yeah, the single
Although
target.
Steward has the advantage of costing a bit less.
Yep. And
All right.
Suffering Burb's Medic Sniper and Gavial's doing Defender Supporter, so they're not going to have a ton of overlap in their favorite picks.
Yeah,
be
and I
very
think taking separate class squads is definitely a strategy to consider in this tournament format. The first
Absolutely.
sniper voucher is going to go to Grey Altar.
Yeah,
Grey Altar,
very cool.
powerful AoE option here.
Yes, very cool to see, especially when you're playing a class squad. I think the 5 stars early on can be some really valuable picks. You can just get enough power not to worry about not getting another draft again.
That's right. Now, is this emergency? This is emergency, right?
That is emergency. We have a red butcher here.
Right, Red Butcher, because it's emergency and 21 enemies, so it may or may not be a special enemy. Probably not, but we'll see.
Yep, can't tell until the
Oh, and
end.
now we can see the Beast here be used to extend the range to hit behind Ray, a tile where she usually would not be able to hit, thus allowing her to take out the enemy Butcher much earlier than usual. So that's the cool things about Ray. You have to be very clever about how you use the Sand Beast.
Yeah,
Giving her extra range can help a lot. And same thing here, killing the second Butcher in the same way.
oh my god, that was so fast. They're just gone.
Yeah. And she does get 10 SP for every time she kills someone during skill, which is going to happen a lot. I mean, it's hard for Ray to not kill someone during skill. All right, and then we have Grey Altar holding the other side. Grey Altar, as we saw, is a very good user. Scales very well with a lot of sniper relics, in particular the Hand of Polarization. If Suffering Burb is able to get that particular relic, it's going to really pop off on Grey.
Yeah, it's worth noting, we've actually seen the Hand of Pulverization in 2 of the runs so far, which means it's not a very uncommon pickup, actually.
Yeah.
And that looks
Alright,
like no
looks
bonus
like this-
enemy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no bonus enemy on this emergency, but still an emergency done leakless, which is going to be bonus points.
Yeah, Divine Seed would be massive here. Pulverization is absolutely huge. Anticipate and Delight, both good. And a Defender.
Yeah.
Free Churney, that is going to be points.
Ooh, bonus points for free
And a
Churney.
Leakless on the emergency as well. Very quickly securing some points here. 2 collapse for a random fold. That's Arch is really good actually. Throwing that on the first shot. Oh my god,
And it's
like,
still collapsed, so it can be used twice as well.
yeah, that's getting a double Arch out of 2 collapse is so good, and you get value out of that too.
That's right. Now I wonder if Suffering Bird will opt to withdraw here. You can withdraw up to 5, but if you don't withdraw, that is 30 bonus points.
That is correct. We got the toolbox here. We got Aegis, Silk Scarf. We didn't throw Anticipate on this. I was actually wondering if that might happen here. If you throw Anticipate on the shop and you withdraw 5 ingots, you're actually getting 10 ingots out of it, and that is legal.
Yeah, and 10 ingots is quite a big lead in terms of how much tempo you can pick up in the early game. Although with Sniper Medic, maybe you don't care as much about your early tempo because your 6-star is gonna give you a lot of tempo anyways. Ooh, that is a E2 Mossima taken right off the bat.
Yeah, grabbing Mossima in her promotion and got strong color
Mossima's
scheme
module
development,
very
yeah.
important at E2. Makes her cheaper and just helps her do a lot more with her slows. So floor 2 here, we're starting off with looks like it's gonna be potentially a 2 combat.
Unwell, yeah.
And starting with
Unwell's-
normal Unwell.
Yeah, and there's a good chance that one's a boss key. It's not guaranteed, but good chance, good chance. And this is a really strong squad. That temp Churney means you got ground presence already. That's not just spot. You also have Ray and Mossima, just massive damage dealers, as well as Gray. And you're actually looking at Gray S1 here. Bring Gray S1 on Unwell so that you don't accidentally throw the ball onto the blocks. You don't want to break those.
You don't want to break those. That will alter the paths of the enemies coming from the right side, and you don't want to do that.
Yep.
You want to keep the choke point as possible. Now, Gray is also really good for just revealing all these enemies because his range is so big. Just as a flinger, he has all those tiles, and he's able to identify these civilians very fast.
Output stable. On your, I'll create an opening.
Okay, Spot can be used to tank here. Spot able to heal himself, which is very good. No medic in the squad yet, so just making use of Spot's own healing should be enough for floors 1 and 2.
Yeah, you could really. I feel like you can tell with the speed sometimes that like this is rote, this is practiced.
Yeah, extremely well practiced. All right, race skill not activated yet. Maybe saving the race skill for later. Couple enemies piling up on Spot, but Spot heals himself much faster than he's taking damage, so it's fine.
Yeah, Mossima
And Gray is going to clean
AoE.
that up very fast. So 49 enemies is a normal count on Unwell,
Yep.
but there is a double HP on that Tyrant over there, which I believe is a 5% chance.
I think that's just the normal aura. I think.
Oh, it's not. It's not an effect.
Yeah, we had this in the previous one actually. Unfortunately, Glow's run died to an emergency Unwell in a tanky boss key, and we weren't sure if it was emotional or not because emotional had just been picked up before going in. And
I see.
I think comparing those two, I think that one might be the normal one now that I see them side by side.
Okay, so he's just red, right? He's not emotional or anything.
Yeah, he's just red. It's always a little
Okay.
emotional. But yeah, look
Yep,
at that
I
quick
mean-
clear.
Some people just naturally emotional. All right, but very clean clear. That is going to give a voucher, and we also have potentially a scout node coming up, which is going to be which is going to be a good opportunity to potentially promote someone or get an ending.
Yeah, though an ending 3 on this floor, that's pretty spicy. So we'll have to
That's very
see if
spicy.
we want to commit to that. We are gonna get a cardigan pickup.
Yeah, so it is going to cost 2 hope to promote, which Suffering Bird can afford right now, but opting instead to save the hope because in the next level up, there will be enough hope to draft a 6-star of any class.
Yeah, no Bosky though. Unfortunately, that is gonna be a safe house. So the scout doesn't guarantee the Bosky.
And I think that's okay. Not having a Bosky on floor 2, probably fine because floor 2 Boskys don't give you that much value anyways.
Convergence,
Ooh, it
and
can-
also taking the
yeah.
ending immediately.
Yeah.
Very quick pickup.
That's interesting.
That's the kind of thing that I think you usually see if you're if one, very confident, and 2, you really want that double ending guarantee, right?
Yeah. And I wonder if this Mossma pickup very early on was a signal that Suffering Burb is aiming to do potentially an ending 2 with a burst strat instead of a stealth strat, because that would be very cool to see.
Yeah, that is a good point. Masa pickup definitely signifies this. She's good on a lot of stages, but that's one of her like most famous uses, I think. And this path with no end. Are we gonna skip the scout here? It is sort of free to take it.
This is emergency path, right?
Oh, unfortunately, it's actually not so free anymore because of the convergence that was picked up just now.
Ah, right. Convergence gonna take away a bit of help.
Yeah, this is emergency path. It's worth points here. Half if you leak. So far, I think the class squad is helping the shape up into a good run very quickly. That said, the
Interesting Gray
healing.
placement. Gray covering both lanes sides at the same time.
Yeah, I wonder if Gray. I don't think Gray's targeting is going to allow him to hit that normally.
Although Gray not actually focusing on the right side, so
Yeah.
that stun sniper is gonna land some stuns.
Okay, and we're putting Ray down
Now,
now.
Bot doesn't actually have his skill for another 30 or so seconds, so he's not gonna be able to heal himself for a while. Cardigan can't heal herself, but she cannot heal Spot. So Spot is actually gonna go down here. But hopefully
Yeah,
Cardigan
this
can actually hold here.
Yeah, one of the things worth noting is that when you put down the sand beast, Ray is going to target things within its range first.
That's right.
So that's why I had to be undeployed just now.
Definitely a very high skill cap operator. You gotta really be on top of your game when you're using Ray, and be very cognizant of how you're using the sand beast. It could potentially bite you in the back if you use it wrong. All right, so that's gonna be a leakless emergency.
Things were worse than
Bonus points again.
expected out there. Even our contingency plan was pushed to its limit, but we still did it.
Oh, Sing.
Now then,
And
Sing is
Delight.
definitely a very strong pickup.
Now there is an order in which if you apply Delight and Anticipate, you actually get 16 ingots out of the Delight.
There's a lot of ingots.
The unfortunate thing about this is I can never remember which order it is.
I don't think I've triggered that combo myself either. Okay, so there's an option to key down here for a safe house, but it's going to cost one of the 3 indices, which could be useful to have later on.
Oh, we've got confirmation from Danger. It's Anticipate first. Which makes sense.
okay.
You need to anticipate the Delight.
Yeah.
Ooh, Lake Bed
Alright,
Aegis.
Lake
Those
Bed-
pass up on the first shot, but now we're
very
getting it back.
useful, very useful relic. Gonna help your ops be a lot more survivable when you drop them.
Oh, Pan Society.
Fan Society. Okay, so
We're
we're
moving
gonna
on
see
floor
some
3 as
higher
well.
prices, but not too bad. We do have a boss key on floor 3 for Suffering Burb here. It is on the second column. So it's right after an Altar of Craving, if Suffering Burb wants to take that. Or key from below. That is also an
Ooh,
option.
yeah, Scout and Aboski is nice here, and we already have the ending 2 pickup, so...
That's right. One of the issues with scouting on floor 3 is usually you send your op away, and you might want to use that op for the mid boss, for example. But if you go into a boss key, then your op actually comes back. So there's essentially no downside from scouting there. Well, other than you have to go through the node.
Yep.
Now, what was the mid boss? Did you catch what the mid boss was?
I'm not sure we looked at it. Unless chat did.
Yeah, if you never saw the mid boss, I'm curious about that because you
Nature,
definitely want to
Nature's
check the
Wrath.
mid boss. Nature's Wrath. Okay. Very interesting. So we are going to normal Altar of Craving here. And this is a map where you would like to have a medic, but actually Warfare is a medic, so actually we're totally fine on healing.
Yeah, that E2 Warfare pickup is super nice. It's just like, you're getting all the pieces of your squad filled out for 4-3. That said, Spots gets a little dangerously low here, but Grace damage is huge, so no need to worry about it. Warfare is also even more of a signal for that ending 2. I mean, at this point we know it, right? Because we are committed to the ending 2. I already took the Scar Void, but Warfare is one of those really good medics, really good non-6 stars for ending 2. Percentage-based heal.
You just put her down with skill 1, and she will keep you a lot of defenders alive against the boss.
Yeah, and another minor shout out for just not, like, there's not a lot of operators, I think, that get to scale off of offensive and defensive recovery nicely. And she makes it so that if you have that item, you feel pretty good about it, actually.
Yeah. That relic is definitely a little bit harder to use because there's so many ops you would usually draft use natural SP recovery.
Yeah. Um,
Ooh, interesting. So Cardigan plays down here maybe to help the waves line up better.
this is
Cardigan
this is pretty cool. I think it is. It's gonna synchronize the raise skill so it gets a caster and this blade cleaver. And it's really nice.
That
That's
makes
just
sense,
like
yeah.
that's good usage right there. And you have the 33, so it's actually the simpler one.
Yeah.
Not sure.
She does have a 16-second skill, so you do want to make sure that you group the enemies tightly so that she is able to get them all in one cycle.
Yeah. And just for a little bit of context, Suffenberg actually has 27,000 nodes in IS4. So
Wow.
he's probably seen some of these stages a couple times.
Yep. Alright, finishing up with the Mosma skill.
Yeah. We are just flying through 4-3 right now.
Yeah, so everything has been perfect so far. We have choice between medic
7
or
hope.
support.
This could be a read pickup, actually.
Could be, yeah.
It's E1,
Now, the read
though.
is not E2 here, but E1 read could also add a lot of value. Silence also a very strong medic because Silence has that drone that you can deploy anywhere.
Yeah.
And synergizes very well with some relics.
Yeah, we've actually seen a Ring of Thorns Bird Knights clear, so it's very powerful. All right, now it's time to think about it though. If you do take the silence, you can get another 6-star later. If you don't, and you take Reed, you want to spend that 3 of that next 6 hope for the promotion, and that leaves you with another 3. You get 2 hope from Delight if you can Concord it. So, yeah.
All right, we are going to the boss key.
Yeah, I think
This is gonna be Dominion boss key.
Yeah, I think it was the silence pick up there.
Yeah.
Happened very fast.
Yeah. Okay, so is it time to apply some full dartles? Might as well get some minutes, right?
Okay. This is gonna guarantee that you get to see 2 of it. Oh, but it's in the wrong order.
Oh wait, was that not? Is that gonna be 8 instead of 16?
It's gonna be 8 instead of 16.
Oh no.
That's unfortunate. I mean, you know, I can't blame him. I just got confirmation on what it was, but one of those things that, you know, you hope that 2 extra hope each time and another 16 ingots doesn't make too big of an impact.
And an extra 8 ingots is kind of non-trivial. I mean, that,
Yeah,
that could be 1 or 2 more relics.
Yeah. Oh, and you're getting it twice, so it's actually 16, right? Oh, 30 enemies. You know what that means.
And there's a chest. It's spike chest.
Yeah, so
Now,
that spike
something
chest
just
is...
want to be careful with the Dominion tiles here.
Yep, the minion boss key means that you get 30% stats does, so usually killing stuff is not the problem.
Right. You do want to make sure that your snipers are not killing themselves on that spike chest, though.
Yep. You might be used to some like certain number of hits, and once you're here in the Dominion boss key, you actually have to be extra careful because it's not going to be the same.
Yeah. You don't want your operator to kill the enemy too early and then focus on the chest before you have DP to deploy a healer.
Ray is attacking that chest. But it's okay.
Using the beast to make sure Ray's focusing elsewhere.
Oh, but Warframe's not down in time, so Ray takes 1 giant hit at the chest and dies.
Yeah, the chest reflects a proportion of damage, and because Ray does so much damage, it just instantly vaporized her.
Yeah, and this is that's the risk. That's the thing you have to manage here. Hopefully
I
this
don't know
is...
if Warframe would have saved her there, because that's a
No,
lot of
it was a one-shot, wasn't it? Yeah, so even that wouldn't have saved it.
Yeah.
He did have a
But
little
sometimes you
damage
do
on
need to
her.
just sacrifice an operator to the chest so you can claim the chest and get it out of the way.
Yeah, and not only
And if you're
is-
confident that Grey Altar can hold lane, for example, then that's fine.
Yeah, and on top of that, that is actually also points.
That's true. Alright, so we have some more casters coming through the left side, but Mosma skill activated, gonna slow everything down to a crawl and do pretty good damage as well. Warframe definitely keeping everyone alive. Wait, Warframe has 4? Did I see that right? Does she cap out at 4 charges?
That's not possible,
I always thought it
right?
was 3 charges.
I think it's 3. Unless...
Maybe I misread.
Yeah, you know, that HE bar is sitting right through it, so it's a little hard to read. But right now, you don't want to pop too many skills. You want to actually stall as long as you can so that you can have all your skills up for the bonus enemy. And I'm sure at this point, if Suffering didn't already know it, Suffering knows it now. Just, you see the 28 out of 30, you go, oh, huh. And yeah, this is not a true kill gate. The enemy is
No,
gonna show up
unfortunately, that Mosma is not going to have skill.
Yeah, at this point,
I don't think Mosma can get her skill back.
one thing you could do is undeploy Grey Altar as to not trigger early. But it's too late.
Okay. Well,
we
Grey Altar has a
understand
slow
what-
and Ray has a stun, so this could work well. And maybe
Ray
with
does
those
2 seconds per
combined,
hit. And
Yeah,
that
that
was
looks like
a
it
lot of
would be
damage,
enough
actually.
damage.
Yeah, more than enough. And Mossmo's
And actually,
back.
Mossmo does get skill back. You know, Mossmo's skill cycling is faster than I thought. It's because of her passive.
Alright, and that is a duck.
Yep. Duck and chest, so 2 instances of bonus points here.
Oh, read pickup.
Ooh. And that could be a promotion as well. Oh, although who would be promoted at this stage? Okay. I
Oh,
guess we're
S1
not
update
doing
is
promotion.
4. Uh-oh, do I not have masteries on mine? Oops. Okay, unfortunately, I don't think that gamble worked out well, but it is what it is. Shady Frozen Sea, and so close yet so far, and a scout. I think that this is a scout that you can take pretty comfortably, even if it is at the cost of Shady Frozen Sea, which is a stage that is so nice that it has extra bonus points.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
and
ooh, that's a route.
that
So we're
is
seeing double ending.
yes. Now, if Suffering Burb does not die, that double ending can always be guaranteed.
Yes,
taking out
because it is a
4-3.
4-3 scout.
This is really powerful, and this is exactly the kind of thing you really want to see. Just going for a double ending guarantee is like, that's spicy.
Is that read without module? Aw.
That is unfortunately read without module, and there's some places where that might matter.
Suffering Burb.
Now,
In Medic Sniper Squad?
generally we don't want people to, leave the run in order to just go build units, as it might cut into time. But Suffering Burb is the second run of the night, so I'll do it for Reed, right? Do it for Reed.
I mean, Reed's pretty worth it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But right now, your medic situation looks amazing. Your gun situation's probably better than average. You're taking Shady
definitely one
Frozen
good
Sea.
thing about Sniper Medic, you can pick up your Reed and pick up your regular medic as well with relative ease. And that regular medic, whether it's Silence or someone else, it's just going to make sure that in situations where Reed cannot always heal, you still have consistent healing.
Yes, and as Old Section pointing out, yes, Route Weave on floor 3 is really good in tournament because that frees your movement on F5. The restricted movement on F5 means that you actually, sometimes you just can't take things even if you could do them. That said, the flip side is that you're not going to have much movement on F4, which means your ramping ability is going to be a little bit hampered.
Yeah, and floor 4 is generally kind of a power spike floor where you gain a lot of power because the combats are definitely noticeably easier than the ones on F5.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like you get a little bit of breathing room on floor 4 usually.
Yeah. Okay, Ray missing a shot there, but it's okay because she's still output enough damage.
Alright, and
Ray gonna take care of this caster here.
Yeah, those 2 boats right there, actually, that is the Route Weave condition. They're actually adding more boats for you to try to keep alive, and it is tough sometimes.
Yeah. Because it is splash damage, so it is possible that you lose not just 1, but two life from those boats exploding. But Gray took care of it.
Yep, and the boats should be leaving now.
Yeah. Ooh, Gray taking a bit of splash damage. But Silence healing quite a lot. Oh, looks like Gray's getting replaced by Mostama because Gray was perhaps about to die. Ooh, wait, did 2 boats just die?
Yeah, 2 boats did just die, unfortunately.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I think the boatcaster showed up at the wrong, well, not the wrong time necessarily, just I think Mostama kept in range longer.
Yeah. Okay, we have the wave with 6 carcasses. You don't always get these carcasses, but if you do have to be ready for them. Luckily, Spot is already in the correct place for that. And I'm sure Ray can just take care of that. Yeah, so once again, the Beast is going to be used to give Ray a bit more range and get rid of those carcasses. There we go, 2 leaks.
Yep, not bad. And it's just Route Weave is a little tricky there. And it is shield,
without
so...
Route Weave, I'm pretty sure that would not have happened. But that is the price you pay for the ending.
Yeah, it's deceptively difficult for those boats. Alright, 16 Hope, Caster, and Defender means that you're really not wanting to save. And I think that ground presence probably could get a little bit more help right now. Although you are playing with Gaviel, big Defender player, so you need to negotiate which Defenders Gaviel's going to be okay giving up.
And Gavial notably has a lot of very built defenders, so you don't really want to encroach too much on your teammates' picks.
Yep. Promoting the a Saria pickup here. Interesting.
Ooh, okay.
Now, one of the things to point out also though is that if Suffering Burp is going for the double ending, then Gavial's probably going to give up some drafts. You want your teammate to just be completely powered up in order to actually handle everything, and Tharia's kind of a really good pickup for ending 3, and not bad for 2 as well.
That's right. Now, this emergency crafty beast was created with Hunt, which means that it is still giving bonus points, but half the amount of bonus points as compared to an emergency that would have occurred naturally from the map generation.
That's right. And if you do want a little bit of clarification on what exactly constitutes natural or artificial, you can check out the rules over here. 57, but with Route Weave that actually is the normal amount. There's an extra, what's this guy called?
Avenger?
Red Blade? Yeah, Avenger at the end.
Yeah. Or Hateful Avenger, I think, is a red variant.
It's pretty nasty actually. The Reed,
he's got some lot of health.
Yeah, Reed should deal with it, I believe, but Lore 3 Route Weave enemies is something that I think a lot of us, even like all of the 15 players, might not have a ton of experience with. Oh, that is going to be a leak though. It's not
a little bit short on damage there and on DP.
Yeah, and it's also
I wonder if it was possible to put down Saria before the Grey Altar there.
I think it was, yeah, unfortunately. One thing worth noting though is that while there's a specific read timing that lets you do the stage very easily with just 2 read activations, that is for normal, and for emergency it isn't going to work quite the same.
That's right. Okay, the range extension on Ray gonna take care of this Avenger.
Yeah, really good use of Ray there. I was so sure that was going to be a leak, but no. Saved it.
Yep, gotta use a range extension. Now, Mosma does clear a lot of this, although I'm a little bit... I don't know if you want to use Mosma's skill and resale at the same time. It feels like maybe you want to stagger them so that they don't overlap too much in terms of what they kill.
Yep, and right here, this is where you see that EM difference. These enemies would normally just be exploded. Well, even on normal with the extra Avenger, it's still not going to kill that one, but now suddenly you actually have to contend with 2 of them.
Yeah.
Mosma's not adding very much right now, except the move speed reduction globally is actually quite nice, so I guess you can't really get her back if you want to read a player anyway.
It does give Ray more time to deal with these enemies. Oh, unfortunately, sorry, it's gonna go down, but it's okay.
Yeah, -1, maybe preventable, but hey, still nicely done.
Yep. Alright, so that is the EM Crafty Beasts.
35% HP, you love to see that.
That's a very good pickup. Helps a lot for ending 3.
Alright, Canopy and Eye, easiest choice. Defender Supporter. Could be a promotion on Saria. That's quite early, but it's not a bad idea at all since you are going to level up from the mid-boss.
That's right. Okay, it is going to be Saria. Saria also missing her module, unfortunately. Okay, now that emergency up there was not created via Hunt, right? That's an actual natural emergency, I believe?
I believe so.
Okay, so keying up is going to be an option at the cost of 1 index. Alright, so we're going to go into Rational Fracture Emergency.
Yeah, and with Reed, I think this is going to be a cakewalk, but we'll have to see. That is a spike chest, but if you use Reed, you know that's actually not a problem here.
Yeah. Reed and Hibiscus Altar, great choices for dealing with spike chests. They always heal more than they deal damage. So unless something happens where they take a huge burst of damage, they should be fine. Alright, Saria is still 3 activated, gonna increase arts damage within the area. And that applies to the spike chest as well.
Actually, if those are created by stone, then they are both artificial.
Oh. Okay, well artificial emergencies are still worth some bonus points, just not as much.
Yeah, appreciate the catch.
Yeah.
Alright, we are using Reed on the bottom side.
Yeah.
But the chest is already gotten, and that is going to be points as well.
That's right. And also some nice ingots. Okay, Ray is gonna help with top lane a bit. That champion is gonna make another lap before walking. And we should have skill by then, yes. Actually, Ray's just gonna kill the champion, so Reed doesn't even need to deal with it. Alright, we are hitting the deploy limit here with 6 deploy. It would be nice to pick up some plus deploy relics, especially for later. On floor 3, it's totally fine to have 6 deploy. But definitely for something like ending 3, you want some extra deploy just to make the fight more comfortable.
Yeah, especially later on, you're going to be dealing with a lot of collapses and stuff like Barrow. That's just going to make you need more on field.
Yeah,
Oh,
Orphan Ray, very good combo. Ray scales very well with attack buffs.
Yeah, Ray absolutely deleted that one enemy, and Masuma has arts, so this champion is going to fall as well. Nice.
Yep. All right,
Leakless.
clean leakless Rafrak. So that's going to be another EM done.
Yeah, and this is just super powerful now. Alright, wonder what the draft is going to... Oh, that's the coin
Polish
is huge.
coin. Yeah, that's a great relic. Plus 6 SP to everyone.
Defender supporter again.
I feel like we're seeing a lot of defenders, especially defenders.
I can't wait for Gaviel to get every medic voucher. You could pick Virtuoso if you really want to stay away from Gaviel's common drafts. You could also take like a Gnosis. I'm pretty sure Gaviel doesn't have either of these built.
Or just promoting the tourney since you already took the tourney. Well, and the tourney is also a temp op anyway.
Yeah, or any 5-star is actually a really good pick to like safely avoid your teammate. That said, you got Masuma, you have one tank. You really don't actually need another defender.
I really
for
like the
tanking.
Suzerain pick. Suzerain very powerful here.
Yes, pairs well. It's Suzerain and Skalt are just too key, right?
Yeah, a little bit of overlap with Masuma, but she does provide the damage amp, which Masuma does not.
Yep, and when you get to ending 3, Suzerain's going to be the main thing here.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that we're going to get to ending 3 on this one.
That would be great to see, yeah.
You don't often see this much power this early.
Okay, looks like it's time to do Nature's Wrath with a fairly powerful squad. Okay, now the question is, who is Suffering Bird going to use to hold this choke point? Because there's going to be a lot of spiders here.
That's right.
You
There's
can see
still
that
no
raid skill is
FRD.
ready much faster than usual because of the silver coin.
Yeah, that 6 seconds makes a difference here.
Sure does.
And I believe this is the... Oh no, it's not. So, Nature's Wrath is sometimes it's a scary mid-boss. If you go in, you slightly misjudge any operator, you might just die from it.
That's right.
Big thing here is if you let Reed die, you are actually in a ton of trouble.
Yeah.
Difficult to recover, I think, snowballs.
Yeah, well, you still have 2 other medics, though.
That is true.
Okay, Spider's exploding, but Reed not going to take damage because she does have that plus 35% HP.
Alright,
that
interesting.
sorry was actually activated a little bit earlier than I thought. Maybe just to slow down the boss a bit and buy more time.
Yeah, no, I gotta agree. That was very early, but I think it's gonna work out.
Yeah, these operators do cost are a little bit costly in terms of DP cost, and there's no banger on this squad yet. But
Ooh,
Masuma
and we
is
got
going to be
Masuma
activated
too.
now.
Yeah, it's
so
just gonna
even
hold
if Saria
him.
does get stuck here, it won't matter because the boss is basically not moving inside the Masuma field.
You know, it's not every day you actually get to see Masuma push something. Like, that's kind of fun to see. But the boss is done.
It is nice that the Masuma skill also gets the spiders out of the way before they explode, and that just minimizes how much damage you have to deal with.
Oh, yep, and get the Sand Beast down again. We have so much healing that Ray can't possibly die from these snipers.
Yeah, it's really nice to have all these medics. And actually, Warframe was not even deployed here.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Burb just absolutely crushed 4-3 like that. Let's see what he gets. And after that, we are going to see the debut of Gaviel in the tournament. Very exciting.
Outcast Lightstone.
What'd you take here?
I feel like I might take a light.
Yeah, I think that might be it too. You do have eye, and it is a double eye, but sometimes you don't want to use your eye just because you want to save it for a surprise, but then you use other stuff with light. And if you're in a Bosky, the light can actually be really, really good. You don't really need the other ones either.
Targeting 3.
Ooh, okay.
Guard Amber is really funny if you have the index for
Yes,
it. But
if you get-
at one index, I don't know about that.
If you get migrate, and also with convergence, you're gonna have a hilarious time spending your index.
Yeah.
Weave of Thorns and Leaves. This is a controversial one, I think. I personally think that this has killed my runs a couple times. I think it's killed other people's runs a couple times. On the other hand, it totally can help you on some stages.
I think on average it is good, but you have to be very careful with it. For example, if you need your miner to tank a specific hit and your miner is in a camouflage tile, then he might not do anything, and that could actually screw you over.
Yep. And that is
Alright,
going to be the Enos pickup, which means that is time to stop.
Yep. So Enos picked up means no Enos for Gavial.
Yep. But on the bright side, Gavial actually doesn't own Enos, so that's making a really easy draft. We're going to get Crisis Trigger on the next floor, huh?
No interference there, I suppose.
Or Injury Trigger. Alright, and we're holding for Gavial.
And I think Injury Trigger isn't too bad when you're playing Sniper Medic Squad because you have so many sources of healing.
Yep. And Gavial is going to get started now. Alright, Gavial's prepared an E2 Defender start with the Tactical Fortification Squad. I think this is the first and maybe the only time we're going to see the Defender Supporter Squad in the tournament, so I'm really excited to see this. Someone's got to show up for this, right?
E2 Jessica.
Yep, immediately with the E2 Jessica. This is... Alright, and what's the other one's going to be? Lava?
I believe
Lava?
this is a +2 hope start as well, right? So Gavial actually has another 3 hope to work with.
That's true.
Which could be used now or could be banked for later.
Yep, it's going to be Cruz.
It's gonna be Cruz and Lava.
Yeah, two similar looking starts. I mean, they both look like a little bit of the 3-star start.
Yeah. Okay, looks like we have triple combat on floor 1.
Really nice to see.
Always nice to see, yeah.
Coming, Commander.
So let's imagine Shield Guard and Camo Square, and that's like kind of, yep, that can happen.
That would be, that kind of defeats the purpose of a shield guard.
Yep. Or you can land that right in the spot where you use Wonder to tank, but not getting any of the other good tiles, and that is terrible.
Yeah. But it can also lead to situations where you can kill Crescent early in Gardener because you have the extra camo tile somewhere.
Alright, we gotta be unbiased, but you know what? Let's fucking go, Gavial. Let's go.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Hands of Moss,
Starting
20.
off with 20 enemies, Hands of Moss, as the regular amount.
Mm-hmm. We got some English voices here too.
Yeah. Going from Korean voices to English voices. Okay, Jessica plays down. She does have the skill 2, which expands her attack range. And you can see here that she is able to turn around, which is a very unique property of Jessica. And she's able to take out that, I forget the name of the enemy. The Familia something.
Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Familia Crossbow, yeah? Using her skill. Okay, so Lava plays down. Lava gonna provide some AoE arts damage, which is definitely great if Gavial runs into emergency prisoners, for example.
It's game over for you.
Jessica activated again, and she just shreds both of those enemies very fast. This is also an E2 Jessica, and as we discussed, class squads with their early E2s, especially if you take early E2 6-star, you're able to get that huge tempo burst at the beginning, make a lot of early stages easier.
Yep, and sometimes it translates really well because sometimes it also means grabbing an emergency and not leaking, or just being able to grab an emergency at all for certain starts.
Yeah, those advantages can really stack up. Oh, very nice use of shield again, making Jessica face upward to kill that butcher.
And that's no incidents, normal Hands of Moss.
Yep. And you can just retreat the shield as soon as you're done, so that you make Jessica return to her original orientation.
Yeah, Jessica invented turning around.
Yeah.
I foresaw this
It took like
earlier.
3 years to figure that out in Arknights, but better now than never.
It just takes billions of dollars to do.
Yeah.
Oh, free touch
Ooh,
there.
There's a temp touch.
Not a bad
Which is
pickup,
worth
honestly.
bonus points. Yeah, touch, very capable medic, also gives your operators SP. Who doesn't like more SP, right?
And yeah, temporary recruit, so yeah, it is going to count for the 30 points.
Yeah. Alternatively, I could also see a more tempo-oriented pick here. For example, a Keltsit could be considered.
Yeah,
All right, it is going to be
with
the touch.
Yeah, with that shop coming up though, and in E2 Jessica that already securing your floor 1, you can definitely run into the shop and use that 7 hope there instead.
Stand
It's
by
a
for
bit of a
action.
preference thing.
Yeah, lots of opportunities to spend hope there.
Yeah. The other thing, if you're Gaviel, is you're probably thinking, I'm gonna have like 5 defenders after this, 10 defenders after this.
Yes, gotta have hope for all those defenders. They're not paying for themselves.
15 enemies.
Dispatching.
Got a normal prisoner snipe.
Yep.
Come on.
All right, so Lava drops. Lava, when you deploy her the first time, she has a lot of initial SP, which just allows her to get skill almost immediately. Very nice for prisoners. And now Jessica looks like she's going to be placed down. Yep, Jessica's placed down right below Lava, where she can hit face left, but also potentially change her direction later if needed.
In position.
All right, that's going to
yeah.
be a big AoE explosion, doing 6.8k damage, instantly vaporizing a lot of these mobs.
Take aim.
Originium arts ready.
All right, and now the brawler is walking, but that is basically the end of the stage. If the brawler does well, the brawler cannot get locked on Jessica, but that's okay. The shield is there.
Yeah. Worth pointing out right now, if you just get a little bit of stacking, a little bit of more healing, a little bit more attack speed on the medics, I guess, you can just tank ending 2 with this already. You have the tank part of it solved.
I could potentially see this as another temp operator.
That is free.
I could see this as a situation where both players are able to do ending 2 potentially.
Yep.
But with different squads.
Yeah, and if that does happen, that will be really interesting to see.
Yeah.
We have
Especially if they end up running different strategies for that boss.
That is right. Yeah, well, we've got one that's almost certainly going to be some sort of a, one tank but stalling with a Mastema. And Gaviel's probably not going to go for that. I don't think Gaviel has like Cunnipalat either. So we could see a classic tank swap there.
Yeah. The single tank strats do require some somewhat specific casters in your team. So there's a little bit of deliberation here in terms of whether or not to take the Lava. Okay, so we are going with Lava the Purgatory, another 10 5 stars, which means more bonus points. Now, Lava's skill 2 is an interesting choice here because it does deal damage at a regular interval, which means that it is not affected by attack speed reduction like the Minion or Crescent. So sometimes that's a mechanic that can be useful in IS4. Doesn't really appear so much in the other ISs. Beast awaiting slaughter.
Alright, that's a classic. And EM Beast with no bonus enemy.
Yep, so 25 is normal.
Your sinful souls deserve
No, I've seen Jessica I've seen Gaviel pull this off with Jessica actually. So it's time to see if she can execute again.
It's great to have Jessica on this map. This is one where you really want Jessica's high stats and 3 block.
Yeah, you really can't overstate the E2 Jessica value here.
Yeah. She just destroys that carcass, barely taking any damage at all. Okay, I thought we were going to 1x, but no, we're still on 2x for now.
I think we might be reading what Lava the Purgatory does.
Totally fair. I bet a lot of people don't know what Lava the Purgatory does.
Yep, that's actually Gaviel's first E2 caster.
Interesting.
So might actually be suffering who needs to know what that's gonna do.
Yeah, so the Lava skill 1 just extends her range and makes her do multi-target, but skill 2 is a really interesting one. That's the one that creates 2 rings of fire, one around herself and one around another target in range.
Yep, there's a little bit of a tense moment there with the whether or not you're gonna get overwhelmed, but actually the shield wasn't even necessary. Jessica just kills these enemies really quickly.
Yeah, E2
Again,
Jessica, very valuable.
E2 scaling. Alright, here's the Basora Beast, and if you put down the shield to the left of Jessica, you actually force the Basora Beast to turn around so that you can hit its weak point with Jessica. We're gonna have not to do that, but it's also not necessary, so there's no problem at all.
Although Jessica's not hitting the weak point, Lava is.
Yep, and Jessica is just
Both
hitting
lavas.
so many times.
Yeah, in fact, we have both Lavas next to each other, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
There you are.
And yes, if you put an enemy inside the overlapping area of the lava, you get double damage.
Yes.
Roger, Wilson. Yes,
Okay, the shield being used to block top lane, very good. Making sure that that carcass is not leaking while there are three horde beasts blocked on Jessica. So that is going to be EM leakless.
Yeah, very nicely done. Super chill. The E2 just goes right through.
Yeah,
And we're gonna take a look at this shop. We'll also take a look at the vouchers first.
that's right.
And the hope spend is just absurdly low right now for the amount of power he's getting, because you have a medic already. Like you see,
Yeah.
Gavin's actually spent no hope this entire time.
Yep. Zero hope
Aldrin,
spent.
wow.
Ooh, okay, that's good.
That's such a nice defender relic. That's exactly
Definitely
what
something
would
you
like
want to see on supporter defender squad.
Yeah, Eye and Console, both really powerful. Eye's a guarantee that
Yeah.
you'll be able to place a shop down. Console means that you ramp that hope really fast. Could be a Posey
That's right.
pickup, could be a Typhon pickup here. It is going to be
Okay,
Typhon.
That means no Typhon for Suffering
Yeah,
Bird.
and
but I think that's
unfortunately, it cannot be in Shore's pickup because that Shore's is E0, unfortunately.
E0 level 2.
Yeah.
Very sad to see.
Got Glass
We
Bird
have a
and a
Glass
Vanguard.
Bird for even more hope. There's also the SP battery, which can be
And a
a
squad
pretty good gadget as well.
Yeah, I think that, the Glass Bird and Silk Scarf, I think if you're offered both of these, the Glass Bird, if you can afford it, just might be better here.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the typical hope ingot conversion is just 2 to 1. Like 2 ingots is 1 hope. Almost all items sort of respect this. So
That's kind of the standard curve. So if you
Yep.
can do better than that curve, you're getting profit.
yeah, which is why the Banshee's Kiss actually feels really sad. You are not getting anything but 2 hope, or two ingots for 1 hope.
Now there's still a reset available, and there's still a question of whether or not to withdraw 5 ingots here.
That is true, and you can see that Gaviel's actually at 700 ingots now, which means that she has finally unlocked the last slot in the shop.
Yeah.
And that
Ooh.
is a Defender Supporter book right there. If you're playing Defender
Yeah.
Supporter, surely this is something
That's
to
a really
want.
good relic for a really good Defender Supporter, yes. I was focused on the Medic Sniper book.
Oh yeah, that's good for. I mean, they're just sharing their stuff right now. It's like Suffering
Yeah.
is like, oh, I'll take like 3 defenders, and Gaviel's like, oh, I'll take your book.
Yeah.
Shoot the next event. Yeah, shoot's the next event.
Yeah,
But,
so that book could be good for Gaviel. The other book seems like it would be better for Suffering Bird, but I mean, Gaviel could also take that book anyways. I mean, Gaviel did pick up the Typhon after all.
Yeah, there's some interesting things you could do. I think the Escape Crane actually could also be very interesting for Defender players, although the DP is gonna become an issue pretty fast. There's also Iron Guard Advancement, which, giving them more HP, they're defenders.
Yeah.
They'll
Always
convert more HP. Okay, I think we might be withdrawing.
Makes sense. There's some pretty good items here to take.
Now, players
Alright,
are
that's
absolutely
plus
free to decide what's worth it for them. You get 30 points if you don't withdraw from a shop. In each shop, you can get this bonus. My personal opinion is if you're not withdrawing 5 on these shops, I think it usually doesn't end up being worth it. That's what I seem to have seen. Okay, we're going for a caster here. That is a free
That could be
pith.
another temp op for even more bonus points. Although Pith unfortunately kind of just does what Lava does, but less well.
Yep, and you've already picked up Lava the Purgatory. If you take a Pith, like, what are you what are you doing with
How much
all
AoE
this?
do you really need, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Alright, so
Alright,
we're gonna go
we are
with
moving on
Thea.
floor 2.
Very good caster. Single target, but kind of also does the AoE job anyways, despite being single target.
Yep, and we're on to floor 2. Oh, Scout and Toboski! Lost and
Toboski,
found into
let's go.
Scout and Toboski. You can pick
Yeah.
up both endings right now. It is an encounter, unfortunately, beforehand. Gaviel did say 4 ingots, which means if we do get that encounter, I could get it, but unfortunately, there's also only 1 hope, so...
True.
It wouldn't
Yeah,
be
having
the
an
best.
encounter at the start, not the best, but it's nice that there's a lot of choices here in terms of like what endings to go for.
Yeah, what I'd love to see right now is maybe random. I'm not sure you can get random full dartle, but you can definitely get index right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, restore
Okay.
3. Unfortunately, we need 4 index for that to be really nice. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so lost and found or scout.
Yep. In my opinion, I think the scout is one that you like. You can't skip this. But
yeah.
Oh, it's Gavial going for ending 2.
Ooh,
yes.
Okay.
And is picking up the minion for it.
Yeah, we do get the minion collapse. But yeah, I do think Gavial's squad should be well suited for ending 2.
Yeah, if Gavial index is down, and spends in the Bosky, it's gonna leave her with 1 index after the scout.
That's right. Now, who do you think should be E2'd here? Could be the Typhon or could be the Aya.
Yeah, it's almost certainly gotta be the Typhon, right? The Aya performs quite well at E1.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, Aya already has access to her skill 2 at E1.
Yeah, and Typhon adds that security for floor 3 that I think you would like to have right now.
Yeah, you definitely want access to Typhon skill 3 for some maps. Well, regardless, both of these are pretty good picks.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with this. Either way, unless you send like Lava the Purgatory, in which case questions. But
right,
surely it's gonna be one of the 6 stars.
I think one other consideration is I think Gavial also has a Golden Glow built, whereas Gavial might not have as many options that are worth considering in the sniper category.
Gavial's famous pot 7 posy?
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Could be the pot 7 posy.
That's pretty much all there is, yeah. And you might not be wanting to draft that far outside. Ooh, okay, we're doing range boss. Really good to have Typhon for this.
Yeah.
Okay, Path
of No End is going to be emergency here.
I think,
and we don't know what's coming up next because of the fog.
Yeah, unfortunately there's only one combat, but you get an emergency inside this Bosky with Typhon, I think you take it.
We need them more.
We are seeing that M2S3 from Typhon.
They're very interesting masteries on Typhon right now.
Can't win them all, but S2, M3, definitely, I think, one of the more impactful ones for S4.
And meanwhile, compare that to Jessica, who just has an M9, level 90.
Casual M9 on the Jessica altar.
You know what the priority is here.
Defender supporter squad.
We respect when players are dedicated to their niches.
That's right.
Alright, so this is going to be Emergency Path of No End.
This also means that Gavial has secured, if she does decide to restart, the floor 3 bonus is going to be guaranteed now.
Yeah. So a couple
Really
of the
nice
minion tiles here, but overall none of the minion tiles are too bad.
With all of you behind me, I won't.
Just get placed down. Easily takes care of the first few slugs.
Yep, the one tile that's a little sad is that, yep, that one right there that Gavial is noticing. That's where she normally puts Cruz.
Yeah.
And
good Cruz tile if it's open.
That said, this is emergency, which means the Cruz doesn't actually perform quite as well there, but it's a range boss so maybe it cancels itself out. Hard to say. That said,
the range boss does help Cruz quite a bit.
Yeah, moving Cruz up just isn't the same because then you don't have the distance advantage.
Yeah.
But I think the focus right now is probably on that left side where Jessica is fighting some slugs.
Yeah. And Jessica does a lot of damage, but you do eventually want to supplement her damage with someone else, maybe Aya, maybe Typhon. But you also want to make sure you get that chest before the end of the map. That is a lot. Well, it's not a lot of ingots, but it is some ingots. 2 ingots.
Someone does ask, can they hear casters? Believe probably not.
Yeah.
We certainly can't hear them.
Yeah. So technically, it is players' discretion whether or not they want to listen to casters. I think a lot of players opt not to because that can be distracting.
Yeah. Remember, the players they're in communication with each other right now, so.
Yeah.
All
to focus on.
Yeah. All they want to hear is probably each other.
Alright, the shield placed down, but Jessica's skill not activated yet. Jessica's skill saved for this agent over here to make sure that the agent is taken care of as fast as possible. We do have a stun sniper coming out from the right side. That stun sniper can be an annoyance. Even if the shield gets stunned, that does mean that the shield is no longer blocking. So you do want to be careful with that. Okay, now Typhon, depending on where Typhon goes, she might help with the left lane. Or it looks like she will be helping with the left lane here,
might
not the
be
right
stun
lane.
bait.
I think Gavial probably wants a less costly unit to be the stun enemy, like perhaps a Cruise.
Yeah. But right now, it is just going to be Typhon. I think one of the things that we want to see is soon you might need that medic. You also want to get Aya down just to help with all these enemies that you're encountering.
Yeah. Even though Typhon is still very healthy, it's good to get that medic down at some point. Especially because the medic does provide SP to anyone being healed.
Yeah, maybe not in the Dominion. That's going to be a little bit scary. Yep.
Alright, so Touch is now giving some SP to Typhon, which is nice.
Yep. Taking the shield out. That's a good time to do it. And now you can think about where is Aya going to go.
That's right. You need a total of 4 block for these two guys, because one of them takes 2 block and the other one reduces your block by 1.
Yep.
Unfortunately, there are no other ground units. The shield is still on cooldown for 17 seconds.
I don't think that's quite enough.
This might have to be a leak, unfortunately.
Unless it's
Typhon
killed.
isn't.
No, it's
I've already
not.
used her first skill activation. The second skill activation does take a while.
War is a plague, and I'm the cure.
Okay, Jessica's lost the one block debuff. Oh, okay. Aya kills a
that
slug,
was a
which
hit from Aya, preventing another leak there.
yeah, keeping it in the game. That shield is gonna get stunned, but it does the explosion first, so it's no problem. And we are down to the last 4 enemies. Yeah, right.
It's a little bit unfortunate there with the shield not being available at that time.
Yep, it is gonna cause a leak, but
yeah, but only 1 leak.
Yeah, only 1.
All right, let's see if Gavial gets a worthwhile relic for that trouble.
Oh, I hope so.
If you've run out of arrows,
Maybe the other defender book. That'd be pretty interesting. Oh, it's convergence. Everybody's doing convergence today.
Yeah, everyone's converging.
Oh, and a Nightlands Pro.
Nightlands
That's
Pro.
potentially actually quite impactful. But it's really hard to. It's one of those things where you don't really think about how much it affects your run, but I think it's actually this early would be really good.
Yeah, I mean there's a pretty good chance Gavial will see either a spike chest or a vine chest down the line, and it like doubles the thing, right? Or maybe it's more than double.
Yeah, 2.5. Really
2.5,
big.
yeah. So it changes your vine chest from 10 ingots to 25 ingots, which is quite huge.
Yeah, we're getting promotion on Aya as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially like 25. That's that number where like you have 25 ingots, you go into a shop, you feel like you're gonna get a lot out of it.
Yeah. That was the relic which changes DP costs, right?
Yeah, DP costs and redeployment times.
Yeah. So that's gonna be very interesting.
Yep, I think it's the range is minus 60% to plus 20% on the redeployment time as well. So on average, it is going to help, and a lot.
Quite a lot, especially for we're playing Defender Supporter. You don't have access to fast redeploys that easily, but that relic can somewhat solve that problem for you.
Yep, and as Chad's pointing out, leaking every emergency, living up to the name.
All right, so we have Unwell. This is not. Wait, is this emergency?
Let's go. Keep an eye on my back.
There's one.
No.
Stay safe.
Clairvoyant, risky?
And
No.
the enemies.
I mean, sure, there's a little bit of risk, but almost always Clairvoyant is going to be something you're happy to take. Like, for example, 15 cost Typhon.
Yeah.
Now, that is 50 enemies.
Good timing.
That's right.
You know what that means.
So hopefully we'll see bonus points from a special enemy pickup here. Typhon skill not activated yet. Maybe just saving the Typhon skill for when the enemies are actually visible.
I'll pin you to your
Oh,
shadow.
never mind. Yeah, I think it's
What
good to
does
get that
50
Typhon
enemies
skill
means?
activated ASAP usually, because you do want that second activation for the
It
infinite
means there's a
duration.
bonus at the end. Yeah, the Typhon early is really nice here. And getting Jessica down, and this is
Into the thick of it.
it's a little forward, but it is within healing range, and that's probably the main idea of this.
Yep.
In position. Permission of fire.
Right, Jessica skill activated. Just gonna shred through all those carcasses. Now we have a Tyrant coming soon. It seems like any of these casters will be a good answer to the Tyrant.
Mm-hmm. I don't think Lava completely does it, but you don't need to kill because Typhon and then Aya will just take care of it later.
Yeah. So
You
just
add a little damage.
some initial damage will be good.
Mm-hmm.
And Aya is actually on skill 3, so Aya can just actually completely one cycle it.
What do you need of the cowards? Break the silence first.
Okay, Typhon is now on the infinite duration.
Hurry up. Even the dead can't save you.
Yeah, so for long stages like this, Typhon skill 2 is quite good because you get the longer the stages, the more value you get out of that skill 2.
Yeah. And a shout out to just how easily she helps reveal things too.
Yeah. The big range from Besieger is helping with that. Although technically, I think Cruise and Touch already have every tile covered.
That is definitely true. Yeah, they do have it all done.
Yeah, but you don't always have access to all the range tiles.
Yep. That's true.
All right.
Yeah, Spike Chest can really mess you up here.
Yeah.
And I'm just waiting to see what that bonus is because this is definitely in the bag.
Yeah, and I think being able to save, using the lava to deal damage to this Tyrant so that Aya doesn't have to use her skill here is very good, because it means that Aya will not have her skill for whatever the special enemy is. And no matter what it is, her skill will dish out a huge amount of damage.
Yep. Okay, we're committing the Lava of the Purgatory there.
Indeed.
What is it gonna be? That is the dog.
Yep.
That should be doable for this squad. With the shield, with the Jessica Alter. It should be nice. That said, yes, that's a really good call, trying to get spot down so you can actually get some of that Aya activation.
That's right.
Oh, okay. Catching it on the way back, I think, because that's not gonna get it right now.
Okay, wait for the Crying Thief to come around before pressing on the skills. Although Typhon does not need to be pressed again since it's permanent. Okay, the Crying Thief is about to make contact with Spot.
Yeah,
although
moment of truth.
It's on the other side of Spot, so Aya cannot hit from here, but once the Crying Thief walks a little bit further, then Aya will be able to hit. Alright, we have the Ring of Fire put down.
Roger. War is a plague, and I'm the cure.
Here we go. Oh my god.
Nice.
So fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bonus. That's points. And a relic, of course. Just
and a relic.
doubly rewarded.
Those were my thoughts as well.
Rusted Razor, you love to see it. It sounds small, but it's actually quite impactful.
Yeah, that's a great relic to see. Physical damage, that's definitely a pretty big part of the team. Alright, another sniper voucher.
Interesting. Could we pick up TRC?
TRC?
Yeah, TRC. Not a bad pick
now,
at all.
Hopefully the TRC RNG will be good this time.
Yeah, we don't want to see that happen again. That was really heartbreaking, you know. Oh, Cannot Spark and Fresco. Okay.
That does give
I
a
think
lot of
Cannot Spark is probably the pick right here.
I would agree with that, yep.
Alright, and we're going at a 4-3 with pretty good squad.
I would say so too as well. Convergence deficiency is gonna suck a little bit.
Also should mark that. Gavial
Non-linear coming up next.
Gavial did take ending 2 as well, so yeah, both players have ending 2 potential, and Suffering Burb already has ending 3 potential.
That's right. So for New Tribe, this is definitely a map where Typhon skill 3 works very well.
Convergence deficiency already is tough.
Yeah.
The worst things is that you get +1 index and then -1 index because of the floor for the difficulty, but you get the collapses applied before those happen, so that means that Gavial lost 2 life going into this floor.
That's so unfortunate. That's gonna make it very hard to reach the point where Gavial can stack shields.
You definitely need to drop Convergence, otherwise you are looking at a very low HP run.
Yeah. Which doesn't bode well with the slogan LEE.
No emergencies encountered, I guess.
Well, unless you just don't do any emergencies, then then it's fine, I suppose.
Yeah, the LE stands for less emergencies encountered.
Yep.
I have 3 out of 4 runs that I got in convergence. It's actually 4 out of 4. Or, well, 4 out of 6 if you include resets.
That's why it's called convergence. Everyone converges there.
Mm-hmm. Alright, what stage is this?
I actually did not see what stage it was.
Less endings invaded. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh. There we go.
All right,
again.
we're going into
Rat
Rational Fraction.
Frack. The non-read version, but it's still not too bad with Typhon.
Yeah. And Jessica is just tanky enough that she will
We can
just
take care
she
of
will not die
ourselves, Professor.
to the champions here.
You just focus on giving orders.
Oh, these are not. They're okay Dominion tiles
They're
actually.
okay
Jessica
Dominion
is going to hold forward the entire time.
I won't take a single
Yeah.
step back.
Yeah, and Typhon is going to just sit in the back and snipe everything, so I think we're actually gonna have a
I thought
pretty
this
good time
cost
with this.
27 this time, which I think is
It's worse
higher
than
than
average,
usual.
yeah. It's sometimes it happens sometimes, but on average you're gonna be happy about it.
Yeah, on average. It might be worth considering picking up some units that are low DP cost.
Yeah, it's also
Just-
really important to just
Out of my home.
increase the
yeah.
odds.
In IS4, instead of swapping DP costs, you just get like they just get changed directly. So
Yeah.
I think it's a good change. It's a nice change. Whereas like I think in IS2, you just swap them around and then -2 on everyone, which means it's good on average as well, but like your Vanguard can get like really screwed sometimes and you can't
Yeah.
win sometimes.
Like if your Vanguard switches with Mudrock, you're like, oh well.
You're like, alright. Great. Die then.
How long will
perish.
it take for this 36 cost Vanguard to go DP positive?
Alright, we got AS3 here to deal with that second one. And an
Yep.
explosion to stun it in place. That's really nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright then.
You gotta pop that
Yeah,
AS skill
output a ton of
soon.
damage.
Oh, we want to get the caster too. Be a little
Or
bit greedy.
maybe AO will not be used at this juncture.
At your command, we make our own.
That
Building a shield is
seems...
tiring, pal.
I
Fine,
suppose
I
AA can also
suppose.
be safe for the final enemy, the hammer guy.
Yeah, although that enemy is really not a problem, usually.
Yeah, it's usually not a problem.
Actually not with Typhon deployed here, as well as 2 casters sitting in reserve.
Yeah.
But it's gonna work either way, so it's no problem at all.
Yep. Now the minion does affect enemies too, right? Like the enemies in the minion will also lose the attack speed. Is that right?
That is not. It only affects us for now.
Huh. Maybe I misremembered how Emperor's Blade works then. Because I thought it affected enemies.
With hard work, even an idiot.
I thought there
can
was
figure it
one Trials for Navigator where people took advantage of that to slow down some bosses' attack speed. I think it was.
It does
totally
happen on the Emperor's Blade stage, yeah, for Trials for Navigator, but it does not happen in IS4.
wrong. I see. So it's kind of special.
Yes, one of the reasons it does happen too is because it's like the enemies from a different set, I think were just not counted as, they were like not counted as allies of Emperor's Blade or something like that.
Man.
But not.
Ooh,
Oh, free Gnosis!
Gnosis!
You have to, right? You have to.
That is bonus points.
That is a
Alright.
lucky run.
We're
a lucky
seeing
bird.
that's a total of 3 temp operators so far. And out of 4 offered, because there was also a pith offered.
I
think this run
Yeah.
is blessed.
This is a bird run. Somehow.
Yeah.
Now, the question is it a bird curse? Because last time somebody got a free bird offered early, they died in the shot.
Hmm. That's true. There was a player who got offered a bird, and they took the bird.
Loki says, cannot still haunts my dreams. Understandable. That
Well, I will
was
point
a
out that
really
that
brutal
bird
one.
remained at E1 the whole time, so, you know.
Yeah, you gotta get this one from out as fast as you can to remove the curse.
I just completed my
Yeah.
experiment.
Child says, can I rage at shop? Yeah, you absolutely can.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that does give you many opportunities for bonus points.
It's really good.
Yeah.
It's
30
also
for each
why, I guess it's a good time. I could go over a little bit of the rules.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one of the rules worth pointing out, it's if you don't have Hunt, Migrate, Doubt, Rage, Love, Surprise, any of them, you get 150 points. It's actually more of a pity point than anything because all of these 6 folds are potentially really good for getting points.
Yeah.
Surprise, I mean, having a shop, that doesn't need to be explained. Rage, when combined with a shop, is a ton of points. Doubt is ending guarantee. Migrate is a ton. Hunt is just making emergencies, so yeah.
Yeah.
Why can't everyone try
So
to
if you don't get any of those, then obviously you won't have the opportunity to get points that way, which is why we give some from bonus points for not having
With
them.
all of you behind me, I won't take a single step
But
back.
if you have at least one of them, you might as well take the other ones as well, if offered.
That is right. On average, you're gonna get way more than 150 points from actually having these and not having them, so passing them up is a little bit questionable. Alright, maybe we've got Pretense turning true. 29, that is gonna be normal.
Alright, are we going to see a Typhon facing left or perhaps a Typhon facing down? Because both of them have their merits. Okay, it is going to be Typhon facing left. So
Interesting.
this Typhon will be mostly dealing with the casters coming from the left side. Both the tribal casters and the carcass casters.
That's right.
And that makes sense because Jessica is able to handle this lane pretty much on her own, maybe with minimal help. Alright, Typhon skill activated.
Yeah, not only that, we are using S2 Jessica. Oh, Spot in the Dominion, no. Oh, Spot
No,
in the
Spot's
caster also,
organs.
no, Spot. His organs, take him to the vet.
For those who don't know, it is lore accurate that if you're in Dominion, you lose your organs.
Yeah, that's actually what collapsing does to you.
Yep.
That said, Typhon's
scary.
first activation's up, and in a little bit, the second caster's gonna show up. Typhon's gonna need a little bit of help as well.
Yeah. This is not an emergency, right?
This may be a little hot.
I don't think so. Well, if the croc shows up and it's red, then we know for sure, but I'm pretty sure no.
Yeah. Alright, so Typhon finished her first skill activation. We're about to see a tribal caster.
Hostile sighted.
Gnosis not deployed yet. Okay, that's a normal croc, right?
Yeah, this is normal Pretense for sure. Alright, ACOS Gnosis, but not getting deployed yet. Gnosis can be very, very powerful. Okay,
Yeah, especially if
here,
you get those relics that increase CC duration time, you can really just lock enemies for a very long time using his skill 2 or his skill, well, skill 3 is already a very long time, but it's mostly skill 2.
that's right, and they just sack with each other, which is just kind of absurd. And yeah, Typhon needs a lot of help staying alive right now. Oh, Gaviel has killed Cruz. Love to say I've never seen that before, but unfortunately it wouldn't be true.
Very not true. Yeah, so people who had Gaviel kills Cruz on your bingo cards, you can go ahead and fill that out.
Mm-hmm.
Typhon is getting her second skill activation now, so she is going to be doing a lot of damage permanently.
Fine choice.
Getting
Yep,
two
this
enemies
bottom
at
lane
once.
caster's not a problem at all. Oh, you Gnosis is just being deployed as bait.
Ooh, okay.
Hey,
Well, Gnosis is not... Well, he is being healed by Spot at least.
for now, yes.
Roger, welcome.
Yeah.
And we have Jessica's S2 up actually, which means that even if everything else dies right now, Jessica turns around and can absolutely bite the caster.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Gnosis did bite the bullet there.
Oh, but no leaks.
No leaks.
Having prepared appropriately, these results are unsurprising.
Got 12 hope. Wow, okay.
Oh, okay. So that could be a 6-star pickup here. Ooh, Defender Voucher.
Yeah, you know Gaviel's going for that instantly. There's not much to discuss.
Look at all these great options.
Zarya is unfortunately taken, so we're going with Horn here.
Yep. Horn, very good option. Has that range of a Fortress Defender, which means you can snipe a lot of enemies from out of range. We have an option of Ratfrak or Crafty Beasts.
Now, if I think you're dealing with convergence here, you really want to take a combat before you have to index instead of the other way around. It can't get any worse, but it could get better. You know, if you get get an item afterward that lets you drop the collapse level, it might be better. So it's one of those things where you kind of really want to wait.
Yeah, 5 life, not comfortable, but 3 life, well, that'll be really yikes.
Very scary. No shields right now, and a shop will fix that actually. Gabriel can find a shop on floor 4, or if actually maybe one of those two is a shop, then that might actually make it really chill.
Yeah, and unfortunately Gabriel doesn't have a surprise Soldado yet, but if Gabriel is able to pick up the surprise, or just accumulate a bunch of ingots and go into a shot normally, I think those two could both be huge power spikes, potentially.
Yeah, no, it's true. It could be a shopping Bosky. However, spending that convergence, sending that with convergence early on is kind of scary. Not sure Gabriel wants to go to 1 life point.
Gabriel does have Cannot's Mark, which hasn't given any value yet, but as soon as Gabriel enters the shop, that is going to give a lot of value.
Yeah, not that the whole curve is actually really good too. Free Gnosis.
Yeah, I think having all those temp ops is definitely good for your hope curve. So the horn is going to be put on skill 2 here.
Yep, like I'm seeing
You're in luck.
I think 5, 6 or so.
Yeah.
We're not in trouble right now.
And they managed to not overlap a single one of their 6 stars, which is very good.
Yes, we really don't want people to accidentally break those rules, but if they do, unfortunately, it's gonna. That's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good. I'm hoping nobody does.
Yeah. All right, Rational Fracture. We've seen this before, but when we saw that, I believe it was actually no, it wasn't. It was not in a Bosky. All right, 17 enemies, which is regular.
Once again, none of these Dominion tiles are gonna be too bad.
Yeah.
And this time it's 17 cost Typhon.
Yep. Much cheaper Typhon this time. The horn is a bit costly, but I'm sure Gabby can do this without deploying horn or deploying horn very late.
It's okay. If you're a Defender Knights player, anything under 30 is cheap, right?
That's true. It does kind of change your standards as opposed to how much a lot of DP is. Alright, Touch not going to be deployed on the Dominion tiles, so Touch will get to keep her organs for now.
That says, oh, hi, Tums.
So true. Alright, first champion coming down.
Yeah, that Touch
Typhon
plays
skill actually not activated yet. Typhon skill perhaps safe for this champion specifically, yep.
Touch is actually going to cause quite a bit of healing pressure. When the caster shows up, that is going to be a little bit ugly, but I think she might be able to out-heal it. We'll see.
Yeah. She can definitely out-heal it.
Ooh, she's not out-healing it. Oh, with the skill, will be fine.
But yeah, eventually the caster walks out of range.
That's true. Only has to be for 3 hits.
Wonder if AS skill will be used at this juncture, considering there's a caster as well as a champion.
I think we might be going for the same thing we saw last time, where...
Ooh, we're seeing a horn, actually. This horn is on skill 2. So able to dish out quite a lot of burst damage with skill 2.
Absolutely.
Yep,
right now, these defenders are becoming impossibly tanky. I mean, how many defender supporters do we have at this point? We have 4?
Yeah. And it's like 8% per? Is that the skilling?
It's 8 or it's 10. I think it's 10, actually.
Or maybe 10.
Yeah, so 40% defense on Jessica with S3 activate. Like, at this point, that ending 2 pickup is looking like a really great idea because that Jessica with the S3 activation is just not going to need, like, more than Ansel. Maybe not even more than you official. I mean, you don't want to risk that, but, like...
Yeah, that's really a little healing.
It's unbelievably good right now.
Yeah, but it definitely opens up your options a lot for that fight.
I'm hoping Gabriel clicks on Jessica real quick. I would love to see those stats, but you can also do the math. It's gonna be something like something like 2,500 maybe. And yeah, no problems at all. Another Rational Fracture.
Yep.
This is looking pretty good for both players right now.
Yes, and there's also Pauldron, which also increases defense further if they are blocking enemies.
There was. That's right. That is true. There is also a Pauldron, a 40% attack. And defense. And his Fresco.
Nice
and an index pickup. This is so nice.
Not sure if we'll... it would be cool if we see some levitation or weightless plays here, but currently there are no operators that do that.
We could certainly see Celeste, like, Dust.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, a lot of other E2 offers
nice
too.
pre-promotes here. There's a Suzerain and a Scotty, but there's also just the Gnosis, which, I mean, having an E2 Gnosis is very good, of course.
Yeah, and I believe that Gabriel... I'm not sure Gabrielle is leveling up for the next fight. That would leave her at 6. That is it's a little bit of a scary
Right.
number.
6 is kind of an unfortunate number because it's just short of 7.
If Gabrielle does level up after this next combat, then taking Sculptor is not a problem. Can't take Suzerain because Suffering already has that,
Correct.
but still, Sculptor is a great option all the time.
Yeah.
And actually, Sculptor is sufficient as a healer.
Sculptor was very interesting. 1-2-2
that
mastery.
is an M5. That is a 1-2-2 M5.
Love to see it.
Yeah, you can't win them all.
All right, so the M5 Sculptor with 1-2-2 masteries has been picked up.
It's definitely true that these are lucky, but at the same time, this is Defender supporter, so like, have you ever seen these pre-promoted?
All right. So
All
this could be a
right,
chance to
Noboski.
Trade away some
Now,
relics
Knott's
that
Mark.
are no longer useful.
Yes, Knott's Mark actually does activate on this one. Glass Bird would be a great one to give away. Trading away squad size and deploy limit relics don't actually decrease them.
That's very nice.
Yeah, it's really nice because some of those are also considered rare relics, so
Yeah.
you give
I
them
believe
away, you get
Glass
something
Bird
amazing.
Is like it's a 16 cost in the shop.
I don't remember. I think it's 12.
Actually, it might be 12.
I think it's 12.
Actually, yeah, right. It's 12.
You can also get rid of Fresco.
Yeah, you could get rid of Fresco if you don't think you're going to use the effect.
But yeah, I think Glassbird Fresco are really good choices here.
I mean, Night Lance Pro, you still want to keep it around just in case it procs. You know, you can win the jackpot on the mine chest.
Yeah, that's right. And it's only 12 anyway, so it's like you're more likely to get some usage out of it than you are Fresco right now.
10% defense on your defenders is definitely too important.
And it looks like they've come to the same conclusion.
Yep, it's going to be Fresco.
Oh my god!
Torch is a great one.
Okay, I mean, sure, yeah, it's a torch run.
Speed for each adjacency.
Okay, let's see this new tribe then.
Yeah.
This is strong.
Yeah.
This is quite strong.
Attack speed is really good.
There's some blessings going on right now.
Yeah.
And Sculptor, of course, is also going to provide a stack, so we're at 50% defense.
So very, very tanky defenders.
Yeah, these defenders do not care about Fizz, and I mean they care a little bit about art still.
Skill 3? Makes sense.
Typhon.
Yeah, they
Typhon
probably
says,
still care about arts.
It's still gonna
the Jedi
kill.
do arts damage here.
Yes, and it's 1200, which is not a chill thing to deal with.
Definitely.
On top of that, I am questioning. We have Rusted Razor, so I think it's enough, but Typhon M2. Is that going to... How fast does that kill? I kind of want to know.
I think if you give her the torch buff with any adjacency, that's going to be more than enough.
Oh yeah, you're right. Then you
Because
do
one
have to-
mastery can't possibly be 30 ASPD worth of damage lost.
That is true. That said,
Yeah,
you
and
have
that
to
thing
devote
does
the
stack.
healing.
If you have 2 adjacencies, you go to 60. If it's 3, you go to 90. Although I think with the standard Typhon tile on this map, you can only get one
right?
adjacency.
Yeah, bottom right.
I think 1 will be enough.
And also, if you just put some stacks on your medic as well, then their medic will just keep anything alive really fast. So
that's true. Yeah.
Oh, there's the minion.
Punch
Minus
the
50.
minion, but the Dominion isn't on the bottom range tile.
Good timing.
Torch is super cool because it means that even if you have Dominion, sometimes you need to stop and think, maybe the Dominion tile is a good tile.
Yeah.
Don't let them out
It's
of sight.
Like maybe
Even if your eyes
maybe
are
the 30 attack speed is worth more than whatever you would have had outside of Dominion.
Yeah. And if you get 2 operators next to whatever's in Dominion, then they're actually faster than usual. So
That's true. All right, Typhon skill activated.
not be disturbed.
it's only true for level 1 Dominion, of course.
The Sculptor is giving. Well, she's not giving her attack right now because she doesn't have the skill activated yet.
Yeah. Now normally,
Although does the summon give an exhaustible torch?
I don't think it is.
I think it's only operator.
I believe it is. Yeah, I think it's units or like ops.
Yeah.
And yeah,
And I believe it's the same thing for Rock Horde.
Initiating medical treatment.
Okay,
I could
well,
be
I'm
wrong.
getting quoted for apparent like human rights violations, but whatever. Yeah, that boss is dead. That is Rusted Razor plus M2, and it's gonna do it very
No
cleanly.
need
Very
to
nice.
worry. I've got your back.
We've got a
All right,
Sculptor.
2 defenders placed down. Horn with the
Yes.
almost 1200
I'll complete
defense, so
my
you know she's gonna not gonna be easy to take down.
Yeah, and Gnosis with the
Fine choice.
200 defense, 300 defense. I can
Allow
tell.
me to impart on you
Right into the
In
minion.
minion, so he's losing his organs.
Yep, it happens. I mean,
It's okay. He can just buy new ones.
with that Carlin money, yeah, I guess so.
With that Carlin money, exactly. Carlin trade is forced to be contended. Forced to be reckoned with. Here comes the car. Car is gonna lose most of his health by the time before he even reaches Horn.
Yeah, and on this stage, if you have defenders, you actually just not scared about this either. New Trev is
Yeah.
kind of not bad.
Yep. You have plenty of sources of 3 block if you do need to block stuff.
Yeah, I mean, even when the the carcasses, they get buffed and they do 4 times more damage because it's twice as much attack speed and twice as much attack.
Yeah.
And just like most stuff that you put down just gets shredded.
What do you
But
need of me?
Jessica just like didn't care. It's not a problem.
Right. As expected.
Alright, so with the boss dead, this stage is quite a bit simpler. There's still a couple cars and Jedis left, but with this setup, it's gonna be definitely more than enough damage to deal with that.
Yep, but they are still playing at 1x.
Stay
This is,
calm and make your move. No need to stay calm.
It's
and
interesting to
you
note
should not be
because
disturbed.
things can still go wrong, and actually things are going wrong right now, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, that car,
Oh,
okay.
oh,
That one
Typhon
is
gets it last second.
Just
you
on
all the
time.
cries I've heard.
That's super close. You
Okay.
really,
Well, that was a good, very clutch.
yeah,
Yeah,
you
Horn had
really,
3 block, and all 3 block were taken out by the cars. Those cars can be kind of annoying.
yep. That Gnosis is not providing.
Alright, we're seeing the
enough
2x
value
now,
here.
because clearly the worst is over.
Yep, there's 2 on the bottom and 1 on top. Horn doesn't need to worry about a scary situation again. And
Yep.
Typhon is unfortunately not able to actually hit them right now, but Jessica just kills it. So
Yeah,
Wow.
Typhon does down. Oh, she can. Typhon does put down the cursor wherever you activate the skill, and then that cursor stays on the enemy. But if that enemy dies, then her cursor just stays on the ground.
yep. So at that point, it was
Sometimes you do need to deactivate that if you're in a situation where she will no longer hit what you want her to
I
hit.
look forward to seeing.
Yep, but that is leafless and a really easy clear for New Tread. Let's see what
Love to see
Gabriel's
it.
gonna get from here. Couple ingots. Master Specialist. This is a big one. Oh,
Ooh,
surprise!
surprise is a
I mean,
good
this is
one.
almost a no-brainer. You just simply have to pick up the surprise here.
Yeah, I mean with 28 ingots, that effectively becomes 56 ingots, and you
There-
have
Yeah, yeah. And there is
potentially
no...
withdrawing in the shop as well for 10 more ingots.
Yeah, and you have Connaught's Mark, and there's literally nothing you like to do more right now than just
All right,
grab
we
relics
have
with
a
this
surprise.
Draft of a
Draft of
Speech
Speech gonna
and
give a
Dreaming
lot of hope.
Essence?
Or Dreaming Essence. Yeah, I can see both of these picks going pretty far.
These are
In the,
crazy.
in the short run, I think with 17 Hope, Draft of Speech not going to make a huge impact immediately, but definitely can still pay off later on.
Yeah,
Dreaming
so-
Essence is just always good because, I mean, 50% of
Yes.
SP is a lot.
Yeah, and the only operator who like don't actually work super well with that is like Weinar and Tequila.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna be
Yeah.
picking up here Yato Altar. Could it be? It could be.
Alright.
It is.
That is Yato
Yato Altar. And that means that we are advancing on, and Suffering Burb's actually gonna come back and finish his run first.
All right, so time for Suffering Burb to take the stage again. So far, Suffering Burb has six stars. Gabriel has drafted 7. None of them overlap, which is very good.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw Suffering Burb's squad at the end, I was like, wow, that's gonna be really hard to top. But Gabriel said, actually watch this. All right, and Suffering can go whenever he's ready. All right, and to refresh, this is a Medic Sniper, and there is a Scarred Amber pickup here. I'm not taking the Camo Weave.
That's right.
Probably a good idea. And it's Ending 2 and Ending 3 are both in progress, which means that middle prophecy there is going to be for Ending 3. Wow, one...
not
pass-
taking the index.
Interesting. Knowing that you can't move on this floor is one thing, but you also can't move... You can move on the next floor, so...
That's true.
It's an interesting pickup. That said, they are both fighting Convergence right now, which means
Yeah.
these shields are pretty much some of the only life they're going to get access to.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, 6 life isn't that much to work with. Alright, so that is an emergency defense substituting offense.
Yep. Not too bad. Especially with this amount of CC, I don't think you're in too much trouble, and you also have a ton of damage.
Yeah.
Yes, super strong runs, very unfortunate HP counts. It does demand some amount of like near perfect play, you know? Especially 6 is actually not a lot. Some really bad situation like could just take you out.
Yeah.
But assuming
Alright,
they
so we're going
can
with
keep
Suzerain
snowballing.
skill 2 here, because Suzerain skill 2 is a permanent skill.
Yep. M1 you would really love to see for that breakpoint.
Yeah, couple of good spots for various range units here. Suzerain probably could go somewhere in the center, I'm thinking.
Yeah. As I was saying it, but it is true. These are, I would say, at the mid bus, this is probably the strongest pair that we've seen so far. I think it's partially due to both players playing, not playing niche, and playing 2 class squads. Class squads are strong, even if it's defender supporter, it can be very strong.
Yeah, class squads are strong, and if you have non-overlapping class squads, that tends to help a lot.
Yeah, and the temp ups are definitely helping as well, but even without that, if you play class squad, your curve is going to look pretty different sometimes.
Yeah. Alright, so we have Ines placed down right away. Ines at E1, but still able to bind and generate quite a bit of DP even at E1.
Yep, it's a really nice opener for this stage since you start with 0 for this one.
Zarya not going to take any damage from these carcasses, basically. Although some of the later enemies could be a real threat to Zarya.
Yep.
There are only 2 ground operators on this team, which are Ines and Zarya. So if the quest has to be either kill these, I think they're called Devourers, kill them fast, or sacrifice one of the ground units to them, which would probably have to be Ines. Though that will not be an option for the first one.
Yep, Ines will probably bind the enemy repeatedly in a good tile, so you do not have too much to work with, but it's not the worst.
Yeah, you can tell that on emergency these guys are quite tanky. Even after full Mossma skill, that's not even half of the HP.
Yeah, check out that Warframe placement. That is someone using Warframe for Ray buffing, not for healing.
That's something you always have to do when you're using Warframes too, so you are not subject to RNG. Sorry, actually got eaten.
Yeah, it is still a lot of stats on the emergency mode, and this is one of those things you can maybe get caught off guard every once in a while.
Ooh, is that champion gonna...
This is a little scary.
Ray's skill finished, and unfortunately, that champion... Ooh, it actually gets
When this
through.
block breaks, suddenly things are going to be a little bit trickier.
That's gonna make things tough now, because the Zarya, even if you put down Zarya again, there's another Wither mod there.
We are... Yeah, it looks like we're not contesting it.
Roadblocks here. The champion is gonna get blocked on Zarya, and Zarya is not actually in healing range of.
This is ooh.
Okay. So this is a map where if you the more roadblocks you lose, the harder it gets because the pathing just becomes more and more adversarial. The high stats on emergency for these Wither Moths is becoming quite a problem. There are 2 Wither Moths right now. One of them is at under half health, but unfortunately already out of range. No, there really is not realistically any operator who can save these enemies on the right side, so it's going to be a matter of trying to minimize losses here.
Yeah, at this point, I think you need to cut your losses on the read. The enemies aren't really going there anymore. It's like one thing, and it's Mossma will take care of that. Ray will take care of that.
It's very unfortunate to undeploy that read, but sometimes you just have to.
This is a little horrifying.
Yeah.
Don't want to see this kind of. This is the explosion there at the start.
And now Ray is kind of also too high up to hit stuff on the bottom lane.
Yeah, you gotta kill 3 enemies here minimum in order to survive.
Yeah, but even if you do better, you won't be back by the end.
Yeah, there is that tank right there.
Probably get this champion at least, and also the herald. So that's at least 2 more kills. With 9 more enemies, at least 3 need to die. So I think Suffering Bird will survive, right? Because I think there's definitely at least 3 killable enemies.
Yeah, you can't put anything down because of that car right there. Yeah, and I think Suffering has identified that as well. You put that down, and they get hit with the range attack. You're done. It's over.
Yeah.
So right now you need to
slow
slow down.
Melee units.
Yeah, I think if there's any time to play at 1x speed, this might be it.
Definitely is now.
Oh no!
Ooh.
Is that gonna survive?
Well, maybe with the
Survive.
stealth
Oh, it's fine. It's
and,
fine.
and
It's
with
fine.
Warframe healing, maybe it's fine.
Yes, there is a 35% HP relic going on right now, which is to say that would have been really close otherwise.
Right. And now that Ray's done killing the champion, she can be swapped out for some more DP. Saria costs 42, which means more. Yep. Good management of the DP situation there, swapping out operators as necessary. Suffering Verb has made it out.
Yep, this is
And I
unfortunately
believe these last two enemies should both die. Yep.
-9.
Okay, -9, but
You know,
still alive.
really funny. In retrospect, if Suffering had not taken the shields instead of the index, Suffering would be dead right now.
That's true. Now maybe that was some really good foresight.
But completely undeterred, just continues drafts 12F and takes Convergence 2. But
Right,
that is
the
the
level two
second
convergence.
ending 3 item, which means that we are confirmed. We are going for an ending 3.
Yep. That's
Okay,
right.
there is a recite here. Unfortunately, without concording it, you're not getting the 2 max life points. So you actually really would like to have that. Yeah, really scary moment there.
Yeah, I wonder if Ines could have been either placed elsewhere or maybe retreated earlier so that she can be sacrificed to the Wither Maw and so that Saria didn't die.
Yeah, I agree. I think that putting Enos next to Saria is usually more safe because you actually expect
you do
Enos to
not
get
want your
eaten for
Saria
that
to
first
go
one.
away there.
Yeah, you expect Enos to get eaten for that first one so that she can actually cycle around to where Suffering put that Enos later. And that makes it so that the first one can never actually mess you up.
Yeah. And there was also potentially an option to take one fewer range unit and bring another body just to deal with Wither Maws.
Yeah, no, you're right. That is also true. There were other ground units, and I think it's a bit of a miscalculation, unfortunately. But I think the recovery
is a
was
tough
really
game.
good. The recovery was
stats.
really good. A lot of people would have, I think, just immediately exploded, throw your hands up and say, you know what? I can't do it. But
Yeah.
just, you gotta grit.
Yeah.
He did.
When it comes down to last 9 enemies, you really gotta be able to identify which ones are the ones you go for, so you don't die.
Yep. Alright, we've got noise disturbance. This is a normal amount because it's a rat weave.
Yep, Rawi 30 is normal.
Yeah, and it's just 2
Ines
defenders
used
at
to
the
open
end.
as usual.
Yep, this is pretty comfortable so far. There's no no significant threats, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, we are going for forward redeployment.
Yep. Now, because of the injury trigger, all the operators are coming down with a little bit of health lost, but it's not too bad.
Oh, we're using Ray. That's pretty cool.
Yep, using the increased range on Ray to kill that crossbowman very fast.
You know what's really interesting here is that I feel like Burb's just completely undeterred by what just happened. It's like no big deal, still playing at the same speed, 27k no.
-9, you know, no big deal.
Nothing I haven't seen before. I'm at 3 life right now. Whatever. 6 right now actually.
Just another day of work.
Yep.
All
Hey,
right.
that's
So
looking a little
additional
bit.
healing coming in from the drone on silence. Gonna help a lot with healing there.
Yeah, Masuma's got a skill up as well.
Yep.
Which is gonna take a while to actually kill these casters since they have a lot of res,
Yeah.
but
They do have a lot of res. Warfrin plays now to help with Mastema.
oh, we are buffing Masuma's damage. That's very interesting.
Yeah, you don't always need to buff Ray. I mean, in this map, Ray just does enough damage anyways. All right, so Mastema buff, although her skill's already over, so she's not gonna do that much damage. But I guess the buff also makes Warfrin heal more.
Oh, that drone is unfortunately not managed in time, so Warframe is going to bait.
Yep. So that drone is
That's-
coming slowly.
Yeah.
Warfrin does heal quite a lot, but the drone does do some splash damage there, hitting both Saria and Warfrin at the same time. So Warfrin does go down.
Yeah, Masuma
There's another crossbowman
is...
coming.
Masuma's looking a little unsafe right now as well. I think it's starting to pile up a bit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there goes Masuma, and now the Grey Altar might be dead as well, because these casters just need a little bit more dedicated damage.
Yeah. I wonder if Ray maybe could have gone on that top range tile facing down, where she can take care of the casters more readily. It does make it a little bit harder to deal with the crossbowmen, but it is a trade-off.
Interestingly, I think we saw that from Tsukami's run, right? But unfortunately,
Yeah, although
the bait
Tsukami,
was
I
a little
believe,
off time.
faced Ray to the left to deal with the crossbowman as well.
That is true. That is true.
But I think in this case, the casters are doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, one of the things that could make this okay is next read activation. Enos can't die here. These two casters are just really adding so much pressure.
Yeah,
Silence is probably dead if the throne
Defenders,
doesn't go.
they're getting stunned, but unfortunately they just have a bit too much health. Ray doing some good damage to them. But there's 3 of them, and that's quite a lot. And they're also healing each other, which is unfortunate.
7 enemies left. This is not.
Ooh. Yeah, having those additional enemies from Route Weave is really painful. Even on a non-emergency, just having those extra mobs to deal with, that can really screw over your usual strategies.
Yeah, there's only 2 casters left. And that needs to be... One of them needs to die right now, but neither Ray nor Reed can actually go that way. I think...
Yeah, I think the Maxima can probably kill them if
but
she's
if you
being healed.
deploy her first, that's just adding even more pressure. This Ray's just not helping anymore. I think it needs to go.
Yeah, I think it's time to save the DP. Now, as greedy as they would be, I would be interested to see if Suffering Bird can get that chest, because the chest is almost dead, right? And like, it's greedy, but you know.
You think about the chest at a time like this?
If you came all this way, you might as well, right? Like, you could potentially undeploy Enos here, just try to greed the chest. Let's go! Let's go!
Your prayers have been answered. I guess we're actually gonna get that chest. It's in time, though.
Oh, the greed paid off!
It's in time! Oh my god.
We love seeing greed paid off.
This is so
Even in the
stressful.
jaws of death, you still gotta get the chest.
Oh my god, you gotta get the chest, I guess, yeah. And after all this tactical leaks, I suppose you're rewarded with no 6-star. Oh my
It'd be like that
gosh. Hey, Ursus Blade is actually getting some value now because you're getting a bunch of collapse levels out of it.
That's true, yeah. That's gonna help you.
You are at
reach that
5.
Yeah, level 9 and 10 a lot faster.
You know, maybe Burb is saying, you know what? We're going to 1 anyway. Who needs life? Just lose it now. Gain collapse so you can get emergencies from lost
at
and
this
found.
point, you know, you go from 2 to 1. It's already kind of sponsored.
Yeah, it's like whatever.
Yeah, it's like whatever. Yeah, just take away my 1 remaining life that I can't afford to lose.
Castle's Offspring and Sea Terror Jerky. It's just immediately taking Sea Terror Jerky. No, not a second thought to Castle's Offspring. Oh my god, Crisis Trigger, Pan Society, and Terrifying Entity is a set. But
yeah, but the Sea Jerky is definitely something that's welcome to see on a sniper squad.
yeah, absolutely. And Burb is actually free to take whatever path now because it is. There's no route weave to take anymore. The Boundless Prophecy has already been picked up.
4-4, pretty rough, but at least you don't have to deal with it on 4-5.
Wow. Anyway, well, after that, let's see what that is.
Alright, Suffering Bird still needs to apply Scar Void somewhere before the Prophecy.
By the way, is that right? Not a single 6-star picked up on floor 4.
I believe that is true. I can't think of a 6-star that was picked up on 4-4.
Wow. Really
I
interesting.
think having the short floor with a very restricted layout just makes it you don't have many chances.
Yeah, this is definitely tough.
Alright, so that is Instant Contam normal. It does lead to more options, more branching paths, so that it actually no, there's not that many branching paths from Instant Contam. I guess you can key up.
Yeah, they all sort of converge. And speaking of convergence,
I guess top path has more branching if you want to keep your options open.
it's time to figure out where are you putting your Scar Void. It needs to be applied directly to the right. That's the thing that can mess people up sometimes.
Yeah. There's a debate here of do you want to use Scar Void to skip potentially a tough emergency, or do you want to do the tough emergency at 1 life and 2 shields, risk it, but maybe get 100 bonus points or more from that emergency, right?
That's right.
And Scar Void something else for more value.
Okay, we are Ira signing and Scar Voiding, which means we're just getting our life back immediately.
Yeah.
We
And
also
that is
dropped a
63
collapse.
ingots, which is a lot of ingots.
Yeah, you really want to see a shop, and unfortunately, it's not there. Oh,
Yeah, we don't
really?
see a shop now.
Are we really taking this? Are we really taking this? Oh, you hate to
More
see
collapse.
it. -1 shield.
Yeah, that is that downtime is such a scam.
Yeah, I know you found a Bosky passage, but that's EM
found a Bosky.
Entities.
You found emergency mounts and seas, which ooh,
There is an Inez.
there's an Inez. Yep, Inez is definitely someone you want for that.
Yep, and now you take the boss key, but unfortunately you can't actually take it because you don't have anything.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that you key up for the boss key, but that's all the index you have. At least you can get some consolation prize just for visiting boss key.
That's true. I almost feel like Burb is like slightly kamikazing into the next few stages.
I think Burb really wants to finish floor 5 at least, because then Burb gets access to not just the bonus points, but also the shop that's guaranteed, where Burb can spend all those probably 70 plus ingots by that.
That is absolutely true, yeah. And actually, looking at the squad, it does look ending 2 ready.
Yeah,
As minimal as it is, that should be enough.
I think it's enough for the ending. But Burb needs to make sure that floor 5 needs to make sure to get through floor 5. And without the vision, it's going to be a little bit tricky, right? Because what if you run into a surprise emergency that you're just not ready for?
Yeah, I mean, this one might be. We don't know what this combat is. We're gonna find out right. It's instinct contamination. Okay.
Okay. Now, is it normal or emergency? It's
Normal.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's
he
good,
would-
because that means that Suffering Bird still has access to all those deployable tiles at least.
Yeah, and for the first time, Burb was on what? Oh, never mind. Burb changed it to X. Okay.
Alright, so we see a chest up there. The chest is either emotional or terrifying. I don't remember which.
Yeah, one of the
But
things
it has a
here.
lot of health.
Yeah, this is a great Enos tile, but it does not work nearly as well with an E1 Enos. You want to see massive amounts of damage to compensate for it, because what you need to do to open with Enos is these enemies just need to die from the skill, and they don't, as you can see. I think Bird probably does know that, and maybe it's going to deploy something further in the back to deal with it.
Alright, so not putting down Saria yet, putting down Ray instead, trusting that Ray has the damage to finish off these enemies.
That is terrifying, but
Yep.
you know what to say, let him cook.
Yep. Alright, Saria's gonna be ready in 2 seconds. Finally gonna have a blocker in front of that blue box.
Yeah, at this point, the Ian is a huge commitment actually to front tanking, but I don't see it. I don't see the front tank. I'm wondering if...
I think this has to be a back tank.
Yeah, I think it might be early DP just from the Enos, and then, you know, she's going to last for quite a while. When the first
And the nice
drone
thing is
shows
you
up...
can put your 3 medics all on Saria just to make sure Saria really does not die. And even with the champions coming, I think 3 medics will be enough healing.
That is true, but oh, we are
actually,
committing
read
to
it to the
forward.
front.
That's
okay.
scary. That's scary. I'm not...
that's cool. That does
not
mean
sure
that
about
Reed can
this.
do a lot of damage early on. And she could probably just sustain herself by attacking the enemies.
Once
It does
it's
mean
more
that she will not be back
caster-
there to heal anyone else like Saria though.
Yeah, no. Once the second caster shows up, though, it's gonna be a problem.
Oh,
because
Saria's also at the front actually.
oh god, it is front tank. This is a
Okay, so
hybrid.
tank strat.
Wait, this is crazy. Do you see this? It's like the bottom lane is gonna be a back tank or just no tank. Yeah. This is oh god, that's stressful. That's really stressful.
It's stressful, but I think it could work. I think if Suffering manages the skill cycles correctly, then you know, maybe minimal blocking or no blocking is fine on bottom lane.
Yeah, but you're seeing it right now. Like I think Spot would be a better tank than maybe would be a better tank than Reed. Just be able to get some of the healing from Saria. But Reed does not out heal a caster without the help of something like Moiner to actually take bait. Not in the absence of relics. And we don't have those relics. And that no. I'm terrified. That tile on the left side, it's really tempting right now to heal Reed that way. That tile will die. That tile will die when the drones show up. And the drones are showing up.
Okay, drones are showing up. Yep. Those drones do hit
And
pretty
maybe,
hard.
maybe Burv has an idea here. Maybe there's something
Alright,
going on
Ray's
that's gonna make
skill
this work.
activated, and she does have full ammo because she hasn't attacked in a while, so she is going to be able to unload right away.
Okay.
Hopefully enough damage to take out a champion here. If not, there is the Mastma skill ready, but
There
Mastma
is.
skill does have a pretty high cycle time,
Yeah,
so
and
you
now
don't
that,
want to have to block it too early.
yeah, Saria is a great defender to tank the casters right now because she does have some res, and that's gonna help so much. And Enos needs the skill right now, otherwise she's dead. Yep, good catch right
Alright,
there.
Enos goes invisible.
Yep, and
Not
this is
gonna be hurt
actually
by the drones.
yeah, and this is the last moment you can actually have Enos on the field. After this, she's gonna need to get healing or she's gonna need to leave, and looks like we're
Yep.
committing to it. Oh, this is terrifying.
All right, looks like it's probably time for Ines to leave now.
Yeah, Boston must have been popped. I'm really not sure about the outcome now.
Unless Burb wants to commit to healing Ines with the drone, but I don't think the drone can pull the up on.
That uptime is. I've never actually tried it. Maybe Burp has.
Maybe there's enough uptime.
Yeah.
So having Ines there does stall the champions, which is nice.
Yep, and yeah, the classic read Enos. This is a really classic strategy. But
that race skill might have been a bit early.
Yeah, isn't it?
That because Ray's skill was like
fine.
30% over by the time the champion actually made it over. Maybe it'll be fine.
Sorry, needs
Okay,
healing.
So taking this that champion is not
it's not enough.
There's some residual damage from Reed, but I don't think it's gonna be enough.
No, that's you gotta accept that leak at this point. It has to go. Get it out of here.
You cannot tank a buffed champion that they just do way too much damage.
That's true. Could be for faster cycle, but I don't know. I don't think I'd put one out of 58. The number you're looking for is not.
The combination of bind there made it so that the Ray skill didn't get its full value on the champion.
Sorry,
no,
dead.
Reed died. Ooh, that is.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the front tank is just. I think it's just too aggressive.
Yeah, there's a lot of ranged enemies on this, and they all hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
Who's the next ground unit up? Looks like it's Ines in 15.
It's not gonna do it.
Okay, well at least Ray can hopefully take down this drone and not prevent that leak.
That's true. Yeah, you gotta keep. Hold on for a second. Maybe.
Reload. Okay.
Maybe they need to be one shots, and nothing else can trigger these carcasses. Otherwise, it's gonna be a problem. Oh, Ray's using shots on the drone instead.
Well, I think it was either leak that or leak one of the carcasses.
That's true. But the
Ines is deployed. She's gonna bind some of them and just buy more time. Unfortunately, the two defenders are all on 30-second deployment timers, so it's gonna have to be a no block strategy here. Mossma does have skill up very soon, and that could potentially save a lot of pain.
Yeah, but
unfortunately she's facing left, which means that she's not gonna affect the enemies.
The Mossma skills up, but Mossma's gonna die very soon.
And those two drones, if they leak, then that's over.
Oh, can Ray get one of them?
I think
Ray can get one in the box. Ray can get one in the box.
No,
there's no skill.
Oh, I think it's too late. Not like this. Not like this. No one can kill the drone.
Oh. It's over. Instant contamination.
The instinct was too contaminated.
That is brutal. Absolutely brutal.
What a tough. It was a tough 4-4 and then followed by a tough 4-5. But yeah, it is very difficult to do stages with route weave.
Yep. Scarred Amber circled. Yeah, that mid boss didn't really give too much, but
yeah, usually mid boss drops are pretty good, but you just got both of those options were kind of bad.
Yeah, he's got 1092. I'll note that down, but it's not all done yet. Of course, this is a 2-player tournament, which means it's time for Gaviel to take it home, to bring home. You gotta. Suffering Burb has died. You gotta go get him, pick him up, and like bring him to the finish line. You know.
Yep. All right. We do need to see the score screen though, right?
It's 1095, I believe. See it one more time.
Yeah,
1092.
Okay. 1092. Okay, 1092. Let me mark that down. All right, and a fair amount of bonus points as well from various sources. So we will calculate that later, soon.
All right, but now it's time for Gaviel.
Yep.
And you are ready to go.
Alright, so going back to Gaviel's run, Gaviel is on floor 4 as well. Gaviel, as you might recall, got the Dreaming Essence from the mid-boss, which is actually a good relic, unlike the 2 relics that Suffering Burb was offered, unfortunately. Gaviel does have the Scar Void not applied yet, I believe, yes. And then in this 4-4, looks like there's quite a lot of branching paths, so a lot of options for Gavial here. Yeah, so with that convergence level 2, it means that just moving down up and down twice will bring Gavial down to 2 life, which is kind of dangerous. And also, Gavial does not have shields right now, which could be scary as well. Gavial just has 6 life and no shields. And it's very hard to start stacking life in this kind of state. So Big Migration is an option here. Big Migration is normal, I think, is pretty good for this team. There's also 2 encounters, which... the encounters on 4-4, you might run into a fight that you don't like. For example, the one with the Sarkaz lady might be a little bit tricky. That's one where if you have Enos, it's easier, but there's no Enos. So 2 combats after that. Both combats are non-emergencies. So if there is an emergency on 4-4, it's going to be at the earliest in column 3. Now, the 6-star situation is pretty good here. I think there's a lot of already promoted 6-stars that are quite powerful. Okay, looks like it's going to be an encounter fight.
Ooh, this is a fun one.
Yeah.
Long-slot compensation.
This is appear on
quite a few
4-3 as
bonus
well,
points,
but on 4-4 it is more advantageous to take it, I would say.
Yep, you're definitely going to be quite strong for it, though it's not a tough stage to take early on either.
Yeah. You could also alternatively spend ingots and get a full Dartle. I'm not sure what fairly uncommon means, but it probably just means like the higher tier ones. But I believe if you take that option, you do not get the fight. And the fight does award you with a relic. Also, what was the name of this fight?
I did not catch. I think was it Big Migration?
No, I meant the
long-slot compensation. The previous, yeah,
long-slot compensation.
Yeah, long-slot compensation. This one is, I don't know what's coming up next though.
All right, a bit of debating over whether or not to take the fight. Looks like Gavial is taking the fight.
Yeah,
so,
this is doable.
Yep, we're gonna see long-slot compensation then.
Yep, it's also not over for Suffering Bird because they're still in contact with each other, and you're gonna work together to solve the rest of these stages too.
That's right.
Now, I'm wondering if this is Gavial's first time taking this stage. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Only way to know is by seeing the enemy info, but we're not gonna look at it. We don't need to know what the enemies are.
Yeah, we don't need to know.
We already know what they are.
Yeah. Okay, so Hornbeam switches skill 3. Skill 3 does do give you a lot of burst against bosses at the cost of some of Horn's health. The Aya will also be pretty good here because she clears enemies in a very large radius. And this map has a bunch of mockers that just sit around on the top and bottom and they don't move for a while, so someone like Aya could easily pick them off. The Yato is also going to be able to do some assassinations with spiders. If Yato gets frozen, her skill still persists. So that's the nice thing about Yato's skill too. Just not affected by any status effects other than death. Alright, long-slot compensation. So these bosses have the mechanic where if you kill one boss, the other boss gets a buff.
Yep, classic.
They are from IS2.
Yep, Frostbuck and Snowdoe. Actually, that's what the relics are named after too.
Yep, the Pauldron, that belongs to Frostbuck, I believe.
That's right. Snowdoe's glove.
Snowdoe's glove, yeah. Alright, so yeah, that is a pretty nice horn tile. It reaches well into the mid lane where she can just take out those ice spiders before they become an annoyance. And splash damage as well.
Hearken to the
So I believe in this case, the bow one, is that Snow Doe?
Yep.
Yeah, so Snow Doe moves first on this map, and later on, Frostbuck will move. So more commonly, by the time Frostbuck moves, Snow Doe will already have
Stay
died,
calm
which
and
means
make
that
sure
you do
should
not
not
want
be disturbed.
the unpowered Frostbuck to hit your operators. But it depends. There are also some strats where you potentially leave Snow Doe alive for longer so that they don't get the buff. Typhon, I'm gonna go ahead and take out some of these mockers, the derivative audience. And Horn still activated. Yep. Doing quite a bit of damage to the boss, as well as these two singers. Sculptor activated, giving Horn even more damage. Although I wonder what the Seaborn there is for. Maybe for a Yato buff? Oh, I see. That is Sculpture skill 3. So the Seaborn is doing damage. I thought it was skill 2.
True damage.
Yep. Alright, so that is one boss down. You can see that the other boss, the Frostbuck, has the blade empowered now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that is S2
Yato.
Yato.
Damage with Yato, but unfortunately she takes too much damage, so she has to be retreated.
Yep, that is E1, so you can't really rely on it for too much, I guess.
Yeah. E1 Yato and the derivative audience do have a medium amount of defense. Okay, but at least one of the bosses is down. Typhon getting her second activation, so it's going to be permanent now. Here comes Frostbuck. Now, Frostbuck is a melee-only boss, which means it's going to be a lot easier to control this boss and get a kill from out of range. Horn skill activated for the second time, as well as Sculpture skill, so that should dish out a lot of damage. And this explosion from Jessica is also going to hit for 8.4k. That will probably take down the boss while the boss is stunned. Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay, both bosses are down.
Yep,
And I
super
think
clean.
there isn't really anything else that Gaviel needs to be concerned about on this map. So, very smooth.
Yeah, I gotta agree. You can't really get mopped by these enemies with this much power.
Whatever you say.
Yeah, in the worst case, just drop an Aya.
And there it is. There's A.
It is. So, hopefully Gaviel gets a good relic from this. There's a guaranteed relic from this fight.
Please give you. This may be a
Alright.
little hot.
Aya going to completely clean house. And two defenders are, well, mostly Horn is just going to take out these spiders. Although I think Jessica can also help by firing a projectile, which goes pretty far. Alright, and that is it for the spiders. Two more mockers, which Typhon cannot reach right now, but once they start moving, which is any day now.
Yeah, they chill there for quite a while.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Started moving. Alright, you're doing a bit of sanity damage to Jessica, but not enough to make a difference.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, not too much nervous impairment damage or other forms of elemental damage in IS4.
With hard work, even an idiot can get the job done.
What will the relic be?
All right, Gabriel is holding for just 1 second while I adjust the volume real quick because it was a little bit loud.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back very soon.
And we're good to go.
All right.
Ooh, Undercast Nostalgia, that's a fun one.
Ooh, yeah. That could be used to get rid of the convergence potentially, or some of the other bad collapses.
That is true, although you do drop the collapse afterward, I think.
Yeah. Okay, picking up the Aya instead of upgrading touch. So the Aya, obviously, a very powerful healer. Also have access to global range if you need that.
Yeah, we got both Ayas now.
Oh, that leads into a bunch of different nodes afterward. But there's also a scout on the bottom path.
There is, and the question is now: does Gaviel want to pick up the double ending?
Yeah, because that is an option.
Verb. I don't believe Gaviel has done D15 ending 3. But hey, what better time to now
A
You know?
lot harder having that route weave as we saw. Even normal stages. Sometimes the route weave buff is like harder than an emergency buff in some situations. Yeah, so that is an option. Alternatively, using the scout just to promote someone, like promote a Gnosis, also not a bad idea. But that will probably be the last chance to take the ending 3 if Gabriel wants to do that.
Yep. If you do go for double ending, that means you're doing a floor 5 emergency. That said, you have Torch. It's pretty strong. I'm seeing good things. This has been a fairly blessed run so far.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That said, Sufferings was also a somewhat blessed run, and then it's crazy how quick things might change.
Yeah, you get a mid boss fight that gives you nothing good, and then you get some tough emergencies, and yep,
Yep.
you go downhill. So both medics currently are at E1. We're really hoping to see both medics, or at least one medic, promoted to E2 soon.
Yeah. Although we have the healing on the right side solved for ending 2 at least. Sculptor and Jessica with this many stacks of Defender Supporter Poke will just do it.
That's
and
right.
You don't even have to worry about the frost runs with this setup.
That's right. That is 50% defense on Jessica, maybe more depending on how the vouchers go.
Mhm.
So very tanky Jessica. Okay, so we are going to practical test normal.
Alright, this is a fun one.
Yeah.
Nice one for
This is not
Typhon.
where you may or may not deal with some extra mechs at the
Oh.
end, depending on how many things you stop.
And
Alright,
the
so how is Gato going to
Dominion...
deal with this Frostro?
The Dominion's not terrible, but the opening is going to be kind of... well, you know, actually AF will probably deal with it. This is regular practical test. The 36 means that you're actually looking at the absolute lower end case. It's like a 5% chance, I think. 5 or 10.
Yeah. I think the leftmost range tile having Dominion is a little bit sad because that's usually a tile where you want to use that tile to kind of spawn camp the red box.
Yeah, it is a little bit annoying. We see if Aya's skill 3 as a solution for opening this up, as well as probably dealing with some of the first. Does have an official name? I call them triangles.
Professor?
It's like Door Alpha or something like that, or
Oh,
Door
they're
Beta. Maybe.
Doras.
Yeah. Alright, so AS skill 3 gonna clear out these first wave of enemies, including the Frost Drone, which means no more annoying ASPD debuff on all the operators. Door Failure Alpha, thank you.
They're called failures?
Yeah, because they're like experimental failures from Dorothy.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Now, placing Typhon on the second tile, the one to the right of the Dominion tile, is still a pretty good tile for her. She can still reach somewhat into the undeployable area on the left.
Yeah. And it also doesn't take away her ability to actually deal with some of the drones.
Right.
I'm headed into the thick of it.
Although I think you can also just undeploy Aya and have Aya back for the next wave of drones.
Is that true?
Roger, will.
Oh, the drones. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was thinking about the wave of these failures.
Ah.
I was like, that's soon. It is happening soon. And Jessica's in a great spot to actually prevent some of the, it's like, if you look in the back, it's 2 lanes. If you look in the front, it's like 4 lanes. But Jessica is preventing one of those lanes from being a problem, and you just have to deal with the other bottom half.
That does help a lot.
Yeah, definitely a nice placement there.
Yeah, most of the enemies come from the top box in this map, which means that Jessica's doing a lot here. And the ones from the bottom box, you can usually just take care of them with your other operators as they walk up.
Yep, that
Although
is
some of
right.
them do go along the bottom path.
Alright,
So-
now using an E1 Yato on these is it's kind of a sad usage, but it will work, I think, yeah.
Yep. Even E1 Yato does enough damage, so that's good.
But you actually can just use spot to tank, I think, at this point, because it's a very, very tanky spot. Not your average spot.
Definitely not.
That is
858.
858 defense.
Very tanky spot. Is Spot going to be in Dominion? I mean, it would be nice to have him not lose attack speed, right?
Yep. And also just his healing speed will be affected by that too, right?
Yeah. As an
Sculptor, on the
alternative,
other hand-
you can also
yeah.
deal with the wave of the 2 drones just by using Sculptor skill 3 that will deal true damage, which is unaffected by ASPD as well.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Moving AO1 up here might be the move. Yeah.
Yep.
That's gonna give 3 stacks of torch.
Yeah.
As
You
well as
definitely
the
definitely want that torch stacking on Typhon.
once the skill's up, it'll be nice. And spot doesn't actually even need
put
help.
Aya next to Aya.
Volcanic soot contains
Put Aya with
Okay,
Aya,
so
yeah.
actually the torch is gonna go to Aya, not Typhon. Aya caster.
That's interesting. Aya caster, I guess if you just let all the robots wake up, that's fine if you have Aya alter.
Yeah. She can definitely out heal the ranged robot at the bottom.
Yep, and Typhon at this tile is still doing the good job of killing the bottom half enemies.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
but
does
yeah,
have 2 stacks
horn.
of torch, so that's 60 ASPD.
I will complete
Yeah,
my
okay,
Doing
we're
good amount of
making a
damage to this
little...
robot.
Alright, we just have to see if they call bingo on this row of 5-6 stars.
in position.
Nope, that is
we,
not the
we,
game we're
we
playing
need to
right
see
now.
a Myrtle soon. Alright, so getting rid of the first big robot.
Yeah, without
The
incident.
frost drone should be here soon, and Aya does have her skill ready.
Yeah, there are 2 of them, and yeah, like, I think this extra enemy, this might be the extra enemy. There's some sort of trade-off where you either get 9 of the failures, or you get 1 of these instead, and I think I'm dealing with the super fast, super easy variant.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a gap here. 2 drones are here. Alright, and now everyone's being debuffed, but Aya just takes care of it. Very nice.
Yep, and that is 1 more enemy, and then I think we're
Allow
done.
me to start. The
Yep.
Tempest must wipe out all that blocks the way.
You can actually, even if you let that failure leak,
What do you wish to do?
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it will just get absorbed.
Our eternal home we will
Alright, adding some Sculptor, true damage to speed things up, and that is it.
Yeah, nice practical test. We really are looking for a Vanguard at this point though, right?
Yes, a Vanguard would be very nice here. Some 4-5 maps might be tough to open with without a Vanguard.
Their footprints will cover
Okay, that
ours,
is a
and the
caster.
seeds buried beneath the ash
Is that a free
Ooh.
lid?
even more
How many
food
temp
for
hops is
flowers.
that?
So many, so many.
That's
Also, I hope...
the 5th one being offered and the 4th one taken if Gabriel opts to take this lane.
Yeah,
Yes.
only
okay.
only one not taken was Pith, I believe, right?
Yeah. So
Okay.
4 temps so far, and they're pretty high quality temps as well.
Yeah, I mean, Lin, Gnosis.
Yeah, Lin can really be helpful in some of those later stages. For example, if you get into stay away from strangers, she can take out a bunch of those enemies. And also tank all the seeds there.
Yeah, I mean, but this is kind of wild. This is so many.
Yeah. Although she really needs the E2 to be effective here.
That is true. And there are a lot of
So
things in the E2 waiting room now.
2 emergencies could potentially do both emergencies for minimum 160 bonus points if no leaks.
Oh, but Gabriel's
But that
actually
does
thinking
cost
about
1
just defense substituting offense. Yeah, 1 index is 2 life right now too.
Yeah. Very unfortunate with the convergence. But Gabriel does have a surprise, and just maximizing your ingots before the next floor so you can really get a lot of value out of that surprise might be a good idea here. And that might mean taking some extra combats at the cost of some life. On the other hand, that scout could be used to promote a lot of operators who are just really waiting for an E2 right now, like a Gnosis or a Yato.
Yeah, I think Yato is probably far and away the single biggest change to this squad that you could do.
Yeah.
Makes her air damage too. And, you
Yeah,
know,
having the
S3,
air damage would be
S2.
nice.
They both have their uses, and a lot of the times you just need to bring the right skill. And if you
Yeah.
don't have access to S3, not much you can do. Alright, what are we thinking about here?
So if Gabriel decides to do defense substituting offense, then Gabriel needs to make sure that that there's someone to deal with the Wither mods. Right? We don't want to see a situation where Saria dies. Well, there's no Saria in this team, but
That is true.
something similar. If the Wither Maw consumes Jessica's shield, that takes care of the skill, I believe, right?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Jessica Alter is pretty
That
nice
can be
here.
used.
Not only that, Jessica Alter places a shield and then just stuns them too.
Yeah. And the shield cannot even be locked, so you actually do get the shield back after its regular cooldown.
Yeah, you just have to wait 30 seconds for it.
Yeah.
That said, there's also Yato, E1, and that to say, Yato doesn't really provide that much value for this at E1, so maybe that's when she could be good.
Yeah. So it wouldn't be a huge loss to just sacrifice a Yato each time.
It's a huge loss for Yato.
A
But
huge loss for Yato, but like, yeah. Alright. So this is defense substituting offense. Now the nice thing here is that with so much defense on your defenders, you can actually just tank the champions very comfortably here. And just ensuring that those champions are not able to break your crucial wall blocks can make this map much easier. Okay, we do have a chest on the right side.
and again, this stage
that
is
gonna be
just
5 ingots instead of 2 ingots, right? Because
that
of the
is right.
Nightlands.
Yeah, Nightlands Pro.
So, yeah. A bit of value from the Nightlands Pro coming out at last.
Yeah, the
Took long
the
enough.
stage having zero DP at the start. It was so rude for no reason.
It's so that you get bitten extra hard if you have something like...
Yeah, Barrow 2 makes it so that Enos might not be able to open sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a very tanky Jessica here. The key will be just to make sure that Jessica does not encounter a Wither Maw with skill.
It's really interesting that we're just we're very committed right now to the Sculptor S3 usage.
Yeah. I like seeing this Sculptor S3. Most people just default to S2, but the Sculptor S3 does give a very large attack buff. The biggest one, the biggest inspired effect in the game.
You know if Sculptor confers her defense though?
Not with skill 3, only with skill 2.
Careful.
Yeah, she does have plus 50% right now.
Yeah.
What do you need of me?
So it's great for tanking, if you're doing ending 2, for example. Alright, I think if Aya is just going to take care of this first with her Maw, then Yato could be spent elsewhere. For example, used to
Hitting the
take down the
chest?
chest. Yeah.
Yep, your deploy limit right now is still 6. So
Yeah, 6 deploy. So yeah, gotta make sure you don't cap out when you need the extra deploy.
Please give your orders.
Alright,
Yeah.
he has to be activated. Aya should just take out the Wither Maw before the Wither Maw is an issue. Great, stun on the Wither Maw, preventing it from consuming the shield. And there we go.
One last shot. Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Alright, other Aya deployed. Healing everyone in her range, although there are no enemies that hit range anyways.
That is true. Yeah, it's just
Yato-
Jessica.
Yato doing some
okay,
damage,
almost
but
half.
probably gonna need like 2 more deployments for that chest. Chests are a little bit tanky on 4 forward.
Yep, and it is still E1 Yato, so can't get too much out of it.
Yep. Okay, that is gonna be a champion. So thanks to the Dreaming Essence, we can see that Aya's SP bar is going up pretty fast, a lot faster than usual. So she
Yeah.
will have that skill Volcano up again in not too much time.
Yeah, I am wondering why the, or maybe there's a reason for this, but that Typhon deployment is sort of isolated, and with Torch, I feel like maybe
I
you
was
could get a
thinking
little value out
Typhon
of
would
it.
go 1 to like 2 lower, right? Because it covers more tiles. But
In position. Drawing the
I guess Typhon does hit in front of Jessica, which is what really matters here.
Yep.
melt away. Like depriving stone.
I'm hoping it just doesn't matter here.
It might.
Yeah. the
It's
Wither Maw's
also an
dead.
option to just put Horn next to Typhon so that they can both give each other a torch buff.
That is true. And when you're Yatoing, you can always do the top tile and face down.
Yeah.
But one more Yato's gonna get the chest, and Yato's not gonna stay on field for that long anyway, unless is she? Oh
I mean,
wow.
I guess you could
Okay,
just finish off the chest with her normal attacks.
we're gonna have Yato just kill the chest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do
for
it
the
the
next
hard
20
way.
seconds after being deployed, she is stronger, but then that skill does run out.
Yeah.
Then you have Sculptor Seaborn at the end.
Alright, she finally
Alright.
did it.
More ingots.
More ingots.
Orders received.
Okay, and I believe it's only carcasses from this point on, so
That
no more
is
elites.
right. No bonus enemies either.
Unfortunately, the Horn and Typhon not give each other torch.
Yeah. That's alright.
That's alright.
Oh, S3 horn too.
Yep.
Alright, no incidents.
So I wonder if we're gonna see a double emergency play from Gabriel here.
We're on the path for it right now. Let's make sure, yeah, it should be 5 ingots here. 3?
3?
Not bad. Icke dåligt.
Is it only 50%? Because that's kind of bad.
That is...
Well, at least Aya Medic has been promoted.
3? What is 3?
Hmm.
Were there 2 chests?
No, there's only one chest on that map. It would usually give 2, and in this case it gave 3, so maybe it's just plus 50.
I've definitely seen 25 ingots.
Now, how do you think this team deals with emergency noise disturbance here? Because there's also a normal noise disturbance as an option, but it misses the other emergency as well.
Well, this is one of those times where even Yato actually does work out fine. You just need to use Yato to bait the drone summoners. As long as you can do that
even at
successfully.
E1 you can do that perfectly fine.
Yeah, Jessica S2 would also be amazing for getting rid of the bottom lane casters.
Yes.
And on top of that, I think you actually, since you have the Yato, you could probably get away with a super aggressive Typhon placement as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
and you do not get the module on Yato, which refunds more DP, but that's usually okay.
Yeah, this is actually practical test.
Okay.
And the minion tiles are a little bit worse than last time, actually.
Yeah, definitely worse than last time, but still workable. There's still an AI tile to open with at least.
Yeah, I don't think the strategy is going to change.
Right.
Don't let them out of sight, even if your eyes are hurting.
And hey, so while we're doing this, what do you think? What do you think's gonna solve ending 2 right now? I think at this point it's safe to say we are committed to doing an ending 2.
Yeah. So I think in terms of tanking, Gabriel's got it. Gabriel has fantastically high amount of defense on the defenders. So it's going to be coming down to the regular enemies on the right side. Gabriel needs to make sure to not leak those. There isn't a source of silence to easily deal with the spiders at the moment, but maybe I'm thinking maybe Horn with her AoE can do that.
Engaging. That all you got?
The last thing you want to see is having all the spiders explode in Typhon's face or in Aya's face and killing them.
That is true. Yeah, the Yato will solve a lot for that. Yeah. Honestly, it's quite close already then.
Yeah. So I think perhaps a bigger concern than the fight against Eiktynir is that Gabriel wants to make sure 4-5 goes well, including perhaps some emergencies on 4-5.
Oh, we're changing up the spot deployment. No. Not giving any adjacencies later, but I guess it's okay. Probably not necessary.
Yeah.
Giving adjacencies to a regular now. We are diverging from the original strategy a little bit.
Yeah, and this is a variant with more enemies. This is a 45 enemy variant, so
yep,
a lot more
high
stuff
end.
to kill. High end.
Yes, the 95% chance.
Yep.
Alright, Typhon's got a skill activation now. And that is the second one too.
Yeah.
Pretty comfortable.
Just like last time, Typhon has 2 stacks of torch, so she's attacking 60% faster.
Yep. A little bit of indecision on the horn placement, but yeah. Maybe thinking about all the torch adjacencies just isn't really that important right now, so choosing to not do some of the torch adjacencies, no big deal.
Yep, and here is there's gonna be a pause in a bit before we see the second wave of drones.
Yep, right at 31.
Casper does have her skill ready for that.
Yeah, it's gonna be no problem. And still cruising with 6 deploy limit. I think at some point, I think Gabriel does have a surprise for Largo, which means that there is a shop coming up, and I think the time to get that shop is, if it's not now, it's soon.
Probably soon, yeah.
Doing ending 2, so we don't have any route restrictions on floor 5 either. So you could wait a little bit. As long as you have eye, you can apply it anywhere. I don't remember if Gabriel had eye or water.
I also don't remember.
All right. Yeah, another clean
All right.
practical test.
No leaks.
Take victory as a
So how many
whetstone
ingots are
to
we
hone the
at?
cutting edge.
Gotta be a lot, right? 41,
41.
44 now.
Yeah, so quite some savings there.
There's a caster promotion. Not sure what that would be for.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, it is only water. Yeah, so this is a bit of a scary thing. It means that if you go into floor 5 and you don't overwrite the wish fulfilled, there is a chance you get locked into doing a floor 5 normal combat. That said, it's a powerful squad. I don't think that necessarily means that you won't be able to like beat it. But at the same time, with convergence and with so many things waiting for promotion, you really kind of just want to get your shop made, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. You could potentially consider skipping this wish fulfill just to do a shop.
Yeah, I think they're discussing. Oh, nope, they're going right for it. Water of Life, not too much benefits from that. Buckler is the same problem right now. Letter of Termination's just some hope, which is always nice to have.
Buckler could potentially be good if Gabriel wants to draft more supporters. But yeah, life points are also good.
I suppose Gnosis actually does activate it, right? Oh no, 2 sacks of we got Pan Civilization.
Yeah. Gnosis is a hexer. It's like hexers, abjurers, and desubiners, I believe.
That's right, those are the 3, yeah. Okay, unfortunately waiting to apply that shop means that you're gonna take a bit of a cut.
Yeah, well, could apply to these encounters up here.
Yeah, but the prices is still gonna be worse.
Yeah.
Alright, it looks like the lowest number of combats you could take here, and not sure that's necessarily what they're gonna go for. You really do kind of want to get some points right now.
Yeah. Floor 5 emergencies are minimum 100 bonus points if you leakless. That's quite something.
Yep. Okay, if you take 3 collapse here, you are going to max. And it's going to be non-linear too, we already know.
Yep.
Got 8 tiles of Dominion to work with, got Pan Civilization. It's not comfortable, but 5 ingots is 5 ingots, I suppose. Oh, hey, Musical Disaster Emergency, Bosky Passage, Confusing Appearance. This is an interesting one.
Ooh, yeah. This Bosky can also give some additional points, which would be nice.
Yeah, one of the considerations is, if you're only going to floor 5, you want to go into at least 2 Boskies in order to bump your floor score up to 7.
Yeah.
In game, that's just really valuable to do.
Yeah, you get 650 points if you do 7 floors.
Yeah, and how many Boskies has Gabriel done?
I believe Gabriel did 1 Bosky.
Ooh, so that second one will be worth quite a bit. Taking the prophecy now means another 3 hope. You can't. Oh, are we not doing the Bosky?
You could override the Bosky. That is an option.
Yeah, that looks like the one they're going with too. Okay, no non-linear.
Got rid of non-linear.
Yeah, unfortunately cannot apply Outcast and Rage to a shop.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like Rage might not get applied on time.
Yeah, that said, the prophecy, and then you go into the shop, and maybe you can still get Rage to get a little bit of value.
Yeah.
At this point, we are definitely getting that ending 2 now. That is the Tree Scar Helm.
Ooh, another boss key. Okay, lots of ingots. Would also be a good time to rob, I think.
Yeah, that's true. As long as it's not a shopping Bosky. Well, it'd still be points if it was.
Although robbing with 4 life points is kind of scary, even with a strong team.
Yeah, there's no Reed, which is the one I'm always comfortable with.
Yeah.
There's no Enos, which also makes it a little hard. Remember, we don't have a Vanguard right now. We actually really do want to see that.
E2 Yato either. The E2 Yato solves a lot of the potential RNG you could get from Kenok.
That is true. Hey, taking a squad size, that brings you up to 10. Not bad.
Yes.
And a guard voucher can be minor right now. A free Heliger.
So many temp.
Why is it a bird run? Why is this such a bird run?
It's actually a bird run, yeah.
Do we take it though?
That's even more bonus points.
Got it like ready to go the moment that Gavial decides to take Helliger. I'm hitting enter. Helliger's gonna show off. I'm gonna hit our 10th 6-star.
Wow. Is it gonna be like her?
There are so many things waiting to be promoted to.
Yeah.
But if you're just doing ending 2, I'm not super sure you need that much more. Oh no, Helliger got passed up for Blinar.
No, Helliger.
Blunt Claw's proficiency. Incredibly
Press F for
funny.
Helliger.
Yep, and that is no bonus points for taking Minor, obviously.
Yep.
Concentration, I mean, Aya sort of benefits, but not sure that's the most impactful thing. A little bit more hope allows you to get more promotions. You do have Knat's Mark. This entire time there's been Knat's Mark.
And we're finally seeing the hope from Knat's Mark being rewarded here.
Yeah, although not quite as much as if it had been without the pan civilization. It is really rough to just get 2 stacks of that immediately. But that is sort of what happens when you wait for the shops. Yep, picking up the hope there. Oh, there is a lot of stuff in the next shot.
Okay,
The refresh.
So yeah, looks like concentration will be bought. So that is gonna
Okay,
buff
Vampire's
Lynn
bad. I
and
actually
the
think
Aya.
that's almost a must pick. You really want to get that life point total up a little bit, just for that leeway. You know, first champion, for example, might be kind of hard to get.
Yeah, if Gabriel decides to rob right now, this Yato pick will definitely help a lot with that.
That is true. That is true. The way they're spending, I was wondering, maybe they are actually trying to just rob.
And the life as well, you kind of want that before the rob fight potentially.
Yeah, just in case. Just in case. Keen Hands is usually nice to see, so is Transceiver, but we are on floor 5 and we're not doing ending 3.
Yeah.
I think the value's a little bit lower because of that. It's also a desperation pick, right? If you're if you get here, you really want to do ending 2, but you just don't have the ops and you really need to get those vouchers right. But that isn't what we're doing right now. I think in terms of the operators, we're looking pretty comfortable.
I agree with that. Team looks very, very ready to take on a lot of things.
Yep. All right, and
Also, Gabriel has not withdrawn yet in this shot, I believe.
yeah, one of the other things that's a little surprising now that I think about skipping the Bosky is that Secluded Caster's Nostalgia is just not getting that. Or is it Wandering Caster's Nostalgia? Whatever it is, it's -3 collapse.
Yeah.
And
Well, there's a boss coming up as well.
yeah,
But
maybe
yeah,
we'll
it could have
take that
been
one.
another -3 potentially.
All right, what are we going for here? Ani Palat. Okay, we're going for that strat.
All right, yep, that's a good pickup for ending 2 boss.
And a Flowing Water, also not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, Keen Hands. I think you're already well past the amount of healing, right? I think Gabriel is sitting pretty comfortable with the healing.
Yeah.
There is... Sure, Gnosis is potentially a good user of the Horn, although not promoted right now.
Right.
Canopy is a hilarious thing to take right now. Another Index is not useful.
I think Vampire's Bed is probably a good pick here.
I certainly feel like 4 life is not a lot of leeway.
Yeah.
It would be nice. It would be really nice.
Like, you might have a theoretical clear against every map at this point, but like, execution is always tricky, right?
And it's just nice to have a fallback at the boss.
Certainly. Okay, we're getting a little bit of lag here, but it looks like Gabriel is withdrawing some ingots.
Okay. Cannot really didn't want to give up that one ingot.
Very stingy Cannot today. So that's 5 ingots withdrawn, which is kind of effectively 10 ingots. Well, not really, because there's also Pen Society.
Is it 5?
Because it's like a half-price shop, effectively, right? But then also the prices are slightly higher, so it's not really 10.
75%, yeah. Now, is Gabriel thinking about withdrawing more, or is Gabriel frozen right now?
I think Gabriel's frozen right now.
Okay. Sometimes the collapse does that to you.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh,
We
okay,
have,
hold on.
Neural network lost.
All right. Hold on for a second.
All right,
Gabriel's collapsing, but we're gonna try to bring her back.
Yeah, give us a second. We experienced some collapse IRL.
I've had a lot of practice hiding the screen before somebody doxes themselves or
It's a
someone else
thing we have
gets
to do quite a
doxed.
bit on the stream.
I have a hockey setup for it actually.
Very nice.
All right, but it's okay. We are ready to continue.
Nice, we're back. We're so back.
No worries, no worries. Little bit of
So
worries.
we can tell that Gabriel has withdrawn 4 so far, 5 so far.
Yeah, 15 to 20. Yeah, can do one more.
Yeah, so Gabriel is allowed to withdraw 1 more. Wait, Gabriel's not withdrawing 1 more? Alright, so we have the medic book, which is
Those
going
is
to
not
make medics
necessary.
heal faster. So touch is going to appreciate that. And I guess with 1 ingots, like, you know, going from 1 to 2 ingots isn't actually making any difference.
Yeah, we gotta save it for the future runs, I suppose.
Yeah.
We got keen hands. It's you know, if it was a tank swap, keen hands sort of makes sense since you want your backup to not be so stressful since Jessica is only 1 tank. You are doing the cutting plot strat. You only need 1 tank.
That's
so
true. Although the Cunning Palace strat does have a timing component to it, so it might be good to have a backup solution.
fair enough, yeah. Yeah. I mean, you gotta spend them.
If you
spend
miss that
them.
window.
Yeah, well, we're definitely hoping that we don't miss the window.
Yep, but it has happened before.
Fair enough, yeah. And of course, this is skill 1, level 7, no masteries.
Yeah, so we have to keep in mind that without the masteries, she's going to be healing a little bit less. Should still be enough given these defenders, but you know, there are other enemies on the map as well.
At this point, I'm definitely wondering, is Gabriel thinking about robbing? Or just because there's no reason to look at any of these items unless you're thinking about robbing.
Right.
And it seemed like a no, but there was a thought there, so
Yeah. So there weren't that many items left to rob, but I mean, the range assassination is still kind of nice.
yes, and you
It
also
wouldn't
get
be the biggest one.
yeah, and you also get level and you get vouchers off of the shot fight itself, so it's like a little bit of combat efficiency.
That's true.
And it is bonus points too. Robbing the shop on floor 5 is actually worth 50 points.
Oh.
It's 400, 200, 100, 150. And then there are no points for robbing on floor 6 because you're gonna do that anyway.
Yeah. Okay,
Well-
so the boss key could be a source of extra points, especially if it contains some emergencies.
Yeah, although with this much combat avoidance, it is likely that if it's a combat, it's gonna be harder than usual.
Right.
Is that a risk they are willing to take? The answer is no, absolutely not. Random
Okay, so we're
collectible
gonna play
though.
it safe and claim collectible instead.
Recoil.
Ooh,
Oh,
more life-
that's real
that's
nice. That's really, really nice. Alright, instant contamination. Is Gabriel gonna get revenge?
Oh, revenge on
Oh my
instant
god.
contam?
Gabriel's gonna avenge Suffering Burb on instant contamination. Surely.
Yeah.
Surely. His body's right there. You gotta go pick it up.
Gotta trade the body for money, right?
Rescue him. You gotta bring him back. Alright, taking a quick look at that squad. You gotta be ready for the rescue mission.
Yeah. Now, Gabriel's squad is pretty different from Suffering Burb's squad. I think this squad is one that you can like kind of hold the choke with your defenders.
Yes,
Which,
Gabriel's
the
defenders
nature
are
of,
unbelievably tanky right now. Like,
yes,
this is
the nature of defender supporter squads.
Yeah, if you set up a Jessica with the skill 3 against the bottom lane collapse, the bottom lane Shadow Champions, I think estimating it's like 2500-ish defense. Just estimating. The champions are gonna do like 500 per hit. We also have keen hands.
Yeah, so I think touch can just out-heal that.
Yeah, and we have AO, so
Yeah.
we've got the nuclear healing option. Now the question is, obviously it is going to be points in order to, like in the in-game score, just taking more steps during more combat. The question is Gavial already ND2 ready, right? And I think that Gavial is already ND2 ready.
Yes, I believe this squad is ending 2 ready.
Which means that's probably why there's a little bit of hesitation right now about whether or not Gavial wants to actually go. But I mean, that's your teammate. Your teammate died on instant contempt, so surely you will save them, right?
Avenge, right?
I mean, what a storyline that would be. Gavial went in there, an instant contempt that she didn't even have to do, just to save her teammate's life.
Mm-hmm. There's something karmic about it.
Yeah, and also getting that E2 winner would be kind of nice.
Yeah, that would be nice too. Like, you probably don't need him necessarily, but he will make the stage easier if he's E2.
Just don't ask me my means.
Like, he can just take care of the drones and the champions on the map at the same time.
Really nice cycling. That's it. Yeah, you're right. It's not necessary. It's definitely not necessary.
Yeah.
But it's nice. It's
Although with the
comfortable.
caster book, I think Lin might actually just do more damage anyways.
Okay. Well, right now we're adjusting the squad. This isn't necessarily a commitment to going into either the... Well, it looks like you're going into the boss, because you don't put Kanye Palat in the squad for instant contamination usually.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Kanye Palat doesn't really do anything at U1 for instant contam.
Surely not.
They're trying to levitate the champions, but... that doesn't
Oh
do
no,
much.
Gavial, no! You have to save
I
him.
mean, you could levitate the champions just to, like, buy some more time.
He got down in instant contam. You gotta go rescue him.
It's contaminated. You can't go in because it's contaminated. You need a hazmat suit to go in.
Yeah, Suffering's like, no, go on without me. And Gavial's like, okay. Bye.
Suffering's like, you didn't even try. You didn't even...
Suffering's like, wait, at least wait a second. Wait till after I did.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but they have done a very good job of avoiding each other's 6 stars and drafting a lot of 6 stars along the way.
Yeah, I mean, both like, they look like solid sets.
Yeah, both very solid sets. Lack of Shore is not withstanding.
Sure.
Now, for instant content, Typhon definitely should be on skill 2, I think.
Yeah, I gotta
Horn,
agree.
I can see either 2 or 3 working out. Maybe more till 2 because it's AoE. Well, AoE at melee range. I forget, did Gabriel ever pick up that victory horn from shop?
I don't think so.
Okay, so that means Gnosis doesn't have the big freeze.
Yeah, once you're back out though, we can take a look at it.
Yeah. Because that big freeze will also be nice for...
Yeah, no
I
victory
guess there's
horn.
no victory horn. That extended
Yes.
freeze duration would be nice just on Sami's Entropy as well.
Yep, that is true.
Make sure that those ice cleavers and those champions are frozen for a while.
A little hard to
Those-
get them
those
to
guys
land.
do hurt a lot. Even if you have very high defense, they can still hurt.
Alright.
Nice thing is Kanifala doesn't really need an E2. His skill works fine at E1 for the boss.
Oh no, one more step, and she's committed.
Alright.
Oh
we're
no,
going to the top.
Suffering, no! Well, it is
Alright,
what it
we are
is.
leaving. We are leaving Suffering Verb apparently.
It's alright. It's alright. It's what I would have wanted.
I
I can almost hear his voice.
can
And
still
that
hear his voice.
means, yeah, that means we're doing ending 2 for the first time in this tournament. Gaviel is
ending
going to be
2.
attempting
I can hear
Sami's Entropy, which is worth bonus points too.
Yep.
Above all, you gotta win.
How many bonus points again?
90, 100.
Mm-hmm.
I know this. Let me make sure.
Okay, now
100.
for this squad, I think Spot might not be required in this fight.
Yeah, he is stacks though.
He is stacks, that's true. But Gnosis is also stacks.
Gnosis is also stacks. Both of them are equal in that regard.
Yeah.
But I think that Spot could be a good backup tank, although we already have Horn.
Yeah, it looks like there's enough tanks to go around. But it might be good to have an extra body anyways.
Yep. I mean, I'm liking how these skills look for sure.
Yeah.
Aya S3.
I think the first champion might come down to a little bit of RNG with the rolling of DP.
Yeah, I sort of feel like the best thing there is just to leak it.
That's always
You-
an option.
Yeah, the moment you commit too much to getting the first champion and it doesn't work, and then now you're out a ton of DP, and everything is happening at the same time, and you also want to put down Sculptor early, and you gotta get Jessica down and press the skill. It's just like,
Yeah.
this is the
There's a lot of
last
setup
stage.
you need to do on the left side. It's not really like you might end up trying to save one leak and end up leaking more than one.
That's right.
So, but let's see how the DP rolls are. Oh, we have a
Man.
4-cost Yato. That's really cheap.
Whoa, wait, yeah, that's huge.
Very low.
That's huge. You're gonna get so much value out of that. I mean, Yato is already very cheap because of the refund, but you accidentally let her die, or like in tight timings, like
Yeah, but
That-
now
that
she's
could
costing
be nice.
8 at most, which is wonderful.
yeah. Jessica alters 22, Sculptor is 5, 27 DP to open. That's not too bad.
Yeah, although I don't think Yato alone solves the first champion, and
No.
like the other options I kind of expect. I mean, I guess Aya maybe. I don't know if Aya gets skill on time though.
Arcus asks, this is entire run go without a Vanguard voucher? I think yes. I don't recall seeing one. I think this
I
whole
don't recall seeing a
time
Vanguard voucher.
we've been sort of looking. We've been looking for when Gabriel can finally get that Vanguard pickup, and I don't think it ever happened.
Yeah.
Might have
So
passed up on at some
I mean,
point
it's
early
good
on.
that Gabriel avoided Barrel this whole time.
That's true. Yeah, Barrow would be devastating.
Yeah. Alright, so Lin placed down. Lin doesn't have skill for this champion.
yeah, and then
Although she does get stun because of her passive. which
oh
is
yeah, that one hit from the
actually, maybe
colossal
with
turn.
Yato, maybe she can kill together with Yato. I wonder about that.
Uh,
Well, it's fine to not. It's fine to not commit a Yato to that.
Yep, leaking the first champion is still safe, and there's nothing wrong with it. Again, just making sure that everything is set up for the boss tank. Number one priority. Beats everything else.
Alright, Yato gets rid of the drone.
Yep, it's a good time to drop Sculptor. You can drop Jessica, but if you accidentally use up her skill, you are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you want to have her skill with some ammo for the boss.
Yeah, funny enough, Jessica in the Dominion tile is probably best.
Yeah, because you don't want her
Torch
to attack.
stacks. Yeah. Torch stacks, but not.
And once she's an
horns,
ice
so-
block, it doesn't matter what her ASPD is.
Yeah, or if her organs are missing.
Got it.
Yeah, you don't need organs to tank.
No, if you're already frozen.
Yeah. Okay, now is Gabriel going to opt to leak another champion, or is Gabriel going to try to put someone down but potentially delay the setup on the left side for this champion?
You know, I think that is a safe time for Sculptor to just go now.
Yeah.
And the earlier you get Sculptor, the earlier you can actually have her skill and not have to depend on other healing.
True.
At this point, we've already waited for quite a while. It's a little bit scary. Okay, it looks like Lin might be trying to solo this wave.
I think Lin can solo this wave. She will get a lot of passive procs thanks to killing enemies and doing a lot more AoE blasts
Let's
that
not
way.
stay too long.
Alright, Aya has been placed down. Aya
Ooh,
is
that. Yeah,
not in
that.
the minions.
That's kind of an interesting tile. I mean,
I'm a little bit concerned about
Ooh.
spiders though, because spiders do have a fair chance of exploding on Aya's face.
yeah, I'm now doubly worried about this. One that the Connie Palat strat is going to be kind of miserable the first time you press it.
Yeah.
And the other that Aya, I thought was going to be the right side healer actually.
Maybe Sculptor can be the right side healer instead.
That could be very interesting to see, though I mean, yeah,
Okay,
that is what it
Lin
is.
got this wave. These carcasses are just getting stunned left and right.
Yeah.
Alright, here comes Ike Jr.
Yeah, it's just something we're gonna
Aya
have
does
to.
have her skill up on time. Okay.
Yeah, we're
Lin
gonna have
still
to ask
cancelled.
later in the post game, right? This is an interesting deployment. I'm not sure I've seen this before. All right,
Okay,
Jessica's
so
skill is
Jessica
up.
does have skill. Which
Yeah,
means
this is
if once
nice.
she activates it, it's just gonna be
And
permanently
Jessica
on.
should not wait because it is an ammo-based skill, and if you accidentally get frozen before you press it, you're in big, big trouble.
All right, there we go. Aya
All right.
also has skill.
Yep, that is S3. And we're putting on Typhon now. We still have Torch, and so we need to think about how we're using Torch now.
Yeah.
I think
Typhon can maybe get an adjacency by putting down a defender above her, but I don't
that's
think
true.
the tile to her right isn't that good of a tile.
No, not really. Although, you see, I assume that's where Aya Altar was going to go. But it's the moment of truth. At this point, putting Spot down means that you at least get to block enemies so that they're in a reasonable spot for Typhon.
That's right. And Sculptor already has her skill up, so she is going to be conferring a lot of defense to anyone in her range, which means that that person should be relatively safe, even with a champion attacking them.
Yeah, not to mention Typhon's skill is, oh, we're going with Horn.
Okay.
Are we?
Horn is a good lane holding option. She can if Horn is oh, never mind, it's gonna be Spot.
Okay, were you going with Spot? Interesting.
Okay,
interesting
so
little
Gabriel
bit there.
perhaps wanted to save Horn for a different position.
Oh, that is actually.
That's some
that
damage
is-
though. Horn, yeah, that's I mean, there is non-linear, right? Which means the champions are hitting harder than usual. Ooh, that is Spot down.
Yeah, but Aya's skill 3 was up the whole time, just wasn't pressed. It's really not. It's just really not that much healing required for the left side tank, but it's a ton
Yeah.
of healing required for the right side because champions aren't that easy to just survive.
Yeah, the left
Now
side
we're
is really,
running-
really very fine.
Yeah,
Aya
it's-
also. I actually thought Aya was on skill 1, but I guess if she's on skill 3, then yeah, she can help with the
Well,
right side.
yeah, since Aya has a skill that you can press, it can't be skill 1.
I see. That's true.
All right,
okay. Looks like Lin will clean up this wave though.
Yeah, what I will say is that so normally the Kani positioning to levitate the boss is the tile under Aya, and you move the tank 1 over. But if you're doing it this way, you actually need to time it so that the boss will walk over to the other side of Jessica and then get stopped there, so that it's split box into Kani's skill, or well, not really onto the right side, but like more just move in a little bit. That's a pretty annoying maneuver the first time. If you just block one tile to the right, you don't have to do that. And it's...
How much damage does Horn take from this champion?
Oh, it's gonna be...
It's
not...
it's an okay amount.
Oh,
I mean,
it's... No, but it's really fast.
Oh, but there's a second champion coming. Ooh, that's gonna be rough.
Oh, God,
And
the second
unfortunately, the
champion
Seaborn
has-
here doesn't actually... Well, it does give... Wait, I don't think it's blocking anymore.
Aya Altered needs to get that skill press. It can't be helped at this
I
point.
agree.
But... And I'm also terrified that the spider is gonna explode on her. Like...
Yeah. Now, if Horn were one tile left, Horn could block the champion in a place where Typhon
Typhon
could
can
also
hit,
help her
yeah.
out. But unfortunately, all besiegers are unable to.
Ah!
Oh no! Aya just died to
Oh,
spider.
yeah, that's bad.
That is a danger with
That's
putting
bad.
Aya
And
in the
that
center
is...
there.
Yeah,
They're
that's...
in prime spider real estate.
Yeah, Aya
Okay,
just...
that's the healer down. Now, that could be bad because Jessica is tanky, but Jessica will die eventually if not healed.
There's a little bit of damage control that you need to just start doing now. The Jessica
Yeah.
shield can be deployed right now. Give her a little bit of defense, try to minimize the damage as much as possible. Wait for
Right.
the Sculptor Seaborn to come back in 30 seconds and see if that survives. At the same time, you might want to put down
Yes,
Connie
very good.
just
so
to
Gabriel is
levitate.
immediately retreating that Seaborn. So 30 seconds. It's kind of long, but
It's just not...
yeah. There's also a spot. The spot is back in 14.8, and the spot does have skill pretty fast. So Spot might be able to use it as an interim healer for Jessica.
Spider waves
if this-
are... Spider waves are showing up soon.
Yes, I'm concerned about the spider wave. There is the Yato, but I don't think Yato catches the whole spider wave just with one skill. Unfortunately.
She does not. There's like 2 left, and that's just enough to kill Aya.
Yeah, spiders hit pretty hard. And Typhon might be able to kill some of the spiders, but I don't know if she will necessarily prioritize the spiders either. In fact, Typhon prioritizes heaviest because she's a besieger. So, actually, I think spiders are relatively low priority compared to
Yep.
everything else.
Though if you don't block things in her range, I guess she
Yeah.
can target.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree with you that the Jessica shield might be good to use here.
You just need to stall anything you can right now, and
Yeah, and the Aya caster might be good to put down as well, just that she can like kill
No, I
stuff
think-
quickly.
I think even without the shield, it's a chance that it actually just lasts long enough. But like, why not put the shield down at this point, right?
Yeah. Okay. The spot is
gotta
back
do
in
it.
1 second. So the spot. Oh, but there's no deploy slots. We're still looking at 6 deploy slots, which is kind of painful.
Yeah, we are. The Yato being on deploy means that we do have that, and we are putting the shield down now, I think. No, that's so okay. I
the
think I
shield
understand
gains
what's going on. Gaviel might be worried that the shield is going to explode and actually remove the extra targets. The thing is, it actually doesn't if she's frozen.
Right, because she cannot fire the
That's
explosion,
right. Because because Gaviel can't fire it, it's actually okay. Okay, but we are gonna go for a spot. Even without using the shield, it's close, but the Seaborn's back.
It's gonna be very close.
Yeah, I really need to use that
Seaborn's in
shield. It's a
7.5.
solution right there. Oh my god.
This is gonna be very close.
Oh my
but
god.
I think it might be just a little bit late on that spot skill.
Whatever you say.
I gotta hover.
Oh,
no,
two-
it's 2
2 FP.
seconds.
Oh,
It is.
so
It's
close to
torch. There
skill.
is torch. There is torch.
but I think the next hit is gonna kill Jessica.
Oh no, it's
Off
yeah.
by a nick of a second. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
If the shield had been deployed, this would be a different story right now.
Yeah,
It's so
I think the shield
sad.
could have actually saved her. Oh.
That wasn't chip damage. It was a little more than chip damage. It's just
Yeah. Okay, now Spot does have skill up, but Spot is gonna be frozen soon.
You are
Aya's
using
back to
Connie.
22.
And there's this last Hail Mary, and I don't even want to say it, but you could back tank.
Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, you could potentially do a thing where you back tank with Horn and then you shift your defenses forward so that you
Keep Horn
Yeah, I
safe,
don't
yeah. It's really, really not
it's tough.
that.
Horn will have a hard time surviving, but if you keep everything else away from Horn, I think there is a shot.
It's
It's gonna be
it
tough
hurts
though,
to
with
see.
these ice cleavers coming and then another wave of spiders coming soon. I think Aya caster might need to go down soon.
That might be a way to get rid of one wave, yeah. I think
Yeah, that should take care of
it,
one wave of spiders at least.
it's definitely worth a shot right now. Like, I'm not sure I see anything else you could do right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tough thing right now is even if you were going to perform a tank swap, Jessica has 40 seconds. Didn't let
Yeah.
Spot just continue tanking the boss for any amount of time. Which means that we have to the boss walks pretty fast. It's not gonna take 40 seconds.
Yeah, I think one option earlier might have been to use the Skelter Seaborn to help Spot tank the boss a bit longer. Spot wouldn't
Yes.
last that long, but he would at least buy some more seconds that way.
Yeah. I think that's true, yeah.
Okay, I like this. The Aya is being put down. The Aya does have her skill come up pretty fast.
Think about
The
using
Seaborn won't do
Seaborn right
anything
now.
to anyone already in her.
Yeah, the
range.
healing doesn't
Seaborn could
double.
be used to buff someone else right now.
If anything, could be used to buff Aya,
Alter
actually.
will definitely be back on time to heal Horn at least.
9 seconds.
Okay, so if you put Aya Alter below Horn, right?
She
does
will get
I
frozen.
think she gets frozen.
She
Which
will
is
get
really fortunate, 'cause that's actually a really good.
or she won't get frozen. She'll
yeah.
get cold applied.
Okay, if she's cold but not frozen, that could be okay, because that is 2 stacks of torch, right? So that might just override the cold.
Yeah, I am also worried about Horn surviving these initial hits. Horn doesn't nearly have the defense of Jessica Alter with the skill 3 on.
She does not. Yeah, she's a
Okay,
very
we're
offensively
committing
oriented
to-
defense.
Oh, we're committing AL to that tile again.
Okay, this is gonna be tricky. Gabby will have to make sure that the spider incident doesn't occur again. Ooh, you can see that Horn is taking a lot more damage.
Oh,
compared to
wow.
Jessica Alter. Although
Okay.
Jessica Alter is back in 16.
Stay calm and make your move.
Okay, now I'm a little bit concerned about
I've got your back.
Lynn's skill, because if Lynn's skill activates and it faces the boss, that could be bad. But I think one Lynn skill will not phase the boss. I think the boss has more HP than that.
Yeah, if only there was still Pauldron right now, but unfortunately everything got killed.
Yeah. You cannot activate Pauldron with just a single enemy. Okay, some
Okay.
spiders are dead.
Okay, but AL
Aya
Alter
caster
skill
took care of that wave.
hasn't activated, which means that at least for a couple seconds we are not going to just die.
Yeah. So this is very good. Both of these drones and both of these ice cleavers will die to Volcano.
Yeah, one of the things that you could do here is actually just to play Jessica on the other side of the boss.
Yes.
It's not comfortable. It is not comfortable. However,
Yeah,
what it does
I'm
do is
concerned
make
about
her able to actually pop her skill.
Yeah. And
Which
Jessica
means-
also might be good to have just to have the shield like as an option against spiders. Like she could fire that projectile and maybe blow up some spiders before they get too close.
Once a Alter's skill runs out, I think it is it's sort of over for Horn. It's just not going to keep up.
Right.
Which means you need to set up your next tank. There's nothing else you can do. And if your next tank is a frozen block of ice but at least has the S3 up, then you're in a much better situation about trying to do all of this.
Alright, here comes a champion. This champion, I don't think Horn can survive a champion plus the boss.
No, well, with Aya's skill up, I think it might be okay, but afterward,
Yeah, I think Aya can. Aya with skill can tank a champion plus the boss. Aya's gonna need a bit of time to get her skill ready though.
This is I think this is the make or break moment right now.
Yeah.
I'm not even 100% sure that Jessica can tank the champion and the boss. One way or another.
There's a tricky question of, do you try to kill the champion maybe with your Yato? Because like, it won't do damage to the boss, right? The boss has like 3,000 defense, so you can actually Yato kind of safely here. Yato will do a lot more damage to champions than she does to the boss.
Mhm.
Whereas when you're doing arts damage, you're kind of doing arts damage at a proportional rate to the boss and the enemies.
Is the boss close to phasing?
Not at all. The boss has like over 95% health.
I mean, my main concern with that is, of course, that like I'm not sure that would actually even do it. 12 out of 34 seconds. This isn't gonna make it in time.
Yeah, I could see. Yeah, I guess the tempo can eat a lot is like if you're absolutely on your last ditch effort.
Yeah, it's an E140. I'm not even sure if it's still level 7.
Yeah, which is like, you don't need to fill 7 if you're just using Cauliflower for one purpose.
Yep.
That is the third champion. Horn only has 3 blocks, so we might be leaking a champion here, which will be fine. I mean, there's 8 life to work with here.
I
there's some room to work with.
don't think you should even try to contest it.
Oh, was Lynn's skill deactivated?
Yep.
I think the boss still has more HP to work, but I mean, yeah, I guess you can't Lin repeatedly because eventually you will phase the boss.
But if you're doing arts, I mean, you're still getting the champion.
Yeah.
Now we're not getting the champion, so what's the idea
I
here?
think champions are some of the hardest hitting mobs on this fight. I mean, they're not as bad as Ice Creatures, I guess, but they're like the second hardest. So it would be good to get rid of the champions.
Yeah, I agree, but there's one more wave
Then
of
again,
spiders.
there are more champions coming, right? It's like if you kill these champions, you'll have to block more champions for a while. So I don't know.
Yeah, I really think that the moment that this all went wrong was the Sculptor. Just using Sculptor on the left side is more than enough, but Sculptor doesn't. It's not actually that much.
Yeah.
Sculptor doesn't have a buffed attacker right now. It's just defense.
Yeah. Okay,
All
so
right,
some
well,
discussion going on. I think this might still be salvageable, but it's gonna require some very careful play if it is.
Yeah, I mean.
So I think the cutting pull-out was probably not getting the skill on time. Okay. Oh, interesting. Jessica is not placed on. I see. So the idea is that Jessica will separate the enemies that are coming, so that Horn doesn't have to tank them.
But Horn wouldn't need to tank that already. Like, now we're contesting this champion, but what about all the upcoming enemies?
So I'm a little bit worried about Jessica potentially taking away some of the healing from Aya Alter, and like that healing could have gone to Horn, but now she's like split targets, and she's a single target healer after all.
Yeah, and the skill's almost running out.
And her skill's about to run out.
It's not enough healing. Now you've thrown your only tank that could have potentially stood a chance against taking the boss away. I'm a little worried. Maybe Spot maybe Spot can do it.
I think if it's just Spot and the boss, I think Aya Ultra might be able to keep up. But I think Spot, if there's a champion on top of that, I don't think Spot survives.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Rough. It might be time to throw Yato very aggressively, just to try to get rid of those champions, because eventually Yato can kill those champions. And it's only a matter of time before...
Aya runs out. Yeah, if this was Aya S1, it would again also be a different story. Aya S3 here is... Well, it's a temporary
S3
fix.
is a lot of healing, but
Temporary
it is not
fix.
an infinite skill.
Yep. To a
And this is
very,
long fight.
yeah, I was gonna say it's a near permanent problem. The whole stage you actually need to be dealing with all this stuff. It's
Yeah.
you can't pick and choose a time, and the spiders are about to show up. You see the
Okay.
You see
now
the
good
ice
thing- Good
cleaver.
news is because of Dreaming Essence, Aya Caster is about to have another volcano. She might have her skill for this next wave of ice cleavers, which would certainly solve a major headache.
That is true.
I also wonder if putting Spot behind Horn might be good, just to be able to press Spot skill to heal Horn.
I don't think it's a bad idea. No. Yeah, that might be a thing to do.
And another thing that could be considered is putting Typhon below
Aya to
Ultra.
give the
It is a
stats,
diminutive
yeah.
tile, which really sucks for Typhon, but like it is a torch buff for Aya Ultra.
Yep.
And
Yep.
at this point, keeping your Horn alive is more important than anything else.
Yeah, I agree. But okay, well the order of all that is Yato has to happen first.
Mm-hmm. This is tricky. So I think they're trying to estimate how close the boss is to phasing. The boss is not that close to phasing. But physical damage will be a lot more efficient than arts damage here, because you don't want to hurt the boss too much. You definitely don't want to point Typhon at the boss, because Typhon will only hit the boss. The boss has the highest weight.
Oh wait, how much defense did Jessica have?
In position.
A lot.
2484. Okay, I was pretty close on my estimate.
Yeah. She's taking like a couple hundred per hit, right, from the boss.
Yeah, that's right. It's like 200.
Yeah.
But it wasn't chip damage, and so this 10% would have actually made it chip damage.
Right. Because it is non-linear, right? So the boss does have slightly higher stats.
Yes. Oh yeah. Actually, yeah. So it's not 200. It's a little bit more than that.
I think without non-linear, it would basically be chip damage. Actually, no,
200.
even
Yeah.
they would not.
200.
Well, it would be chip damage under Sculpture.
That's true, yeah. The thing that I want to point out here, though, is that I really think there was a thing that could have been done before Jessica was placed down just now. Even after all of this, there was a solution, and it is the fact that Jessica Alter with skill 3 tanks champions, and they only deal chip damage. So to her, there is no difference between tanking 2 Shatter Champions in the boss versus tanking 2 Carcasses in the boss. It's the same thing.
That's right.
Which meant if you had
the additional burden is almost nothing.
Had you put Jessica one tile down, undeploy the Horn, have everything start blocking on her, turn her into a block of ice, but she has her S3 on, you can back tank.
Yeah.
You can back, and Sculptor is enough healing. You don't even need to worry about AO Alter's presence at that point.
That's true. Yeah, could actually go somewhere else in that case.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it's too late for that. Jessica's already been deployed, and it's not blocking the boss. The moment that Horn goes down, which is, I think, happening right now,
yeah,
there's nothing
and
left to be
interestingly,
done.
in the very first shop, you noticed that there was an escape crate, and you said that might be a good thing to get. Escape crate would be so good right here.
It really might. It really might. I forgot
That
about
would
that
be like
almost.
the most life-saving 8 ingots you could ever spend.
That would be the solve.
Yeah. Alright, spider spawning again. Luckily, Aya is ready to deal with that, but you have to be careful, right? You want to make sure that Aya doesn't kill her clone or herself.
Oh yeah, not only that, actually, Chad's right. There is also Pauldron, which means that it was chip damage. It's been chip damage the whole time. Yeah, it's just, oh man. Doable.
I think Pauldron is what's keeping Horn alive right now. If it were not for Pauldron, Horn would be long dead.
Yeah, Horn with the additional defense. Horn doesn't have a Jessica S3, It's only Jessica S3 that makes her that good.
Yeah.
What's the move? Do you undeploy here and hope that somehow Spot provides enough healing? I just don't see it.
I think you might put Spot next to Sculptor. Just
To give her attack speed?
no, but just to be able to heal Horn. Because I don't think Spot lasts any longer than Horn does.
I think that
But if-
Seaborn's doing nothing right now.
I think Typhon needs to be put down for torch buff on A altar.
Yeah, I think that'll help. That'll help. It's hard to
Potentially
spot.
Spot or Yato could be used as another torch buff on her left.
Yes, though that tile is
Although
really,
there's
really
spiders there
tricky.
right now, so
Yeah.
maybe now's not a good time.
Yeah, that was a very tricky tile to actually preserve.
Yeah. Oh, but if you put Typhon there, Typhon might kill some spiders. Oh, that would
She
be
can face
bad.
left. She can face left.
That's true. Yeah,
She can face down, actually.
Yeah.
You
It would not
don't
be
need her
crazy to
damage.
face Typhon down.
You actually just don't need her damage at all. It's not about the
Yeah.
damage anymore.
Yeah, it's not about the damage. It's about survival now.
Yeah, the question is, can they spot this? Is it even enough? I don't know. Can they spot it?
might not be
I
enough.
also don't know, but it's one of the only things you can try at this point. Like,
Yeah, it's one of the few things that can still buff the amount of damage coming out of AF Yala.
look, if all you have are straws, then you need to grasp at the straws. Okay, it's like
So true.
there's nothing left. You have
Yeah,
to.
if all you have are straws, you use a hammer.
That's so true. And then the straws become nails.
Exactly.
Advancing a little frame just to take a peek at how
There
bad it
is
is.
a
Huh?
there's a hope, which is if Horn hits phase 2, she does gain a bit of defense. It's like 20% defense or something like that. I wonder
actually-
if that might
I
help.
actually didn't know that.
But it does lower her max HP by a lot as well. So
That is fantastic. Yato is being thrown to deal with the champions finally. And
Okay.
it looks like it would have been like 2 Yato to play. Oh, no, leaving Yato.
yeah,
No.
Yato should probably be retreated.
Oh god, the spiders too. The spiders are
So Horn
happening.
just phased. Horn is taking noticeably less damage now because she's phased.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Is this a good
okay,
time
good
for
volcano. This
Are
should
we-
get rid of all the spiders pretty
I
much.
think that they're about to use Spot in order to just keep the spiders in place for a little bit. It really
That
looks
could
like
be
that
good.
might be about to happen right now. I'm not sure. Hope that shakes out. I really hope that works. This is-
Pauldron is it 2 enemies or 3 enemies?
2 enemies.
Okay. In which case, I think Gabriel wants to maybe do another Yato and kill one of the champions, but leave the other champion. That way, Horn has exactly 2 enemies on her.
Wish I knew how much
Okay, this
stat-
AS skill is working out really well. It's taking out a lot of the.
Yeah,
a lot
that
of the
timing was
champions and
amazing.
XP. Yeah.
Man, it didn't
Good
have to
thing
be this
Dream Essence
stressful,
is
but
here.
We're here now. We're here now. We gotta do it. It has to
I
happen.
don't think AO would cycle without Dreaming Essence here.
That's true. 50% faster. 2/3 of the time.
Yep.
This is an
Okay,
on-field
so-
AO too. You can't
Yeah.
undeploy her either.
You cannot.
Got
With
one
Dreaming
s-
Essence, it is faster to keep her on field. Otherwise, it is faster on.
Yeah, you got 1 second until the Yato is back, which you might want to use on
Yep.
cleavers at this point. Although, remember, if Horn blocks 3 things, they just walk right through. There's 5 more of these champions in the last wave. That's gonna be 7. You can leak all
Yeah.
of it. You literally could just leak all of it.
That's true.
The ending is going
And,
to be
like-
tricky because at some point
Yeah,
you're
and
going to have
Jessica
to give
can
up
tank
Pauldron.
them pretty well, anyways.
Yes, Jessica, even without the Pauldron buff, is really close to just being totally fine with it. In fact, I think
And
under
as
the
another-
Skelter influence is fine.
Yeah, and as another option, you could also put the shield below Jessica to block something so that they don't reach Horn if you're concerned about their damage.
That's true. If you don't have 3 things blocked on Horn, that is a way to deal with it. Okay, you know what? Maybe there is a way. Maybe
Yeah.
there is.
I think there's a path forward, but Gabriel needs to be very careful.
There's no good way to deal with it. There's a kind of pull-out. If you can get to the ending stall, I actually think this is solved.
Yes, with the Cunning Palat, you can prevent the boss from.
Not only can you then reshuffle the AO around to be a very safe tile, there's also a perfect Cunning Palat tile. It's one above the Sculptor right now, and it's not too hard to spot. Not too hard to spot.
Mm-hmm.
It's outside of the freeze, I believe, and it is it's it's the only option.
Yep, it could work. All right, so I wonder where the next Yato deployment is gonna be.
How
These,
about a
I think these
column?
ice cleavers just. Oh, never mind. One ice cleaver actually survives the Aya.
Yeah, I think
But it's mostly dead.
that has to be the. But
Okay, and
the torch stacks on an altar.
No, the torch stacks.
Oh no! What?
Typhon can still provide.
Oh
the
yeah,
torch
if you
stacks.
drop Typhon now, this is not bad. It's not bad if you drop Typhon now. Oh god. Oh god, the torch stacks.
One of the champions is dead. But yeah, I'm really worried about the missing torch stacks on Aya. I think someone needs to be placed adjacent to Aya ASAP.
Yeah, my question right now is does
Oh well, she has skill, so I guess it will
do
be
they
fine for a
know?
while.
That's true. It'll stay for a little bit. Do they know that they have torch? That was not a question in my mind for the entirety of this fight, but now suddenly after that on
I
deployment,
think
I'm a
torch
little
is
bit
very easy
worried.
to forget about.
It's the only big damage buffer in this run, except for
Yeah.
oh man. Oh, I hope it's okay. I mean, look, the panic button means that there's like another 50 seconds where there's just no pressure going on. It's time to leave.
Yeah, I think
time
it's
to
good
leave.
to not Yato the other champion because you don't want to keep that pauldron.
Mhm.
Okay, so Gabriel is paying very close attention to Horn's health and
Yeah, you can use
is
Connie at
ready
this
to
point.
activate the AS skill at any time. I think.
Okay,
Oh,
Lin,
oh, yes,
Lin.
that's a
This
torch,
is
that's a- oh,
okay.
yes,
Okay.
that's a torch.
Okay, we're fine. We're
Good.
fine. We're fine.
Oh, okay.
This Horn phase 2 is like, without that, I think it was over. And in fact, yeah, Horn did
Horn
hit
phase
phase
2
2.
is so the extra defense on the phase 2.
This is an unbelievable saving grace right now.
Yeah, like usually you think of Horn phase 2 as like, oh, she's gonna die soon, right? Because she has half HP.
but like
the
at this
defense
point,
matters.
Yeah, what I'm praying for right now is that they realize this is the end of the stage. Just leak the enemies. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Don't complicate it.
Yeah,
Don't complicate
it's 8
it.
enemies, and like you don't have to deal with the remaining enemies anymore.
No, there's no floor 6 after this. This is it.
Yeah.
This is it. Those life points. Only the last life matters. I can finally say it and mean
So
it.
true. Only last life matters. But the boss, that's not something you can afford to leak.
Yeah, and also yeah, for people in chat, look, if they haven't given up, you can't give up either. Okay, you're in this too.
True.
If they explode, you explode.
Okay, Spot dies pretty fast to champions.
Yeah,
Spot just
that's
does not have the
expected.
defense to deal with champions.
Second stack, if they can just spot this and they can realize that just leak the enemies is okay right now. There's a way. There is a way out right now.
Yeah. Now the link skill does hit the champions up there, but doesn't hit the boss, which is nice.
Yeah, and popping it now is a little early, but I think it's actually fine. Maybe it's up for quite a
probably
bit.
fine.
Yeah, last 3 champions are a fun little rush, huh? And there's also a shield, so the shield can be deployed, and there's also Aya's skill. I think we might be making it to the end.
Yeah,
in the worst
or
way.
a state where Tani Palat can solve, but Tani Palat does require some execution.
Yeah, and yeah, even after you get to that part, it still does remain to be seen whether Gabriel is going to be able to actually execute the Connie timing.
Yep.
It's not too hard as long as you play it slowly and patiently.
Yeah. Alright, 3 enemies on Jessica, 2 enemies on Horn. These are the last enemies of the map. So, there are no more enemies that will be attacking Horn, which is good.
Okay.
Okay, but it's not over yet. Gabriel needs to bring this home.
Yep. Quick Yato would help a ton for that. Doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. Anyway, Yato's doing some stuff here. Oh my god,
Yep.
this is it's. At this point, you don't want to put down the shield and press Jessica's skill. You don't want to accidentally explode anything.
Do you remember what pot this Horn is?
I want to say it's 1 or 2.
Okay. Because
And,
at pot
right-
5, Horn gets even more defense in phase 2, but I guess Gabriel does not have access to that particular pot.
Oh my god, yeah. Okay, this is possible now. This is good now.
Okay,
This is
last
good
2
now.
enemies.
It's just executing the Connie tech.
Yep.
And actually,
So Connie can go anywhere as long as Connie can see the boss, right? Like if Connie's in the minion, that doesn't even matter because it's just
it does not matter at all. Yeah, actually the top tile would be one of the safest. What you want to do is wait for the boss to be split boxed in. Look at Connie's like staff to make sure that he's starting his backswing.
Exactly. and as soon as you see the backswing, you press it.
Yeah, and it's also one of the safest tiles because that tile, I'm fairly certain. I read a thing about this a while ago. I'm fairly certain that the tile above Sculptor does not get frozen, but if they are worried about this, get to the top one as well. Has Gabby ever done Cutting Strat? Yeah, actually, we walked through it on stream once. D14.
Yep.
So this is not an unfamiliar place.
Right. But it is a little bit concerning because this is like the last row, right? It's like you don't have any room for error.
Yes, okay. That Typhon deployment was very baffling. I was like, why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? This is still a little baffling. Why are we doing that? What is the idea here?
It's torch stacks for Lin.
Who will literally never be able to target another enemy for the rest of the stage. Fascinating. Anyway, right now you're relying on, yeah, once Jessica's back, something good will happen, right?
Alright, Jessica's back.
Dropping
this will be a good time to
Jessica.
swap Horn out, I think.
Yeah, you do
Or
want
just
Jessica to
keep
have
Horn
the
there and
skill.
have like 2 blockers.
Yeah, exactly. Without underplaying Horn, you can just put Jessica down one to the left of that. And having that there and then getting her skill 3 up, and in that moment you undo the Horn so that Jessica is suddenly blocking again. That could be perfect.
Yeah, it might be good to have that just so that like if you miss the counting timing by a little bit and the boss slips forward like half a tile, it's fine. You have bodies.
What you maybe don't want to do is just press forward with the Horn blocking, because as soon as that other enemy is dead, I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure.
Right, you do lose the Pauldron effect, which is maybe contributing a lot to Horn's survival right now.
40% of Horn's defense is not trivial. Just not trivial.
Yeah, definitely not.
And I don't think I'm a little worried that they don't remember their relics. I'm also not.
Okay, looks like Connie Pilot is targeting the champion before the block because the champion
that's
is
good.
slightly ahead.
Yeah, finally some good news, right? We really need this right now.
Alright, so I mean, if Horn is dying too fast, I think they will realize, right? And I think there's enough time to put down a Jessica if that happens. Okay, so that champion is inches away from dying.
Yeah, almost there. And the moment that happens, I think one other thing that could happen is Horn suddenly starts dying a lot faster. They notice this and they put down Jessica to compensate. That's fine too. It's a little more stressful, but it's fine because then you can pop Aya's skill and nothing bad will ever happen.
Exactly.
The disaster is if you don't notice and you, I don't know, walk away to start getting water, get a little bit of snacks, get your popcorn pop.
Surely not. Not at this juncture, right?
Bathroom break number 3.
Bathroom break. Okay. So it looks like Aya still out heals, so that's good.
It lasts for a while. I think it's what, 30
Oh,
seconds?
okay, you're right. Yeah, you're right. The buff has not faded yet.
Yeah.
It's like 30 seconds.
Yes, it's 30 seconds. It doesn't, it's stressful, but it is, but like, it's so close. You've done the hard part at this point.
Yeah, done the hard part. Look at that Yato doing chip damage 5 times.
Finally, am I up?
Alright, so I think we're gonna see an Aya volcano. One volcano should bring the boss down to the phase, I think.
Yeah, since it's an attack speed boosted volcano, that should do quite a bit. I'm not sure what the Typhon idea is here. I still don't
I
understand.
feel like Typhon should be undeployed to free up a deployment slot, just so that like if you need to put someone down, you don't have to do that. Like you could just do that instantly.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, DP bank, but then why would you press the skill, right?
Yeah. And Typhon's probably doing chip damage to the boss anyways.
Typhon's facing right. Right? Is Typhon facing down?
Typhon's facing right, yes.
Yeah, so Typhon doesn't do any damage to the boss because Typhon cannot reach the boss.
Yeah.
Unless you tank swap, at which point Why isn't your medic in range? What is going on? And if you're tank swapping, why is Connie there? And if Connie's there, why are you tank swapping?
Alright. Volcano has been activated. A is gonna do damage to the boss. The boss doesn't have that much res, so his HP is gonna go down fairly fast.
Gaviel's doing the little visual setup so that you can actually see. Except it's on the right side, so it doesn't actually work so well.
Yeah.
It's still well over 70% though. No need to worry for this bit. And put more.
I think it's much better to proc it with Volcano, which is something that you can like measurably watch, than have the boss be at like 71% and have to watch every single attack from Kanipala. Now I think that would be really stressful and increase the chance for error.
Agree. One of the big things for me also is that look, I advocate for playing slowly sometimes. You gotta take the mouse off of the skill button in case you accidentally press it early. There it is.
There it is.
And there's a good catch. And
Yeah,
instead, just put your mouse over the
definitely-
just hover the pause button. You can pause it and press it anyway. It doesn't matter.
That's true.
And that way you can false
Yep,
fire.
so that boss is definitely on the left side of Horn, which is good.
Yes.
Once he falls back down, he's gonna get split boxed back.
Yeah, and it looks like after the things run out, like it's scary. It's scary. Look at that HP. But Aya
Yeah, that
with the
HP
attack
is
speed,
like I can't tell if it's being out healed.
without the torch stack, it would not work. But with the torch
Yeah.
stack, it's actually okay.
Yeah,
Which is it's
definitely.
terrifying, but like you know what? I'm just glad it worked.
Yeah.
I still have tons of questions about why the Typhon, but you know what? That's for the post-game interview. One phase is down. There's no difference between the phases here. As long as Gaviel executes each of these correctly, there is nothing to fear. I think we might have
That's
an
right.
ending 2 here.
Gaviel needs to perform that at least exactly two more times.
And that does mean that if Gaviel does complete this, she's going to be the first person to successfully complete ending 2
Yep.
in the tournament.
Alright, Lin being used to deal damage. Lin not gonna do it as fast as Aya, but in fact, I don't know if she'll even get the boss to the next threshold.
Yeah, I'm a
It
big
will
fan
be-
of how
it'll be damage.
I'm a big fan of how granular it is though. Like with Aya, it's almost like a continuous stream of attacks, but with Lin, you can watch the hits. Kanipala at E140 is really not going to do it.
Yeah.
It's almost at 50, but the next phase is actually at 40, so there's no need to
Yeah.
worry about it.
Yeah. It might be good to bring Aya back for the phase for the 40% threshold, just because Aya's attacks are very
Standing by.
Yeah.
like it's
hard
probably
agree.
happening in that 15 seconds.
Yeah, and one thing I'd say is like at this point, Typhon, get Typhon out of there.
Yeah, get Typhon out of there.
Typhon's not going to finish it.
Yeah.
But on top of that, put Jessica at the last tile, just in case. That's the just in case tile. Because right now, if you're not going to swap out Horn, and I still think that it would be nice. Yeah, that's the huge thing is why, like, you know, hover the pause, don't hover the skill. If you press it early, it's over for you. That said, also, popping Aya's skill might be a good idea here.
Yeah, this would be a good time to use Aya's skill.
It's, this is a little bit miserable. Just waiting for an autos to do it. No, Typhon's not a safety net to slow the boss. If Typhon really is there for that reason, it's gonna be to just actually kill the boss, but this one doesn't have that kind of damage. And I don't remember seeing a hand of outbursts.
There was no hand of outburst, yeah. Although it's true that if you do have a hand of outburst, you could potentially just kill the boss after two rounds.
That's right. And it'd be a pretty stylish way to do it too.
Yeah.
But the only stylish thing you'd be doing right now if you only do 2 phases is dying.
Yep.
It's not very stylish. We're
I
still...
wonder if there's a reason behind holding on to the Aya skill.
I think it was like, oh, it's so close, we might as well wait until the next phase, but it's actually not that close.
It's,
Unfortunately, if anything, it is making it a little bit harder to actually catch the moment.
Yeah.
And yeah, with all these like visual effects of the boss, it's really annoying.
Yeah.
There is an indicator, which means that actually the one thing that you should watch for if you're really trying to catch the boss is Sculptor being frozen. The moment that happens, it's time to press.
Yes.
So the indicator's a great idea.
Sculptor frozen, it means that he's running.
Yep. Sculptor can't possibly be frozen unless that's the case. So.
Yep.
Probably what Gabriel's watching right now. Actually, I'm sure Burb knows about this too. It's pretty common. It's pretty common.
Yep.
Nothing that any of us invented, just good common sense. Man.
All right. Well, there's two more phases to go through.
Yeah, it's the second run of the night.
Boss
Gabriel
is getting kind of close to 40, I think, which is the next threshold.
Yep, it's close. It's close. It's a little bit more. I actually think that it's like, you know how the boss has a big diamond?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure you cross it.
Yeah.
Also, I'm gonna say I think this is worse than last night's stalls.
Yeah.
If you're gonna use auto attacks to face the boss, it is worse than last night. This is terrible.
Yeah.
You gotta do what you gotta do. There.
Oh, there we go.
Nice. What a catch.
Yep. That's definitely left side as well.
Okay, one more time. One more time. Gotta execute it.
All right. Back on the left side of Horn. We love to see it. So that is the 40% threshold met, which means there's just one more threshold at 10%.
Yeah, 2 down, 1 left to go. Using a phase 2 horn to tank. That's just crazy.
Yep. Yeah, Alter has skill just in case anything goes wrong. This volcano, it might phase.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we're pressing it now. It's an interesting timing, but yeah, no, it is. It's a little short. Oh no, that means we're back to auto waiting. Okay, all right. Oh, they really need to get the skill up though, just in case. It looks close. It looks close. I'm not sure whether they're not pressing it. Oh, this is. I think they really want to do the Typhon. Oh no, never mind. Okay, I was for a second I was like, oh, they really are gonna try to Typhon it. This is gonna scare the hell out of me. Yeah, last catch. Just gotta watch the Sculptor.
Yep.
There
we go.
Oh my god, it's done. It's done. That's a need too. That's a need too.
Yep.
The rest is trivial.
Stay calm and
Let's go.
Oh, and now the Typhon's on the plate.
Typhon's
What
on the
was the Typhon
plate.
there? What was the Typhon for?
Typhon did nothing and then got undeployed after 10%.
Yeah, we got Chekhov's crane and we've got Typhon's red herring. Like, what is this? Oh, we're doing a Jessica kill?
All right, Jessica kill. Let's go. Never mind. Never mind. Aya kill. Let's
Oh
go.
my god, and that's
Let's
ending
go.
2.
Ending 2 done.
Gaviel's first D15 ending 2 actually.
Congratulations,
Oh,
Gaviel.
incredible.
Great run.
Yeah, really
lots
great
of
run.
lots of edge of our seat moments.
Too many to count.
Maybe too many.
And every single time somebody in chat was like, it's over, but nah, they didn't give up. They didn't give up. Amazing.
No giving up.
There it is, and as long as Gabriel doesn't accidentally skip the ending screen, we're all set. So
yeah, I think we saw Horn Phase 2 being a really clutch passive.
Yep. And Gabriel, of course, is going to be the last person to forget to actually show the score.
Of course.
And that means that, Elysium, do you need a moment for the scoring?
I do need a moment for that, yep. Okay, so it's going to be 1372 in-game score. Note that down.
In the meantime, I think I will, I'll bring Gaviel and Suffering in and we can have that little bit of a post-game interview, huh?
Yeah.
Yasuo was doing scratch damage.
All right,
So that
you are live now.
Hello.
Welcome.
Holy shit! Hi.
Hello.
That was
What's your
very.
heart rate right now?
Oh, so
Too high, Shirley.
I'm sweating. I am. Oh my god. That shit was so fucking. Holy shit. Oh.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Okay,
my God.
to explain the Typhon real quick, I caught like y'all like, what was the point of Typhon? It was just in case he ran, and then we could place Jessica and then have Typhon DPS.
Yeah.
But in reality, yeah, she did nothing.
Yeah. No, she did nothing.
She did absolutely nothing.
She was there for Moshe's favorite.
And like, I didn't
Understandable.
realize because of how the champions were bunched up on Horn before we finally got to the Soul.
Oh.
I didn't realize how much damage Yasuo was doing. So I was scared that we were reaching the 70% threshold. I was like, fuck, we can't Yasuo. We can't Yasuo.
We were so scared.
And then we're like, okay, Horn's gonna die. We need a Yasuo. We have to Yasuo. And we reached the threshold. We're fucked.
Horn, fucking MVP of that shit.
Yeah, Horn really did a lot of tanking there, huh?
I didn't realize she was gonna survive at all. I had no faith.
Yeah, me neither. It wasn't, and Horn actually didn't survive until phase 2, but as Elysium said, there's
but that additional
more defense in
defense
phase 2.
really clutch.
I had no
Yeah,
idea
but
that was a thing.
The Husk, whatever it was, or the
That
plus the
Frostbox Pauldron.
That was
Oh, yeah.
so nice.
That. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't care if we won this. I don't care if we get anywhere close to like top in this fucking thing. This is a victory for me. This is my second D15 win ever.
yeah, I was saying, this is your first ending 2 D15 ever, right?
Okay, well obviously
First
what
on-
I'm hearing
on
is
stream.
we're gonna run it back and we're gonna get ending 3 done on stream.
Yeah, first ending 3. First ending 3.
No.
It sounds like a good plan. Anyway, well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Suffering
yeah.
Bird, were you hoping to be avenged in instant contempt there?
Not really. I had full faith that Gabby would have cleared it, but why didn't I play defender supporter with the amount of vouchers I got? You know, like,
Yeah, that's
so
you
many,
kind of the opposite vouchers.
where was my snipers? You know?
Our combined, we had such shitty things going on. Collectibles, half the time were useless.
Convergence.
Oh my god, yeah.
Really early on, like no.
It was. It was a
Yeah,
mess.
2 convergence runs.
I never had a Vanguard this entire one run.
No Vanguard.
Yeah. And I didn't get Enos until floor 3.
Yeah.
And I was like, well. But man.
I think I hadn't. Yeah, I got a lot of temp ops.
Yeah, you got a lot of temp ops.
Yeah.
Honestly, I should have gotten the Helicar for that bonus point. We were just kind of banking on maybe being able to get a minor.
Yeah, we're making it a
happen.
second guard ticket, but that
Yeah,
Yeah.
it ended up
Oh,
being that the
well.
minor wasn't used.
Yeah.
You
was fucking
never,
useless.
never had another combat after that.
Yeah, no.
because we chose to ignore every single combat on floor 5.
We said fuck it, we ball.
We said, fuck
Actually,
it.
that was our motto this entire time. It's just fuck it, we ball. We said this.
Gabriel has sworn more times than any other participant in this post-game interview.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised.
I was just very excited.
I'm
But yeah, I mean, hey, walk us back through it. Like, I mean, how did it feel doing the first 3 floors? Because it was like looking like 2 of the strongest squads actually.
So
yeah,
it was. I thought I was doing perfectly fine. Granted, the Mashima pick was kind of memes. Literally,
Really?
for
I thought
me.
that was a good pick. I think Mossma
Yeah,
did a lot.
thought you were doing
She
that
did
for
a
me
lot.
too.
She did. But then I came up to floor 4 with like no additional DPS, and I only had slows, and Ray can only do so much. But like going floor 1 to floor 3 was fine, but me getting convergence, like I should have sacrificed HP to a verdict, because I felt like I didn't have enough damage going into floor 4.
Yeah,
And then
the
I-
damage was rough. It was Ray and Reed.
Yeah, Ray,
Raying.
and then Saria and Mosti S3 don't
Yeah.
line up, so then it is what it is.
Yeah, it seemed like your team had a lot of slows stacking on top of each other, like Suzerain, Saria, Grey, and
I think at
Masamon.
one point we literally said, "Fuck it, we're just going with all of the slows."
We're just
on
gonna go
this
slow.
team.
That's why I picked up Suzu. Like literally, I had no other reason
Yeah.
to pick up Suzu. I was like, okay, we're just gonna take Suzu and see how this works out. But
I see.
me screwing up on defense, I thought Saria would have survived defense, which is why I didn't take Silence as a second medic.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it did not work out.
Yeah, it was fine
Yeah.
until she got munched.
Yeah, she did get munched.
Yeah, well, not. You can put as much healing as you want. Unfortunately, it's not going to stop them from getting munched.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Gav? How you feel about the first three?
So I was feeling pretty good. I was actually terrified because I tend to fail very early on in this shit. But like I'm confident only in Jessica, and then like when I just kept getting like defender and like support things, I was like, okay, maybe we'll be okay. I don't think I was fully comfortable and like at all confident what was happening until I had seen who like the boss, like the mini boss was, and I had gotten to that mid boss. Only then was I like at all like, okay, I'm fine. I stand a chance. Like, it was
And
just fear.
yeah, fear, just fear. All right, fair enough.
Just fear.
Yeah, and then on
I'm
the
so sorry
4-5,
to
of
everyone
course.
who watched such a slow run at the end there. We were in the middle of a horror show. It was us like so intensely being like, oh my god, we're gonna know.
Yeah,
Jesus,
I
how
kept
do we do
checking.
this?
Yeah, when Aya
Maps.
died, I was like,
I was,
ooh.
I
that
was
was
so
so
worried.
I see.
I was like, it was Jover, but then
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember.
You
what
put in
exactly-
a lot of Scovilles into this dish. Maybe eventually
Yeah,
it might
it's
taste my
like-
taste buds.
It's like, oh, you know what? It's no big deal that was slow because it was like stressful too. It's no big deal. You
I didn't realize
every second of that run was pretty important.
it was insane. Like I didn't realize that we could have used Spot to start healing Jessica.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
we didn't
yeah.
even think about that till
Yeah,
it was
we didn't
too
think about
late.
it till it was very late. And we're like, oh shit, we have one deploy slot left.
It was like
Yeah.
you were like less than half a second away from
Yeah,
him
it was.
healing.
I think it's actually on redeploy, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it was
the
so close.
yeah, over on this side, we're like, oh yeah, it's gonna be a real quick Jessica and Sculptor tank heal situation. You don't even have to look at that left side. And then we
Aya dies.
Aya
Yeah,
died. We were
you
like,
don't
well,
even,
this is a
yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
But hey,
That's
clutch
what you
it,
said that.
clutch it.
Did you discuss using the Jessica shield to give her defense there?
We
I asked her
did.
about that. I asked
Um,
Gabriel if the shield did anything.
I
Yeah,
did
gives you 10%.
consider it. Yeah, and I just kind of panic was like in that moment. I was like, shit, man. I blacked out on everything Jessica does. I was like, oh god.
Oh
Does she?
no,
Understandable.
Like I just
it's a little stressful there.
I think among all the
all
defenders, she might
went
have
out.
most text or like one of the most texts.
It's
Yeah.
a lot. Yep.
and I was like, we're just gonna hope. But yeah, no,
But
could have
you
put it
still- You
down.
still pulled it back after that.
Yeah,
Ugh.
with a back tank too, which is
Yeah.
one of the harder things to do.
When Horn started taking those hits, I was like, oh Horn, I was like, Horn, you've been with me for so long. Don't fail me now. Don't fucking fail me.
Man. But yeah,
It
well,
was, oh,
She,
gonna ask
she
any of the drafting from each other that you thought was interesting.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is the funny thing when Suffering got to pick a defender, and Suffering
Oh
was
yeah,
like,
sorry.
"Do you?" Larry went, "Which one do you?" Suffering was kind of like very much trying to be like, "What defender can I take from you?" And I was just like, "Which one do you want? Which one do you want?" And Suffering said, "Sorry." I was like, "Go
Zarya.
for it." I was like, "I have other healing defenders."
That's true.
Fair enough,
You certainly
fair
have
enough.
a lot of choices there.
Yeah, I actually. Taking one defender, I literally went, as long as it's not Jessica Alter, which I already had it, so it didn't matter. I was like, as long as you don't take her, we're good. That was my one rule.
Well, yeah, it did work out.
It worked out. We got it ending, Alex.
Yeah, and you had so much time to calculate the points.
Yeah.
I do have the points ready. if you-
And speaking of, yeah, you want to share the scores?
Yeah.
All right, so for the defending champions LEE leaking every emergency, the scores come as follows. For Suffering Verb, your run comes out to a 1,092 in-game score, but with all the bonus points you score, you have a total of 1,402.
Oh,
and for Gaviel, your run had an in-game score of 1,372, and with all your bonus points, which included 4 temp ops, your final score comes out to 1,732. So in total, your team scored 3,134.
Oh, you know what that means?
Oh my god.
You're in first place.
You're in first place right now.
We've done it.
You've taken the lead. Congratulations.
Oh shit. Guys,
no.
this should not be the run to beat. What the fuck? Everyone, step up your game.
Hey.
Well, being able to clear Sami's entropy definitely helped a lot with that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was 100 points for that. Even after skipping all 4-5, just being able to actually complete an ending and finish it.
That was
absolutely huge.
We were like, no, we're not doing this. I think I've never been confident into single floor 5 in my life. When Suffering asked me if I was confident in beating any of them, I was like, of course not. Why would I?
Oh,
yeah, I mean,
man.
if you know you have eyes on the prize, and you know you can get the prize.
Yeah, and now that we've had 2 days down, which means 4 runs, we can now make a podium, and I guess y'all are going right at the top of it for now.
Let's go.
Yeah,
we're at the top of the podium.
You know, final question. You got anything you want to say to the upcoming competitors?
If you're playing class squads, be prepared to be scammed.
Or be prepared to bank so heavily on them that is like all you have in your squad. Also, if you have Horn, build her instantly. Max pot her. I need to max pot this bitch. She deserves it after this shit. You better max her out. I expect to see M9 Horns all around. And fucking MVP. She killed this shit. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Build your fucking Horn.
All right,
Sponsorship
well,
segment. Well, I think it is true that maybe the modules actually matter. Like, if you didn't have module 3, I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
those
that
stats. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? Anyway, well, congratulations again on having first place, actually. And with that, it's time to say goodbye. It's time to say GG's. Congratulations. Gaviel's not leaving. Gaviel is actually going to turn back into a co-host right now. Oh god, 2 Gaviels. But yeah, 07.
07.
And yeah, congratulations, you've won your freedom. With that is the end of our matches for the second day.
Yep.
Really
Back
crazy.
on Sunday for more matches. There are no matches on Saturday.
Yeah, we need
Nice little break.
a little bit of a break after.
Yep.
But yeah, we are going to be back, and it's actually going to be only one match. I believe it's going to be Meat Pigeon Explorers. Meat Pigeon Explorers. April and TYR, both of which I think I've seen in chat today.
Yep.
We're going to be playing on
Look forward
Sunday.
to that.
Yeah, and we are going to be back after that every single day until Friday with 2 matches every day, I think.
We will haunt your dreams.
Okay, that's not how I would put it, but absolutely, yes. And yeah, I think the bar's been raised a little bit today, huh? Ending 2. Alright, I'm gonna find somebody to raid. But you want to do any outro you want?
Hey, we have a Discord. You can make sure to check out in there when all of these runs are happening. That will be really good. And I hope you all enjoyed this.
Yeah, I mean,
as I said at the beginning of this, you're going to keep seeing wild runs. You are never gonna know what's gonna happen, and the only way to find out is to keep watching this.
Yeah,
because I
that's why.
guarantee we're gonna see some fun shit.
Is there such a thing as a normal run at this point?
No, not anymore.
Alright, looks like Wookie's Life. Actually doing the event handles, but also IS4, so that's kind of interesting, huh? I'm gonna send y'all there, hope y'all enjoy. But yeah, that's gonna wrap up day 2.
Have
and
fun.
We'll be back on Sunday for day 3. 07, thanks for watching. See you next time.
I'm gonna go pass out.
See you, everyone.